because it has all the good taste of regular cola with only half the calories.
We know what you're looking for.
The people of JCPenney bring you election night. Over 150,000 JCPenney associates in 1,700 stores across the country are waiting to help you find what you're looking for.
We're going to take a look at the electoral vote projection that we have made so far this evening based on the 4 states we have so far awarded to President Nixon on the basis of our computations. You will see there that those 4 states, Ohio, Kentucky, Tennessee, and Indiana, give President Nixon 57 electoral votes so far. McGovern, so far, none. 270 needed to win. These are based on polls that have closed in various states, but there are lots of polls still open in the United States. They are closing in some eastern states, but in those states that you see identified there on your screen, those polls are still open, and if you haven't voted, go out and vote. Most of the country still is available for voters to vote. Although, as we reported earlier, it looks as though we've had a heavy turnout today in most of these states. David?
It is true that the polls are still open in most of the states, but we believe it is true nevertheless that most of the votes by now, by this time of day, 7 o'clock in the east, have been cast. Not counted, cast. Of those we have been able to count so far, and they're beginning now to come in very rapidly, we have 2% of the total popular vote showing this result. Nixon leading by almost exactly 2-1. These returns are almost entirely from the states of Indiana, Kentucky, and Tennessee, where the president was expected to do well, but there was no expectation that he would do that well. That's the popular vote figure up to this point. John?
We're going to take a look now at the returns that are coming in from those states where polls have closed, and we've awarded those 4 states to President Nixon. As you can see, in Ohio, it's 25 electoral votes. We have awarded to President Nixon with 57% of the vote, better than he did last time. In Kentucky, Nixon did not this well the last time. He only got 43% of the vote, but then George Wallace was in the race then. In Tennessee, 10 electoral votes, we see that the president is far, far ahead. I'm not sure that that lead will hold. And finally, in Indiana, which was regarded as a certain state for the president, he is better than 2-1 now over George McGovern with 12% of the vote in. So as we see on our victory boards here, these boards which show us what states our projections have declared winners, it's Nixon, Tennessee, Kentucky, Indiana, Ohio. 4 important states, quite a sizable number, 57 electoral votes there given to him so far in the early hours of this election. Heavy turnout, lots of ticket splitting. We'll be reporting on that. But now here's Edwin Newman covering the House races.
Well, John, if what you and David have been saying is correct, then there's certainly no reason to think that it isn't. The main interest in this election is going to be the size of the president's margin and the effect that has in the House and the Senate, and the possibility that the Republicans will capture control of the House and the Senate. So what we're looking for tonight is evidence of how strong and how long the president's coattails are, as the saying goes, and whether there's going to be much ticket splitting. Now, let's look at the returns we have from the House so far, which show the Republicans with 16 seats and the Democrats with 6, but this is a figure substantially without meaning. There's been no change, and those seats have gone as they were expected to go. But we want to look at 2 particular races. First, the 6th district in Tennessee. Now here, William Anderson, the Democratic representative, was running 8% behind his Republican opponent, Robin Beard, who, by the way, has never run for office before. This was a Democratic area by about 66% with about 66% of the Democrats in the last election. So here it looks as though the president definitely is pulling a Republican along with him. Coattails here for the president. The other one we want to look at now is in Indiana, 3rd district in Indiana. Now this is Bradamus, the Democrat, is the incumbent, and he is doing, as you see, extremely well on the basis of about a quarter of the vote in so far. Last time, Bradamus got 60%. This time, he's running so far about 64%. So it appears that for his Republican opponent, Newman, the president does not have any coattails, and so it appears neither do I. Now for the Senate races, Garrick Utley.
Yes, and as we reported earlier, we do have one winner projected by NBC News. Senator Baker, the Republican incumbent in the state of Tennessee, we project that he will win with 57% of the vote tonight. This comes as no real surprise. As of right now, Baker is leading his Democratic opponent, Congressman Ray Blanton. The vote shows that Baker has 58% of the vote to 42% for Representative Blanton. Busing was a big issue here in Tennessee. Representative Blanton tried to charge that Baker was soft on busing. Baker denied that. Blanton tried to win the Wallace vote, the black vote. He failed to do that or didn't get enough of it, and we think now that Senator Baker will be the winner tonight in Tennessee. Kentucky is another state where we have a lot of returns in, and they show really a close horse race. There it is, with more than half of the votes reported. Louis Nunn, the former Republican governor of Kentucky, and Walter Huddleston, the Democratic challenger, are neck and neck. Huddleston just slightly ahead of Nunn. This is a Republican Senate seat, and so the Democrats can win here. It'll be the first Democratic senator from Kentucky in 18 years, and will be something of an upset. It'll also set back Republican hopes that they can capture the Senate this year in today's election. What is especially interesting here is that Richard Nixon is carrying Kentucky by quite a large margin, more than 60%, 65% as of now. It shows simply that people in Kentucky are splitting their votes. Louis Nunn, the Republican Senate candidate, tried to associate his opponent, Huddleston, with George McGovern, and it hasn't taken among the voters. Huddleston is running very strong and, in fact, may win there tonight, although it's too close to call right now, of course. Let's look at the rest of our board. The one victory we have in Tennessee is that of Republican Howard Baker. That board tonight will show changes, pluses or minuses in the Senate seats. The Republicans, as you know, have to win 5 Democratic seats to gain control of the Senate. That would give them 50 seats to 50 of the Democrats, and Vice President Agnew would then cast the tie-breaking vote. The 33 Senate races do not include 27 Republicans and 41 Democrats who are already in the Senate. These are people who are not standing for election this year. Now, let's go over and see what's happening in the governor races from Cassie Mack.
In the governor's races, there are 18 governors running. We have one projected winner, and that's Dr. Otis Bowen in Indiana. Dr. Bowen is a Republican. He is a physician and a state legislator. He is Speaker of the House in Indiana. And this race was thought to be a lot closer than it turned out to be. He was running against Matthew Welsh, the Democrat there. Right now, with 14% of the vote in, Dr. Bowen has 59% of the vote, and Welsh 41%. The third candidate there is the American Independent Party candidate. In this state, apparently President Nixon is winning all over the entire state, with the single exception of the area around Gary, Indiana. There he and Senator McGovern are running neck and neck, and this must have something to do with the way Dr. Bowen is running. Dr. Bowen said during the election out there, during the campaign, that the major difference between himself and Mr. Welsh was that his opponent supports President Nixon, and that Mr. Welsh did not. Now we're going to Vermont, where the returns there show that Luther Hackett, the Republican, in Vermont, Luther Hackett, the Republican, is ahead. There's just 1% of the vote in there. Vermont is traditionally a Republican state. Thomas Thurman, the Democrat, has 33% of the vote, and Bernard Sanders, the Liberty Union candidate, just has 1 vote, 0%. Finally, in New Hampshire, we have 2% of the vote in, and there Malcolm McLean, who is the independent candidate, has 64% of the vote, which is still very early. Meldrum Thompson, the Republican, has 29%, and Roger Crowley, the Democrat, has 7%. And now back to David.
Thank you. On the basis of figures we have received and counted from 4 states where the polls close early, beginning at 4 in the afternoon in one and 6 in others, 6 and 7, we have now projected 4 states as having gone to President Nixon. They are Tennessee, Kentucky, Indiana, and Ohio, with a total of 57 electoral votes. Now we're going to look at the popular vote total. That is the number of votes cast by people going into voting booths and marking ballots or pulling machine handles. And this is what we get with 2% in and counted. Better than 2-1 for President Nixon. 67% to 32%. We'll be back in a moment.
At JCPenney, we like to keep your hands out of trouble. That's why we built a lot of safeguards into this 7¼ circular saw. A lever up top to work the blade guard to keep your fingers away from the blade. A guard that keeps blade exposure above the work to a minimum. And a security switch that helps prevent accidental startups. All for only $49.99. Only at JCPenney. We're doing everything we can to keep your hands out of trouble.
Princess.
About time you got here. This place is such a dump, not even a frog would come.
I've come to grant you a wish, Princess.
A wish? Everybody else gets 3.
You get 1. Take it or leave it.
Don't rush me. The JCPenney catalog.
The JCPenney catalog?
Yeah. Now I want these pretty flowered sheets for my bed.
Now you have pretty JCPenney decorator sheets. They come in many lovely colors. They're no iron, flat, or fitted. That ought to brighten up your dreary little life. Goodbye.
Wait a minute. I wanted this catalog so I could have everything. Now I want a tennis racket.
You can find most everything you ever wished for in one place if you know where to look. In the JCPenney catalog, we know what you're looking for.
You princesses are all alike.
With the indications that the voter turnout today was heavy, both the Republicans and the Democrats were saying early, that's good for us. It can't really be good for either party, or both of them at the same time, rather. What it does indicate to some political scientists is that a heavy turnout means that the polls taken before the election are more accurate. We're going to be talking with some of the political figures in both parties about this now, beginning with Tom Pettit in Washington, who's with the president's advisor, Herbert Klein.
This is where the Republican Victory headquarters is, as they're beginning to refer to it around here now. Pete Fountain and his band have been playing. People have been gathering, congratulating themselves already. And Herbert Klein of the president's staff has been claiming 48 states. Mr. Klein, isn't it a little arrogant this early in the evening to be claiming victory in 48 states?
I didn't claim it, of course, in the evening. I made that prediction yesterday, and looking at information with both Bob Finch and myself had collected in the examination of states that we've been in, and looking, I think, very factually at where the polls were. Other point I made, and I think it's very important because there are a lot of people yet to vote tonight, and I think that the decision really whether I'm correct or not will be determined by whether people continue to vote as heavily as they have thus far today, and I predict it'll be a record vote.
What kind of hard information do you have from your people out in the states that your prediction will hold up? What are you going on?
First, we had the urging by the president to have a lot of volunteers working for a heavy vote, and we've had a heavy vote. Secondly, looking at some of the key areas which I look at as bellwether areas. For example, it's just been projected that the president is carrying Kentucky. I think the key there is that he's carried Louisville by a very large margin. One of the close states which both Mr. Finch and I studied this quite a lot and reached our conclusions independently, but one of the states that we were much concerned about and still are because it can be close was Michigan. But in Michigan, I noted in the studies we've made, the vote has been below average in 1968. For example, in Detroit, it's been heavier than average in the suburban areas.
So you're not sure about Michigan?
Now, I believe the president will carry based on that trend, and therefore, I stand by my prediction of 48 states.
Thank you. Herbert Klein, advisor to the president. This is Tom Pettit, NBC News at Republican headquarters in Washington. Now to John Cochran at McGovern headquarters in Washington.
We're at Democratic headquarters in Washington, and with me is Frank Mankiewicz, the national political director for the McGovern-Shriver campaign. Mr. Mankiewicz, a few minutes ago, some of your people were a little upset. They thought that NBC News had projected a landslide election victory for President Nixon. That actually isn't correct. I believe we projected a Nixon win in 4 states, Indiana, Ohio, Tennessee, and Kentucky. Any surprises there for you?
No. The surprise is that you'd project Ohio with less than 900 votes cast. I think that's very premature. Polls have not closed in a number of places in Ohio. Some of the smaller towns like Cleveland. We anticipate that Ohio is a close race. The other 3 states are not a surprise. They're just about what we thought they'd be.
Okay. Do you have any indications that you're going to have a strong vote elsewhere in Ohio from those places that have already reported?
We have not analyzed that. All we've been getting, as I'm sure you have too, is just the raw vote. And as I say, there's less than 900 votes counted, and largely from outlying areas. But the reports we're getting of voting in Ohio, and particularly in the other states where we think we're going to win, have been rather encouraging. We think it'll be a long night and a close election.
Now, a lot of your people here have been optimistic today. They've said there's been a heavy turnout in the urban areas, a heavy black vote in some areas, including Texas, for example. Is that accurate?
Right. Those are the reports we're getting, and I assume they are accurate, yeah. Okay. The heavy turnout means a lot of things. Of course, it depends on where it is, but we're confident that it says good things about the turnout, particularly a place like California, where, of course, they've got 2 or 3 hours still to vote.
Okay. Have you talked to Senator McGovern?
No, I have not talked to Senator McGovern today. He was up in Mitchell. Now he's back in Sioux Falls.
Okay. I've been talking with Frank Mankiewicz, the National Political Director for the McGovern campaign. This is John Cochran, NBC News at Democratic headquarters in Washington. Now to Garrick Utley.
We have some more results coming in Senate races across the country, and we'll go to the board, first of all, in the state of Kentucky. This is the very close race, which we've been following so far in these early evening hours. A race for a Republican seat in Kentucky, formerly held by John Sherman Cooper, who is retiring. And with more than half the votes in, Louis Nunn, former governor of Kentucky, is trailing Walter Huddleston, the Democrat. And this is a surprise. Kentucky has been a Republican state as far as the Senate seat is concerned. And Huddleston is leading here now, even though President Nixon is leading in Kentucky by a wide margin. Alabama, southern state, just a handful of votes in there. John Sparkman, the Democratic incumbent, who's been in the Senate for a long time, approximately, well, more than 25 years, is way ahead of Winton Blunt, former Postmaster General of the United States. Sparkman, of course, expected to win there in Alabama. Now to John Chancellor.
And we are able, based on our tabulations in certain key precincts, to project that President Nixon will be the winner in the state of Florida with 69% of the vote, far more than he got the last time in that state when he won it 4 years ago. We'll be back after this.
You can shop in a lot of different places to find all the clothes your boy needs at prices you can afford. Or you can get everything you're looking for in just one place. The JCPenney Boy Shop. We'll help you dress him handsomely from the inside out, top to bottom, in terrific easy care knits like these, for a total cost that's as low as this. And if we can make things look this good on paper, think how great they'll look on your boy. The JCPenney Boy Shop. We know what you're looking for.
When my wife was looking for cookware, you should have heard what went on around this house. Her mother calls up and says, "Don't get anything too heavy, dear. You'll be sorry." My mother, the good cook, says, "Take it from me. Cast aluminum is best. Every day, something else. Will it go in a dishwasher? Square pans hold more, you know. Be sure you like the way it looks." "No," my mother says. "What matters is the way it cooks." Pretty soon, she didn't know what she was looking for. Then she saw JCPenney cookware. It had everything. She bought it, and she took my advice. Don't spend more than $40.
The new JCPenney cookware, only at JCPenney. We designed it on the best advice.
Some cook, huh, Mom?
Tomorrow morning, our 1,700 JCPenney stores and our catalog will be waiting to help you find what you're looking for.
A minute ago, as you heard, we had enough returns from Florida, where the polls closed, to project that Mr. Nixon would win Florida with 69% of the total vote. It is interesting to notice that in 1968, the Nixon-Wallace vote in Florida combined was 69%, or precisely the same figure we have projected for tonight. Now we're going to look at the boards showing the states where the results have already been projected. 5 states projected for Mr. Nixon, beginning with Tennessee with 10 electoral votes, Kentucky with 9, Indiana with 13, Ohio with 25, and Florida with 27. So far, no states have been projected for Senator McGovern.
David, we have a projection that the president will carry Georgia by 70% of the vote. And it's interesting that, again, the pattern repeats itself almost exactly. President Nixon got 30% of the vote in Georgia 4 years ago, and George Wallace got 42% of the vote, 72%. President being estimated as a winner, we know he's going to win the state tonight at 70%. So the correlation is staying right with us.
The Democratic vote is remaining about the same as it was 4 years ago in these states.
That's right. But the Wallace factor is what's making the change.
Right.
There it is on our board now. If you wonder, as Frank Mankiewicz was wondering a few minutes ago, although Mr. Mankiewicz has been in politics for a long time, how we are able to project winners with small numbers of votes tabulated, we have several systems that we use in that, and they do not depend on large numbers. They depend on precise numbers and our knowledge of how particular kinds of people are voting. And the record of NBC News in this is an astonishingly accurate one over the years. It's prideful to say so, but it's true. Our projections are accurate.
Channel 4's election coverage is brought to you by Morris Warehouse Showroom and Morris JVC Sound Centers, and by Commerce Union Bank with 27 branches in Middle Tennessee. When an area like Middle Tennessee grows, a bank that helps grows along with it.
Well, they're still voting here in the 5th District, which includes Metro, Nashville, and Robertson and Cheatham counties. Obviously, no local returns will be available until after the polls close at 7 o'clock. President Nixon has carried Tennessee with more than 10% of the returns in. The president is getting 70% of the Tennessee vote. He's ahead in every county reporting returns. Now, in the race for the Senate, NBC has already projected Howard Baker the winner in that race. 18% of the precincts giving Baker 60,000 to Blanton's 43,000. Republican Robin Beard has pulled ahead of Democrat incumbent William Anderson in the 6th District. Partial returns, 15% of the precincts show 8,000 for Beard, 7,000 for Anderson. Beard has about a 1,000 vote lead in that report. There are 2 congressional races all over. In the 1st District, Jimmy Quillen has won re-election, and in the 4th District, Joe Evans has been declared the winner. In the public service race, Bob Clement with the commanding lead at this point over Tom Garland. He has 13,000 to 9,000. At the moment, the action is in the eastern part of the state, and where the action is, that's where you expect Channel 4 to be. So let's switch to the Hyatt Regency in Knoxville and Channel 4's Bob Olson.
Senator Baker, it was 6 years ago, almost tonight, that we were together. At that time, you were running for the Senate and won. And the crowd is different this time. The setting more glamorous. Tell me how it feels this time.
Well, it feels great. You know, it's not over yet. And like 6 years ago, I still don't predict victory, but I'm pleased with the results, and I'm optimistic, and I think it looks great.
Senator, you have gone back and forth across the state a number of times. What seems to be concerning Tennesseans the most?
It's hard to identify a single thing that would be unique to Tennessee. I think they're, by and large, interested in the same wide range of issues that the rest of the country is. The war, the economy, law and order, the shape of things to come. It's just really a wide range of issues, and it gives me comfort that it is, because Tennessee is a pretty good model now, I think, of the whole country, and I'm pleased that we're what I say in the mainstream of American politics.
Mm-hmm. So the main concerns really then are the concerns that seem to be affecting all Americans at this point.
I think that's right, and I think increasingly it'll be that way. I think increasingly it's apparent that neither the Republican Party nor the Democratic Party can elect a candidate for themselves. It takes independence, it takes support from the other party, and that's good, healthy politics, I think.
Okay. Senator, you will be staying here at the Hyatt Regency tonight?
Yeah, I will be.
Well, you won't be staying here, but you'll be in the hotel.
I'll be in the hotel, and I'd like to be in Memphis and in Nashville and in Chattanooga, and there's so many thousands of people who are gathered in headquarters around the state that I'd like to thank personally, but I hope to have a chance to do that later.
Okay, well, we'll get to see you up here, I'm sure.
Great. Thank you very much.
Senator.
Thank you.
Now, this is Bob Olson at the Baker headquarters in Knoxville.
U.S. Representative Ray Blanton is Senator Baker's principal opponent, and we'll be hearing from Blanton headquarters after this message. We'll be right back.
Morris JVC Sound Centers have a very entertaining assortment of gifts for hard-to-please people. Video spheres you can watch from any angle, AM/FM radio cassette recorders, and sound systems from $229.95 like this 4600, 60-watt AM/FM 4-channel to the $800 5414 featuring a 120-watt AM/FM 4-channel receiver with full-range SEA tone control. Gifts, a full range, tapes and albums too, at JVC, lower level 100 Oaks and 323 Broad downtown.
Do you know what the price of parenthood is? How expensive it is to have one child? Well, by the time your child has reached 18, you will have spent for food, clothing, shelter, medical care, education, transportation, and other costs an average of $32,830. With a price of well over $32,000, if you have a child, don't you think you should plan to have the money?
Ray Blanton's headquarters is in the main dining room of the Continental Inn here in Nashville. Let's go there now for this report from Dan Miller.
Thank you, Judd. We have here with us Eddie Sisk, who is Mr. Blanton's campaign coordinator. Eddie, the returns are early, but NBC has projected Mr. Baker the winner. I'd like to get your feelings on this.
Well, I think at this point a projection is unreal, you know, because of the fact that we're expected to vote 14 million voters in this state, and 1,400,000 voters in this state, and there's a little bit over 100,000 votes in at this time. And those votes, I would say, are primarily from East Tennessee, which is heavily Republican, as we all know. So I think that the projection at this time could not be considered to be accurate.
So Senator Baker has not predicted victory yet.
I just saw him on TV. He said he was optimistic, and so are we.
What do you consider the crucial point in the tally, as far as you're concerned?
The crucial point, I don't know what you mean by that.
Well,
Dan.
where will the turning point go as the vote count works westward? Where do you think the crucial point will be?
Well, we expect to do well in both West and Middle Tennessee. So at whatever point in time that those returns can be computed, I think that's the point when the vote will turn.
Okay, Eddie, thank you. Eddie Sisk, the campaign coordinator. We have the congressman here. Congressman Blanton is here. Thank you, Eddie. Hi, Congressman. How are you doing?
Fine. How are you?
Mrs. Blanton, how are you? I'm fine. Well, what are your comments now? Have you seen the returns so far?
I have, and we're most pleased with them because, you know, most of the returns are coming in from East Tennessee. Mm-hmm. And when you're running that kind of percentage, we're very happy with them. Mm-hmm. In fact, the polls haven't even closed here in the metropolitan areas, and we're predicting a real strong victory in those areas. And after all, 22% of the whole votes in the state of Tennessee are in Shelby County. Mm-hmm. And this is where we can really put the frosting on the cake.
Okay. We'll be watching. Thank you very much, Congressman. Congressman Blanton, now back to Judd Collins.
Well, we'll be touching base with all the major headquarters throughout the evening. Partial returns in that Senate race from 46 counties show Howard Baker leading in 26 of them. Democrat Ray Blanton is ahead in 20 of them. And we'll be back here at Election 72 throughout the evening, and we'll rejoining NBC now for the national coverage.
The next local and state returns will be brought to you by the bank with 27 branches in Middle Tennessee, Commerce Union Bank. They'll keep building branches until there's one convenient to everyone. And by the people in your town who bottle Coca-Cola. For the taste of your life, enjoy ice-cold Coca-Cola. It's the real thing.
indicate that if this trend continues, this voting continues across the country like this, President Nixon will be reelected in a landslide, and it may surpass the record popular vote for Lyndon Johnson in 1964. In that year, he got 61.1% of the vote. That was in his race against Goldwater. Now we're going to look at the electoral board showing the total number of electoral votes so far projected. They show 9 states have been projected for President Nixon with a total of 115 electoral votes. Still well short, of course, of the 270 needed to win. So far, no states projected for Senator McGovern. 42 remaining undecided. The 51 includes the District of Columbia. It's, of course, not a vote, not a state. Now we'll look at the states we have projected, and they show this. For President Nixon: Tennessee, Kentucky, Indiana, Ohio, Florida, Georgia, and 2 we have added in the last few minutes: Alabama, South Carolina, and just added now, Virginia. So far, no states projected for Senator McGovern. John?
This is a considerable sweep for President Nixon. The definition of a landslide is not precisely defined by political scientists, but anything over 60% of the vote is a landslide. The biggest landslide in the country's history was in 1964, when Lyndon Johnson got 61.1% of the vote. Our early figures now indicate that if these trends persist, President Nixon may get more than that. Thus, he joins a very exclusive club. Harding got 60.4% of the vote in 1920, and Franklin Roosevelt in 1936 got 60.8%, but those are the only presidents, 3 so far: Johnson, Harding, and Roosevelt, who ever got more than 60% in a presidential election. That could happen tonight. Let's look at the popular tally now, the popular vote that's coming in, 3%. You can see that President Nixon's lead has been holding as we've gone through the last hour or so of tallying these incoming votes. Now coming in from a number of states around the country, the president ahead of the position the public opinion polls indicated he would have. George McGovern slightly below. But still in all, as you can see, the president with a massive lead. Smaller votes for John Schmitz of the American Party and Benjamin Spock with the Peace and Freedom Party. But it looks very much as though President Nixon is going to get something beyond his wildest dreams. A man who was elected to the presidency 4 years ago by 0.7% of the vote in a 3-way race. And as we have pointed out, it looks as though in these southern states at least that the Wallace vote, people who could not vote for George Wallace this year, have turned to President Nixon in sizable numbers. There were polls taken in some of the southeastern states earlier this year that indicated that Wallace voters were going to Nixon at a rate of 10-1. And should it be true that we saw the president's man, Herb Klein, here not long ago, saying he would stick to his prediction that the Republicans would carry everything but West Virginia and Massachusetts today, I presume he includes the District of Columbia, which is heavily, even massively Democratic. That would give 23 electoral votes conceded early in the evening by the Republicans to George McGovern. And from the McGovern camp, we heard earlier when John Dancy reported that they were sure of California, Wisconsin, Massachusetts, South Dakota, the District of Columbia, and Arkansas. That adds up to 83 sure electoral votes. It takes 270 to win an election. Those are some of the dimensions of the story we're covering tonight. One woman turned up in Sagertown, Pennsylvania, and I think that's a typo. I think it's Hagerstown, Pennsylvania. A Crawford County woman turned up at the polling place today, and they said, well, you can't vote, you're dead. And they worked out that little bureaucratic mix-up, and I guess she got to vote. David?
Well, in the case of this lady, it was a bureaucratic mix-up. In the case of many other elections in American history, they have, in fact, been dead.
That's right.
And voted anyway, or had it done for them. Now we're going to look at the states where we have been able to project the outcome in the states, not nationally, in the states, beginning with Tennessee, where some time ago, the polls close early in these states, where some time ago we projected Mr. Nixon. In Kentucky, some new figures coming in from Kentucky while we look at it. The percentage remains the same, 65. Indiana's next, I think. No, Ohio is next. 66% there for Mr. Nixon to 32 for McGovern. Florida, one we've added in the last few minutes. 8% of the vote is in. It appears to us, having analyzed the figures we have, that Mr. Nixon will win that and will win Georgia with 77% of the vote, 23 for McGovern. That's the state-by-state popular vote as we have it now. Now we're going over to Garrick Utley. Garrick?
David, one of the most active areas in the Senate races tonight is the South and the border state area. There are 13 races in all, and we're going to look at 5 of them right now. First of all, in Kentucky, where we have 78% of the votes in, and this has been a close one all night. And the Democratic candidate, Walter Huddleston, has been holding on to a slim lead over former Republican governor of Kentucky, Louis Nunn, 51 to 49%. It's too early to call that one, though, but as we've been watching the figures come in, Huddleston has held on to his lead. Virginia, just a handful of votes in, but what we have is interesting. William Spong is the Democratic incumbent, and he is trailing William Scott, the Republican challenger in Virginia. At the start of the campaign this fall, it was felt that Spong was not in any real trouble, but in the closing weeks, Scott, the challenger, was able to associate Spong with George McGovern, and it has paid off. Scott has waged a very heavy television and radio campaign there in the closing days of the race, and he is now leading, but with very few votes in from Virginia. Alabama, a state down south where John Sparkman is the Democratic incumbent, and no surprises here. Sparkman, with 1% of the vote in, has a wide lead over Winton Blunt, the former Postmaster General in the Nixon administration. Georgia is another southern state where we have an interesting race. It's a Democratic seat formerly held by Richard Russell, who died a year ago. Fletcher Thompson, Republican congressman, is trailing Sam Nunn, the Democratic candidate, by a fairly wide margin, with just 2% of the votes in. We expect that the race here will be much closer than that as additional reports come in. But this is one of the seats the Republicans have hopes of winning away from the Democrats. Tennessee, we already have a winner, Senator Howard Baker, the Republican incumbent, with 61% right now. We project that he will win with about 57%. Now, we're going to go over and see what's happening in the governor's races from Cassie Mack.
Probably 2 of the most interesting governor's races being held tonight are in Illinois and in West Virginia. The reason is there are 2 very strong Democratic candidates trying to defeat 2 Republicans already in office. In Illinois, there is Dan Walker, the Democrat, who has walked all over the state of Illinois, walking Dan Walker, they call him, who is trying to unseat Richard Ogilvie. Governor Ogilvie's in a little trouble in Illinois because he imposed the first state income tax there. And in West Virginia, a Rockefeller who is a Democrat, John D. Rockefeller IV, calls himself J. Rockefeller, is trying to defeat Arch Moore. Moore is trying to be elected to his 2nd term as governor of West Virginia, and he's been a politician in West Virginia for a long time and has always been rather popular. In both of those states, Illinois and West Virginia, the races are so close that none of the poll takers or the experts would call how they would come out. We don't have any returns yet from those 2 states, but we do have live reports. First, in West Virginia, Steve Delaney.
John D. Rockefeller IV has gone a long way since he first appeared here as a social worker 8 years ago. He's now Secretary of State and the Democratic candidate for governor of West Virginia. The polls say he has a razor-thin edge over Arch Moore, the Republican incumbent. Moore has been a popular governor and a tough opponent. The future of strip mining is quite an issue here, and so is the condition of the state's road system. But in a sense, the issue has been J. Rockefeller. He's been called a New York carpetbagger. He's been called a rich man trying to buy his way into office. He has spent money on this campaign. He's used it to get around and become quite well known throughout the state. But he's put up most of the money himself. As he says, it's difficult for a Rockefeller to go out and solicit contributions. He is barely favored by those who hope around here at his headquarters to take it. But he is not the only rich man facing an entrenched incumbent. There's a similar race going on in Illinois for governor, and Dick Kay is covering that one.
Are you done? Here in Illinois, a man who calls himself an independent Democrat, Dan Walker, is challenging a favorite of the Nixon administration, incumbent Governor Richard Ogilvie. If Walker wins the governor's race, he will also win national prominence. Walker, the author of the report which called the 1968 Democratic Convention disorders a police riot, has been campaigning for 2 years. He resigned a $100,000 a year post as a corporate executive, walked 1,200 miles across the state, and beat Chicago Mayor Richard Daley's candidate in the primary. Walker waged an intense person-to-person campaign against Ogilvie, relying on thousands of young voters, criticizing waste in government and high taxes, and promising a government that would listen to people. And tonight, in a state where Republicans are favorites, Dan Walker is in a race too close to call. Dick Kay, NBC News at Dan Walker's headquarters in Chicago. Now back to Cassie Mackin.
Okay, we hope to have some returns for you from those two states pretty soon. But first, this message.
She's a young lady. She's a little girl. She likes to run and jump. She likes to wear pretty grown-up dresses. JCPenney has a whole new collection of young holiday fashions for her, so we can make you both happy for $5 to $15. Yes, she wants to look grown-up, but we know she's still a romping kid. At JCPenney, we know what you're looking for. This is the new JCPenney washer, built to handle up to 18 pounds of heavy clothes, or to machine wash fabrics you normally wash by hand. Just set the dial to the right wash program. It'll do the rest. And this is the matching dryer, with a choice of temperature settings and a special timer. When it's through, it tells you. All totally simple to use. And the price is our second best deed of the year. Our best deed? That's our guarantee. The kind you've always looked for. No ifs, ands, or buts. No small print.
During the first year after purchase, we provide home service parts and labor to repair any defective surface finishes, which are guaranteed for 30 days. During the second year, we provide replacement parts. Labor is extra. During the third, fourth, and fifth years, we provide replacement parts to repair the washer transmission. Labor is extra. Contact us for on-time service.
At JCPenney, we know what you're looking for.
There are two reasons that seem to be apparent tonight for the fact that President Nixon is doing so well, and indeed his returns are showing all the elements of a landslide, perhaps even a greater landslide than Lyndon Johnson got against Barry Goldwater 4 years ago. One of the reasons for this is the fact that the Republicans spent a great deal of money and effort and time this year contacting voters. They believe that by Election Day, it was their plan to have contacted up to 40% of all the eligible voters in the country with a personal visit or a call. This is enormously expensive campaigning in terms of politics. You can buy a television or a radio spot and hope that you have reached a certain number of people. But individual contacts are quite expensive, and they apparently are paying off for the president tonight. For example, during the campaign, Clark McGregor, the president's campaign manager, cut $3.5 million out of the Republican advertising budget so that money could be spent on contacting voters personally. As I say, that is probably one of the significant reasons for the president's showing tonight. The other is the blue-collar vote. For example, let's look at the returns in Ohio as we see them now with 4% in. Nixon doing about twice as well as George McGovern, and the reason for that is that the president is doing well with blue-collar workers. In other states, we find with middle-income workers as well. And Douglas Kiker has an analysis of this theme for us in Washington.
The preliminary indications are that there's going to be a sizable switch in blue-collar voting all over the nation, from Democratic columns to Republican columns. And this could contribute significantly to President Nixon's lead. The blue-collar vote is a swing vote in presidential elections. It represents about 40% of the national total. And it's even higher in the big swing states. For example, in Michigan, it's 60%. In Pennsylvania, it's 61%. In Ohio, it's 60%. The polls showed that President Nixon was ahead 55 to 45% among blue-collar workers. Well, we have our first blue-collar results in now from Indiana and Ohio. We'll take a look at them. All the blue-collar results are in from Indiana. That represents about 1/3 of the vote in Indiana. And President Nixon is getting 58% of the blue-collar vote, an increase of 23%. George McGovern is getting 42%. It appears in Indiana about all the blue-collar vote is going, the Wallace vote is going to President Nixon. In Ohio, where the blue-collar vote is 1/3 of the vote, President Nixon is not doing so well. He's getting only 42%, but that represents an increase of 19%. We'll be keeping a close watch on these blue-collar votes in other states as the evening progresses, because this switch of the blue-collar vote, of the average working man and woman to the Republican column, is going to be one of the big stories in this election. Now to Ed Newman.
Well, another of the big stories, Doug, of course, is what effect all of this is going to have on control of the House and control of the Senate. And at the moment, it does not appear that the big victory President Nixon is evidently winning is having an effect in the House. I won't say it is not going to have an effect in the House, but I think we can't say at this stage that in the returns we have so far, it has not had an effect. Look at the state of the parties in the House as it stands now. There has been a change of 1 seat from the Democrats to the Republicans, and the magic figure for the Republicans is 39. They need a net gain of 39 to take outright control of the House and organize it. So far they have got 1. Now, these are early times, but there is evidence of so much ticket splitting that it may be that the president's victory is not going to express itself very much in the House. Take the state of Kentucky. There are 7 House seats in Kentucky. The Democrats have held 5, the Republicans 2, and at the moment the Democrats still have 4 of them and appear to be on their way to victory in the 5th, which would mean no change in Kentucky. Look further at the 3rd district of Kentucky, where Romano Mazzoli is the Democratic candidate. In 1970, Mazzoli won by 200 votes. There was no closer race in the country. Now see what he's doing this time. He was helped by redistricting. He happens to be also an extremely effective candidate. But you can see that whatever strength the president has not rubbed off on the Republican candidate, Phil Kalin Jr. One last point, the presidential vote is running about 68% to 31% so far for the president. In the national computation in House races, it's about 51% for the Republicans and 48% to the Democrats, which is quite a difference. Now, if we look at the Senate races, Garrett up.
And Ed, we have 3 winners, NBC News projects. First of all, in Mississippi, none of the 3 are surprises. In Mississippi, least of all, Senator James O. Eastland is projected to win with 67% of the votes. This is the way the vote stands right now. It shows that Senator Eastland is leading his opponent by a wide margin. Gil Carmichael never really had a chance. Not only was he low on campaign funds, but President Nixon wouldn't endorse him. President Nixon said that he liked Eastland's voting record and that the White House was backing the Democratic candidate. Senator Eastland will be returning to the Senate for his 6th term. He's been there since 1942. In Alabama, we have another winner, John Sparkman, the incumbent Democrat. We project that he will win with 61% of the vote. Sparkman, of course, 20 years ago tonight was the Democratic vice presidential candidate running with Adlai Stevenson. He lost in 1952, but he'll be going back to the Senate for another term. And we also have returns from West Virginia. And in West Virginia, it shows that Senator Jennings Randolph, the Democratic incumbent, will win. NBC News projects that he will win by 63%. Right now, he is just 1 percentage point under that. His opponent is Louise Leonard of West Virginia, Republican, the only woman challenger in the Senate races this year. And we now have one more result. That is in Illinois, where we project that Republican incumbent Charles Percy will win. He is running against Democratic challenger Roman Puchinski, a Democratic congressman. Percy right now has 47%, if Chris Chizky is 53%. We must say, though, that these first results are coming from the Chicago area. The fact that Percy is running so strong, we think means that he will win. We project he will win with 63% in Illinois. That's the situation right now in the Senate, and we'll have more election returns after this message from J.C. Penney.
Whenever I used to buy slacks, I'd have this little argument with myself. Get something dressy for once to go with that handsome phase. Dressy, who cares? Just so long as it's no bother. Get something you can wash. I never could make up our mind until J.C. Penney did it for us. What style, what a crease. And they really give. I love them. And they're washable 4-trail polyester. Beautiful. And that's all it took. The J.C. Penney slack. Only $13. Only at J.C. Penney.
First day on the job, huh, kid? Well, relax. Let me show you around. This is the J.C. Penney Otigre tire. It's a great fiberglass belted tire, and we've got it to fit practically every size car in America. You remember that? That's our powerhouse, the Survivor 60. It puts out the power needed to start a cold, cranky engine, even in the dead of winter. And over here, you'll find all of our parts and accessories. By the way, do you know how to write up a charge sale? Good. Oh, this is our muscle gear. Headers, carbs, distributors, you name it. Over there are the gas pumps. And here's our top-notch service department. Remember this, we grew from one auto center in 1963 to 311 of them today. We've done okay because we know what people are looking for. Okay, kid, here's your big chance. You're on your own.
We're more than just a department store for your car. We're people, too. At J.C. Penney, we know what you're looking for.
There's 2 bias plies of polyester cord laid bead to bead, supported by 2 fiberglass.
Nice boy. Reminds me of myself.
Before we all get carried away in this tangle of numbers we've got here, I would like just for a minute to say a word about a former candidate for public office named William O'Neill. He ran for county judge in Arizona in the 1880s. His campaign consisted of saying, folks, nobody asked me to run. I don't have any special qualifications. Anybody in the county could do the job as well as I can, but it's an easy job and it pays well, and I'd like to have it. And he won. There's a statue of him now in the county courthouse, more than happens to most politicians. Honesty will get you a long way in politics.
Channel 4's election coverage continues, brought to you by Commerce Union Bank with 27 branches in Middle Tennessee. When an area like Middle Tennessee grows, a bank that helps grows along with it. And by the people in your town who bottle Coca-Cola. Wherever you go, whatever you do, go first class with ice-cold Coke. It's the real thing.
38% of the precincts in Tennessee give President Nixon 211,000, McGovern 84,000. In the state Senate race between Howard Baker and Ray Blanton, Senator Baker has 185,000, Blanton 114,000, 38% of the precincts in that report. In the contest for Public Service Commissioner, Bob Clement with 29,000, Garland 26,000, and 11% of the precincts in that report.
Right, Judd. We have a projection on the Public Service Commission race where Bob Clement, according to our projection precincts, will get 58% of the vote, and it appears that Bob Clement will be the next Public Service Commissioner.
And as you've seen, the lead that Beard has over his opponent, Bill Anderson, at the moment. The polls still are not closed in the 5th District. However, the Adams headquarters is the scene of much activity, as is the Fulton headquarters. We're going to switch to the headquarters of Alf Adams at the Mediterranean Room of the Sheraton downtown, and here's Dave Daughtry.
Thank you very much, Judd. As you can see, things have changed from our last report. Quite a few people have gathered here at the Sheraton now, and with us is the candidate himself, Alf Adams. Alf, you've been quite confident these last few days. How do you feel at this hour?
Well, Dave, we've had a real good day. Everything went just as we expected to, and I would say that we feel in real good shape. Everything that we had planned went off. You know, we've had a real hard campaign. We've worked well. All of my volunteers have turned out today, and they worked real hard. You know, we made 24,000 telephone calls in one day, and we think that it's really going to put us on the top.
There are some indications in the first initial return, something like 26 precincts in the absentee voting, that you are trailing at this time, but it looks to be fairly close.
Well, I understand it is fairly close, and the absentee ballots don't worry me. They're not a very big factor in the total count, and I don't believe they've even counted the absentee ballots in the part of town where we expect to run good and strong.
Where do you expect to run good and strong?
Well, I was raised out around West End High School. I would say from Charlotte Road all the way around to Franklin Road, something like that. But we've got a lot of support all over the whole district, including Robertson and Cheatham counties. So we just feel real good about it.
You said earlier that you felt you also needed to carry that area around Charlotte Pike.
We do. We're counting on that area around Charlotte Pike quite a bit.
There are some indications today that there may have been a lighter black vote than expected. Al, do you expect this to help your campaign?
Probably so. I heard Mr. Fulton say on television or radio just yesterday that he usually gets a large black vote, which is true. And while I hope to get a good segment of that vote, perhaps he would get more of it than I would.
Do you think there's a chance you can carry Robertson and Cheatham counties?
Well, I've done a lot of work in both of those counties. You know, they're traditionally Democratic counties, but we've made a mighty good appeal, and we've got an awful lot of good friends up there. So we expect to run strong in both of those counties.
NBC has already projected Mr. Nixon the winner in Tennessee, and there's been much talk during this campaign of Republicans riding the coattails of the president.
Well, I'm not riding the coattails of the president, but I'm certainly glad to be running with him, and I think that the predictions are true. He will run strong in Tennessee, and it certainly will help me. I acknowledge that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Adams. We'll see you later tonight.
Thank you so much.
This is Dave Daughtry at Sheridan Campaign Headquarters for Alf Adams.
Congressman Fulton's headquarters is out on Gallatin Road. Channel 4 News' Bob Jordan is there with the congressman at the moment.
Thank you, Judd. There is, as you can hear here, quite an air of optimism as well. Congressman Fulton is coming out now. Good afternoon, Congressman Fulton. As of yet, no returns have come in so far, but I know you all have been watching key precincts. What do you expect for tonight?
Well, I'm expecting, Bob, without sounding overly confident, after having visited over 25 precincts today, both in East Nashville, West Nashville, South Nashville, and North Nashville, I must say that I was just so pleased with the reception that I had at the polls, with the workers at the polls, as well as with those that were going to vote. It's just been most gratifying.
Now, there is some indication, some slight indication that the absentee ballots are in your favor. What, do you see this as an indication?
Well, yes, because I think historically the absentee ballots normally have been cast more by Republicans than they have by Democrats, and at least that has been so in previous elections. And if that is so, and I am running in the neighborhood of 2.5 to 3 to 1 in the absentee ballots that have been counted thus far, then I would expect to be running equally as well at most of the precincts, and I don't see how we could duplicate the victory of August the 3rd, but certainly it looks as if we're on our way to a victory.
There have been reports of the weather keeping down the vote in certain populations, especially in North Nashville and the black area. Do you expect this to hurt you any?
Well, of course, I have always received a very substantial support in the North Nashville, the West Nashville, or in the black community. This I've been grateful for, and I think that they have turned out today, at least while I was visiting those precincts, they were voting.
Well, thank you, Congressman Fulton. We'll come back to you a bit later in the evening. Congressman Fulton here at his headquarters on Gallatin Road, and now back to Judd and Floyd.
All right, we'll be switching back to those headquarters through the course of the evening. We have early returns. I say early returns. This is one precinct. The Waverly-Belmont box is in, and Fulton has 96 votes. Adams, 36 votes.
Judd, excuse me, that's one machine out of Waverly-Belmont. One
There's
voting
more than one machine there,
right.
Apparently, right?
And that's not the total precincts yet, but those are the earliest returns that are available.
Yes, we're still 1 minute from 7, and officially the polls haven't closed yet. We'll be back after this message.
An emergency or a disaster? It's an emergency if you can do something about it, and a disaster if you can't. The difference between an emergency and a disaster could be the dollars that you've saved at Commerce Union Bank.
She's the hills, she's the beautiful and sip Coke in the shade of her touch. Her beauty will be mine forever, 'cause I've learned to love her enough. Like
Well, we're still awaiting the returns from Metro, and the polls are closing at the moment. And on our next report, we'll have updated figures on the 5th District race. Dixon, Baker, Clement, and Beard are the leaders at this moment, and Anderson leading Rao in the 5th to 6th District legislative race. We'll go back to NBC. We'll be with you in a few minutes.
The next local and state returns will be brought to you by the bank with 27 branches in Middle Tennessee, Commerce Union Bank. They'll keep building branches until there's one convenient to everyone. And by Morris Warehouse Showrooms and Morris JVC Sound Centers. WSM-TV, Nashville.
It's not a state.
Well, we're still awaiting the returns from Metro, and the polls are closing at the moment. And on our next report, we'll have updated figures on the 5th District race. Dixon, Baker, Clement, and Beard are the leaders at this moment, and Anderson leading Rao in the 5th to 6th District legislative race. We'll go back to NBC. We'll be with you in a few minutes.
The next local and state returns will be brought to you by the bank with 27 branches in Middle Tennessee, Commerce Union Bank. They'll keep building branches until there's one convenient to everyone. And by Morris Warehouse Showrooms and Morris JVC Sound Centers. WSM-TV, Nashville.
It's not a state. In the McGovern column, the District of Columbia, overwhelmingly black and Democratic, was never claimed by the Republicans this year in any way and was regarded as a certainty to go to McGovern, and it has gone to McGovern tonight. And as we say, with 2, 4, 6, 8, with about almost a dozen and a half states already in the Nixon column, so far in George McGovern's column, only the District of Columbia. David?
We have some new projections in some new states based on returns from those states where the polls are already closed, including this one. It'll be more bad news for the McGovern side. This is one of the states they really hoped to win, and one the Republicans did not even claim, West Virginia. Our projection, based on the figures we have in hand, is that Nixon will win West Virginia with 58% of the vote. That was one of the few states that in 1968 Mr. Nixon did not win. This time, by our projection, he will. We also have some others. Illinois. For 13 presidential elections in a row, Illinois has voted for the winner. If you want to pick one state in the Union that most accurately reflects the entire makeup of the United States in terms of wealth, urban, rural ratio, and so on, Illinois is about the best you can do. West Virginia, we've just mentioned. New Hampshire for Nixon. No surprise there. It's gone Republican every election in this century except for the Goldwater election. And North Carolina, usually Democratic. We have projected those states for Nixon, giving him a total so far of 174 electoral votes. John?
And it is interesting. New totals in the 6th District congressional race, where incumbent William R. Anderson has just pulled ahead of his Republican challenger Robin Beard. He now has 17,284 votes to Robin Beard's 17,012 votes, and the American Party candidate Bill Doss's 676 votes. We'll now join David Brinkley and John Chancellor.
With 59%, our projected victory margin for the president means that he could have as much as 56% of the votes on the one hand, or over 60%, 62% on the other hand. 62% would make him the winner of an enormous landslide. Let's look at the popular vote as it stands now. 5% of it in, mainly in the East, the South, and the Middle West. The president's margin of victory holding as it has held, almost increased a little bit as it has throughout the evening. George McGovern still, as he has been for about the last hour, at 32%. John Schmitz, the American Party, with a smaller vote there. Benjamin Spock of the People's Party with an even smaller vote. Now this, of course, translates into electoral votes. 270 of those needed to win. And we now have awarded 15 states to the president with a total of 174 electoral votes, 1 electoral unit to McGovern with 3 electoral votes. 35 states still to come in this election, 361 electoral votes still to be tabulated. Now, here's Garrick Utley.
We're keeping track of 33 Senate races this evening, and we have winners projected in some of them. That doesn't mean that all the votes have been counted in these states, but it means that enough votes have been counted so that we think we know who's going to win in them. Most of them, of the 7, all of except 1 are from the South or border state area, so let's look at them and see who has won. First of all, in the state of Tennessee, Howard Baker, the Republican incumbent, won. We project that he will win with 57% of the vote, which is about what he got last time when he ran. Mississippi, James O. Eastland is the projected winner with 67% of the vote. A large majority for Eastland, also expected. The same goes for Alabama, where John Sparkman, the Democratic incumbent, is rolling to an easy victory with more than 60% of the vote expected to go into his column. West Virginia, Democratic incumbent Jennings Randolph, 63% is what we expect he'll end up when all the votes are counted in West Virginia. He defeated a woman candidate, Louise Leonard, the Republican. Illinois, Charles Percy, liberal Republican senator, is the projected winner in Illinois. He's trying to roll up a large margin there to show that he is a man who can get votes in a potential Republican presidential candidate in 1976. South Carolina, Strom Thurmond, with about 68% of the vote projected. That's what he got 6 years ago, too. The one surprise is Georgia. A surprise that we can project the winner, Sam Nunn, this early in the evening. We project that he will win 60% of the votes over the Republican. This is a Republican opponent, Fletcher Thompson, a congressman from Georgia. This is significant because the Republicans were hoping to pick up this Democratic seat formerly held by Senator Richard Russell. It appears now they will not. Another close race expected is from Texas, sometimes described as a southern state, sometimes called a western state. It is a very big state, a very important state, and there the race is between the conservative Republican incumbent John Tower and the Democratic challenger Barefoot Sanders. And we must tell you that Barefoot is not his nickname, it's his real name. It was the maiden name of his grandmother. So Barefoot Sanders versus John Tower. We don't have any results to speak of from Texas, but we do have a report from Don Oliver.
You might remember that 11 years ago, when John Tower was elected to senator from Texas, he was the first Republican senator elected from this state in nearly 100 years. Now, even though Richard Nixon apparently is going to carry this state, and carry it handily, John Tower is thought to be in trouble here. Most of the voters in Texas consider themselves to be Democrats. The first 2 times that Tower won, the turnout was light. Liberal Democrats, for whatever reason, stayed away from the polls. This time, however, there is expected to be a record turnout in the state of Texas, something that Tower has never had to face before. His opponent is Barefoot Sanders, who was an aide to President Johnson. In recent weeks, he has come on strong. The question here really is whether a Democrat, going into the voting booth, whether or not he'll vote for a Republican president, and then also vote for a Republican senator. There is another Republican in trouble. He's in Michigan. The report here is Irving R. Levine in Detroit.
The Republican whip in the Senate, Robert Griffin, had a comfortable 10% lead in the polls a month ago, but just before the voting, his Democratic challenger, State Attorney General Frank Kelly, narrowed that lead to just 4 percentage points. That was too close for the pollsters to predict the winner. The campaign was fought on the issue of busing. Each candidate claimed that he could do more than the other to prevent the court-ordered busing of 800,000 Detroit area school children. President Nixon visited Michigan twice to try to save Senator Griffin's seat. Nevertheless, Griffin believes that one reason that his lead slipped is because some voters grew skeptical about President Nixon's assurances of peace in Vietnam.
Just a scattering returns are in the 5th District congressional race. 3% of the precincts reporting, showing a close race between Richard Fulton and Alf Adams. Fulton with 1,691, Adams with 1,047. In the 6th District, Anderson now with 17,284. He's pulled ahead of Robin Beard, who is at this report with 37% of the precincts, 17,012, indicating a close race as it has been throughout the evening. Now let's rejoin NBC.
Krebs. Senator Case, the projected leader, with a winner with 68% of the vote in the state of New Jersey. We'll have more returns after this message.
If you're looking for a way to say who you are for the holidays, we'll help you sew who you are. So much fun to do when you sew what you know is really you.
Sew up a sensation this holiday season with JCPenney's big, beautiful collection of holiday fabrics. You'll find the most stunning prints priced from just $2.99 a yard to sew what you know is you.
We know what you're looking for. We know what you're looking for.
You got trouble coming, Big Jake.
All you really want out of a color TV is great-looking color, but sometimes what you really get is trouble. This is the new JCPenney 19-inch solid-state color portable. We designed it to minimize trouble. It's got our Chroma Bright black matrix picture tube, so you'll enjoy clear, bright, beautiful color pictures. All you have to do is look. Our Chroma-Lock circuit helps keep the color and tint in line, even when you change the channel. And because solid-state circuits stay cooler than tubes, they don't burn out as quickly. But if trouble comes around, this set's easy to fix. The plug-in circuit panels can be replaced in minutes. With all this, you'd expect the price to give you trouble. The JCPenney price? $419.95. If you're looking for trouble, mister, look someplace else. At JCPenney, we know what you're looking for.
We're back. And John, I've been looking at some of the states where the polls are closed, and we have fairly substantial numbers of figures. And in Illinois, for example, as in nearly all of them, it is interesting to note, as we did note earlier, that the Republican vote in this case, this year, by our projection, the Republican vote is roughly the same as the combined Nixon and Wallace vote 4 years ago, which is to say that the Democratic vote this time has remained approximately where it was 4 years ago, but the Wallace votes and the Nixon votes combined are what Mr. Nixon is winning this time. I don't mean to say, of course, that everyone who voted for Wallace last time is voting for Mr. Nixon this time, but it is apparent that the percentages come out about the same.
Well, and what's apparent is that the president has, through his policies and his perceived policies, won the Wallace vote.
Yeah, no question about that. I think we knew that ahead of time from polling and other techniques. John?
We have another state of which we are awarding to President Nixon. No real surprise here, New Jersey. We project that President Nixon will carry the state of New Jersey with its 17 electoral votes with 56% of the vote. This broadcast that you're looking at is being seen all over the world. Our pictures and our projections and our numbers are being carried in Britain, throughout Scandinavia, in every country in Western Europe, in Switzerland, in Austria, in Israel, in Mexico, and in Japan. And some of those are carrying parts of us in English, and so we can't handle hello or good evening or whatever it is in your time zone in most of those languages, but we're very happy to have all of you overseas watching our program tonight. We've been making some tabulations on what used to be one of the solid political cliches in this country, the solid Democratic South. It is no longer solid Democratic. It hasn't been for a while, but it's very interesting when you look at all of the statistics. From the year 1880 until 1964, just about, the Republicans did not carry a single southern state in a presidential election. That's a colossal record in a large and important part of the country for 84 years, 1880 until 1964. It began to break apart, the solid South, when Harry Truman, running in 1948, lost 4 states to the States' Rights Party. But those were not really Republicans. And it wasn't until Barry Goldwater came along in 1964, carrying 5 states in the South, that the Solid South began to crumble. The Solid South, from a presidential point of view, has now been won, or will, I think, be won later this evening by President Nixon. George McGovern didn't even bother to campaign in most of those states, knowing it was a lost cause for him this year. And the South may be, you can't say for sure, a lost cause for the Democratic Party for a long time to come. It is just possible, given the size of the apparent presidential victory tonight. Douglas Kiker, do you have anything to add to that?
John, the results are still not big enough for us to really make any wide-ranging assumptions, but I want to read them to you anyhow. First of all, President Nixon is carrying the South overwhelmingly. He's getting 68% of the vote, 35% swing towards him. And most all of it appears to be voters who voted for George Wallace 4 years ago. However, in the South, where the Republicans hope to help capture control of the Senate by taking some seats down there, they don't appear to be doing very well. Senator Sparkman, Senator Eastland, Senator Thurman, Sam Nunn of Georgia, Jennings Randolph of Virginia are all pretty much carrying their weight. However, the very interesting thing is in the House races. In 1968, in the House races, the South voted 64% Republican, 64% Democratic, 35% Republican. This time, it's splitting about 50-50. And in fact, the Republicans are ahead at the moment, taking 50% of the vote in the South, and the Democrats only taking 49. So as I say, you're going to have to wait a little while to see what happens, but this could be very significant because Southerners have a habit of re-electing the representatives they elect, be they Democrat or Republican. So this could give the Republican Party a sizable base to build on if they win some House seats down there.
Well, Doug, if I can just come in on that for a minute, it's been very interesting, I'm sure to you as it was to me, that to learn how the Democratic Southern state parties are trying to get around the fact that lots of Southerners are now voting Republican for president. It used to be fairly easy to vote a straight ticket in the South. Quite easy in the Democratic days when Democratic presidents were pulling in Democratic congressmen and senators and governors. But now, in Georgia, for example, there are 2 separate levers you pull when you're in the polling booth. You can't pull one and vote for the whole ticket. And in Alabama, Doug, they have taken the most important election on the ballot, the presidential election, and they have put it down right at the bottom of the ballot so that it takes a distinct effort to vote one party for the presidency and the other party for local and state and congressional offices. And I think that is what we're seeing tonight from these early figures. Would you agree?
I would agree with that. I would also make one other point, and that is that from these early figures, it appears that the Republican Party just may be becoming the white man's party in the South. It's too early to tell yet. Southern Democratic politicians certainly have their work cut out for them because all of our figures so far show the Wallace vote, which was the white man's vote, if you want to call it that in the South, all of it, practically all of it, going to Richard Nixon. As I say, we'll see, and I'll be giving you this as it comes in. Right now to Cassie Mackey.
Okay, in the governor's races now, we have another projected winner. In West Virginia, NBC News now is projecting that Arch Moore, the present Republican governor, will be reelected. We are projecting that Governor Moore will get 54% of the vote. Governor Moore then will be defeating Jay Rockefeller, and this is going to be a big disappointment to the Democratic Party. They were hoping that in this election, Jay Rockefeller would win and that they then would have a new national prominent Democratic star, but it doesn't look like that's going to happen, at least not according to our prediction. We now have 4% of the vote in, and NBC News is projecting that Governor Arch Moore will win with 54% of the vote. Right now, Governor Moore has 53% of the vote, and Jay Rockefeller 47% of the vote. Another very interesting race, another very close race, a race that the Democrats are hoping that they will win, is in Illinois. And there, we just have scatter returns, no actual percentage of the vote. Right now, Dan Walker, the Democrat, is given 66% of the vote, and Richard Ogilvie, the present Republican governor, has 34% of the vote. Okay, and that's the returns we have now for you in the governor's races, and we'll have more election coverage after this message.
your jacket. It's from Rawhide Readers, right?
No.
Little Beaver Stitching Post?
No.
Function Junction Leathers?
No.
If you want a split cowhide jacket that looks like it was made for you, but doesn't cost like it, there's only one place to go.
Manny's Tannery.
No. J.C. Penney.
Wow.
Diamonds. There's almost nothing people spend more on but know less about. Even up this close, they're a blind purchase. After all, how do you know what to look for when you don't know what you're looking at? You can only trust someone who does. At J.C. Penney, we know what we're looking at. You can be confident of that. Every diamond is meticulously inspected twice, expertly weighed and graded, priced accordingly. We know you're getting a superb value, a value our time payment plan puts within reach. Just to prove a point, this diamond, which looks so magnificent to you, isn't magnificent at all. In fact, it's so full of flaws you'd never find it in a J.C. Penney store. This is a J.C. Penney diamond. To the untrained eye, they're much the same. To our jewelers, they're the difference between knowing what you're looking for and what you're looking at. At J.C. Penney, we know what you're looking for.
At this hour, NBC News is able to project President Nixon as the winner in the state of Maryland with 62% of the vote. That could be called Agnew's revenge. Vice President Agnew, a Marylander, saw his state go to Hubert Humphrey 4 years ago, but this time, with 62% of the vote, it's safely in President Nixon's column. We'd like to look at the Kentucky returns now to show you something interesting that's going on in terms of coattails. On our board, we can see with 89% of the vote in, and that's the vote, President Nixon holding with 64% of the vote in the state of Kentucky, George McGovern with 35%. That, incidentally, that 64% was our projected margin of victory for the president. But if you go to the Senate race in Kentucky, you find that Mr. Nixon's coattails may not be working quite that well. And here's Garrick Utley to talk about that.
They aren't, John. Kentucky's Senate race has been the closest and most exciting race all evening. The figures tell the story. With 89% of the votes, almost all of them tabulated, we have Walter Huddleston, the Democratic candidate, leading barely 51% to 48% for former Kentucky Governor Louis Nunn, a Republican. Neither man is an incumbent. The incumbent is Republican Senator John Sherman Cooper, who is retiring. And, of course, what makes this interesting is that it shows that President Nixon has not been able to help Louis Nunn very much in Kentucky. In fact, we see that Huddleston, the Democratic candidate, is doing well in Louisville. He's cutting into the traditional Republican vote there. Although President Nixon is carrying Louisville without any real trouble. Even though we have 89% of the vote in, or 90% of the vote in now, our fearless forecasters still are not at the point where they feel they can call it, but Huddleston is holding his lead. He's been holding it all night. John?
We have two more projected states for you. One, President Nixon to win the state of Kansas with 7 electoral votes by 63% of the vote, and President Nixon to win Pennsylvania's 27 votes with 61% of the vote. And I think David Brinkley has just been handed another projection. David?
I have, John. It's Connecticut. Our projection is that
Channel 4's election coverage continues, brought to you by Commerce Union Bank with 27 branches in Middle Tennessee. When an area like Middle Tennessee grows, a bank that helps grows along with it. And by Morris Warehouse Showrooms and Morris JVC Sound Centers.
There are more than 246,000 voters in the 5th district.
Okay.
And in the congressional race, Dick Fulton now has 23,886. Adams has 13,261. 40% of the precincts in this report. In the 6th district, a close contest between Bill Anderson and Robin Beard. Anderson with 23,000, Beard 22,000, and 48% of the precincts in the 6th district are in this report. Now let's see how some of the other elections have fared metro-wise. 41% of the precincts give President Nixon 20,000, McGovern 13,000. In the U.S. Senate race, Baker with 17,000 and Blanton 14,000. 41% of the precincts and 39% of the precincts show Bob Clement with 19,000 and Tom Garland with 10,000. Here are some of the legislative races which are of interest to thousands in this area. The incumbent, Charles Robinson, leading Ben Cantrell, 2,400 to 1,100 with half the precincts reporting. That's the 51st district. In the 53rd district, Victor Ellis with 1,300 and Francis Doyle running this time as an independent, 316. 27% of the precincts in the 53rd district. In the 54th, Harold Love, 1,746. Two independents contesting that race. Dr. Mitchell with 1,172, Dr. D. Brown 333. In the 55th, Mike Murphy with 1,590, Bob Ferris with 1,054. That's with 33% of the precincts reporting in the 55th district. In the 56th, Mary Anderson, 1,964, and Jim Rao, 1,495. 33% of the precincts in the 56th district. In the 57th, Marvin Hopper, 3,656, and Helen Bain, 1,938. That's with 45 precincts reporting. In the 59th, we have Clark with 1,520, Gene Rudisill with 792, 25% of the precincts. And half the precincts in this report show House Speaker Jim McKinney with 2,114, Jim McLean, 1,272. In the congressional race now, 49% of the precincts give Dick Fulton 32,000, Alf Adams 16,000, Douglas 231, and Galvani 56. That's with 49% of the votes in, and 17% of the precincts in this report give Bob Clement 46,000, Tom Garland 36,000. 17% of the state totals in that report. We'll have a report from Republican headquarters in a minute, but right now we're going to pause for this message.
Where do you want your bank? You want it as convenient as possible. You want it near where you live, near where you shop, near where you work. That's why Commerce Union Bank puts the emphasis on branch banking. And that's the reason we're building more branches this year. And we will keep building branch banks until there is one convenient to everyone.
Morris Warehouse Showrooms is the biggest thing that ever happened to furniture buyers in Middle Tennessee.
You can browse for hours through over 200 fully decorated showrooms full of name brand merchandise, all under one roof. Our huge warehouse with its own railroad siding and efficient handling methods allows us to buy big, save big, and pass the savings on to you. Not on a few items, but on every item every day. Come on out to Morris Warehouse Showrooms, Centennial across from Ford.
Governor Dana, I understand that Mr. Clement and Mr. Fulton this evening are doing quite well on the Democrat side. Does this say that the Republicans perhaps aren't doing as well as expected in all areas?
Well, of course, I've expected and hoped for a victory for all Republican candidates. I think the national results and some of the statewide results indicate that things are going relatively well. How they'll go on individual races, I think we're all not in a position to say at this time because the vote is far from being in. I'm very hopeful that Alf Adams, one of the finest men I've ever met in my life, will be elected the congressman from the 5th District. I'm very hopeful that Senator Garland will also do extremely well, but only time will tell.
Governor, we've heard in talking to candidates during the race that some Republican senators have been, there's been some dissatisfaction with you over the Supreme Court vacancy and the East Tennessee Medical School. Can you comment on that? Is there a unity problem?
Oh, no unity problem at all. I think the Republican Party is probably as well unified as any group of independent people could possibly be. They're not members of any herd, the Republicans. They are very independent, and I respect and admire that. And if I thought they were all going to agree with me, I would figure somebody had quit thinking, and I don't think that's healthy.
Well, Governor, I understand the Adams has had a special dinner here this evening. Can you tell us? I understand you had something to do with it.
Well, I'd like to give credit to Betty Dunn. We drove over this afternoon and took a beautiful big jug of hot homemade vegetable soup a beautiful pan of cornbread, piping hot, and a lovely chest pie. And we took it to the Adams for their snack before coming down, because I recall so vividly how wonderful our friends were to us in Memphis, and we wanted to reciprocate.
Appreciate it very much, Governor. Thank you, sir. This is Carolyn Lawrence reporting from Republican headquarters at the Sheraton Hotel.
Some interesting comments from the governor, and here's some figures on the congressional race. Fulton has now 41,000. Adams has 23,000, and 62% of the precincts are in that report. One item of interest, final unofficial returns in Murfreesboro have given approval to the referendum to legalize the sale of liquor in that city. With all 9 precincts and all absentee ballots counted, those for the proposal registered 1,060 more votes than those against it. That means businesses can legally sell liquor within the Murfreesboro city limits. There are some other referendum questions throughout the state. We hope to have information on that throughout the course of the evening. 64% of the precincts show Fulton with 43,000, Adams with 23,000. In the 6th district, Anderson with 27,000, Beard 25,000, 60% of the precincts in that report.
Judd, in looking at the 5th congressional district now, with the returns that we have, with Richard Fulton at 44,874, with 66% of the precincts in, our projection shows Richard Fulton will get about 62% of the vote totally, to Adams 38% when the final analysis ends. So Richard Fulton has been reelected to a 6th term in Congress, and we're now going to Richard Fulton's headquarters, and here's Bob Jordan.
We're here live, Congressman Fulton. We have just projected you as the winner here. Would you like to accept that and make any type of statement?
Really not yet, Bob. I'd like to wait until more of the returns are in. Well, if it's all right with you, I'd sort of like to wait till there's really a decisive margin, and wait to hear from my opposition. I think it would be in ill taste for me to say that I accepted victory until I hear from him.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
That's the way it stands here.
Okay, Bob, and one other thing, Judd, we've got some totals now on. Our last totals on the 5th district show Richard Fulton with 49,993, Alf Adams 27,585 to Douglas's 344. New totals now 50,754 to Adams 28,284. We should say that in looking at one thing, Judd, in the legislature, the Republicans have defeated one incumbent Democrat in Upper East Tennessee. Paris Coffey's been defeated by his Republican opponent, so the governor has now picked up 1 seat in the legislature. The question is whether across the state he can pick up some more.
In the 1st district, Republican Jim Quillen is an easy winner over Democrat Bernard Cantor. In the 4th district, Joe Evans was likewise an easy winner over Billy Joe Finney. And in the 7th district, Ed Jones had no trouble defeating Republican Stockton Adkins. John Duckin was not opposed in his bid for re-election. We now have 74% of the vote in the 5th district, showing Dick Fulton with 52,000, Adams at 29,000.
Judson, we should say that in the state Senate, Senator Ernest Crouch has won in McMinnville in his district, beating his Republican opponent by 4-1. And we should make note that here in Nashville, Lloyd McKelvey, now Representative McKelvey, Gentry Crowell in Lebanon, Stanley Rogers in Manchester, John Bragg in Murfreesboro, Marvin Fleming here in Nashville, Charles Pruitt, John Hicks, Cletus McWilliams, Clarence Phillips, and W.R. Spotlow in Lewisburg are all elected to the state legislature without opposition.
I guess we also should mention Jim Robertson and Jerry Agee in the Senate.
Right.
Well, we'll be reviewing the vote for you. We'll not be bashful in giving you the vote totals here during the NBC coverage. We'll return to the network now and be back in a few minutes.
The next local and state returns will be brought to you by the people in your town who bottle Coca-Cola. For the taste of your life, enjoy ice-cold Coca-Cola. It's the real thing. And by the bank with 27 branches in Middle Tennessee, Commerce Union Bank. They'll keep building branches until there's one convenient to everyone.
That's where the popular vote stands at this moment. 3.5 million for Mr. Nixon, 67%. About 1.75 million for McGovern, 32%. The minor parties with minor votes. Some changes coming in now. The ratio remains roughly the same. Again, our projection that Mr. Nixon is the winner with about 60% of the popular vote. John?
Now, let's have a look at the victory board, as we call it. The victory board is where we have put the states won so far in our projections by the candidates. And here's what it looks like. Here's how it came in this evening as the votes unfolded across the country. Tennessee, Kentucky, Indiana, Ohio. Ohio, McGovern was in 13 times and Nixon 1 time during the campaign. Florida, solid Nixon country. Georgia, part of the new Republican presidential South. Alabama, South Carolina, Virginia, Mississippi. Vermont, no surprise there. Illinois, always a hotly contested state and a barometric state. West Virginia, a surprise, going to the Republicans. New Hampshire, not a surprise. North Carolina, not a surprise. Oklahoma had been predicted for President Nixon, as had New Jersey. Maryland, lost by the Republicans last time. Agnew's revenge back in the Republican column. Pennsylvania, a decisively important state for the Democrats, gone tonight to the Republicans. Kansas, no surprise. Connecticut had been predicted. Texas, the Democrats had hoped to carry, but Nixon took it without much trouble. And finally, Tom Eagleton, Senator Eagleton's home state, he possibly having had something to do with what's going on tonight. Missouri in the Republican column. 289 electoral votes now with Missouri added. 23 states for the president. 1 electoral unit, the District of Columbia, going to George McGovern, giving him a score of 3 electoral votes to 289 so far, according to our projections. Now, here's Edwin Newman.
We want to see what effect President Nixon's victory is having on the setup in the House, where you will recall if the Republicans ought to gain outright control, which means organize the House, name the committee chairman, they need a net gain of 39. And if we look at the big board that shows how the House is going so far, you see that so far the Republicans have gained 3. And at this rate of gain, obviously, they are not going to get control of the House. Now, you may wonder how, if the Republicans have gained 3, the Democrats have not lost 3. At least that the board doesn't show them losing 3. Well, please take our word for it. It has to do with the changes in the size of state delegations because of the 1970 census and redistricting within states because of the Supreme Court's one-man, one-vote ruling. As I say, the rate of gain so far would not give the Republicans control. It wouldn't bring them close to control. But we'll have to wait and see what happens when other states come in. Let's take a look at the state of Indiana, which was one of the first to be declared for the president. 11 seats. So far, there has been 1 change. And the Democratic loser there is one of the more stalwart liberals in the House, Andrew Jacobs. He has gone down. He has lost to a Presbyterian minister. The Reverend William H. Hudnut III, a 39-year-old Presbyterian minister on leave from his church in Indianapolis. And Andrew Jacobs is leaving the House after 4 terms. We now have in Washington Clark McGregor, who's the director of the committee to re-elect the president, which the committee appears to have done. And with Mr. McGregor is Tom Pettit. Tom?
Thank you, Ed. McGregor, your reaction to the NBC projection?
Well, we're thrilled. It does appear now to be somewhat better, slightly better than we had predicted, but we have been somewhat conservative all along. Our own surveys, for example, in key states, showed us to be a notch or 2 behind the projections of Gallup, Harris, Sindlinger, and Yankelovich.
Well, you made a decision late to take some money out of advertising and put it into a get-out-the-vote effort, did you not?
Yes. Second week in July, about 10 days after I joined the committee, I decided to cut a little over $3 million from planned television advertising, put it into what we called our people-to-people effort, our storefront effort, to reach into every one of America's 166,000 precincts, do a canvassing job, identify favorable voters, get them registered, and then in the last 10 days, get them to the polls. And our people were working effectively. I talked with 30 state chairmen today, and our people were enthusiastic, were working hard, and so far the results show the fruits of their labor.
Were you at all concerned that the lack of campaigning by the president would adversely affect the turnout, or didn't that ever bother you?
No. When I was had a legislative job in the White House, and my wife and I were sitting in our living room watching the president sign the Strategic Arms Limitation Treaty in Moscow, I said to my wife, Barbara, the president has just earned re-election. From now on, it's a question of margin and whether somebody will throw it away for him. And fortunately, that hasn't happened.
What kind of special effort went into the South?
No special effort. In fact, we spent less money per capita in the South than we did in the key states of California, New York, Pennsylvania, Illinois, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, New Jersey.
You mean you just took the South for granted?
No, we conducted a 50-state campaign. We put the same amount of effort per capita into the southern states that we did in Maine, New Hampshire, and Vermont, for example.
Thank you very much. Clark McGregor, Director of the Committee to Re-elect the President. This is Tom Pettit, NBC News at Republican headquarters in Washington. Now to Gary Cutley.
We have a lot of Senate results coming in now, and there are some changes underway. But first of all, two projected winners, which are not changes. First of all, in Massachusetts, Edward Brooke, the liberal Republican senator and incumbent, is projected to win the election there with 68% of the vote. He is defeated, or we expect he will defeat, John Droney, the Democratic candidate. In the state of Kansas, James Pearson, the Republican incumbent, didn't have very much trouble there. He is expected to win in Kansas with 71% of the projected vote. And before we leave Kansas, we should just mention the fact that Pearson was running against Archibald Tetzlaff, one of the more interesting candidates today. Tetzlaff is an anesthesiologist, which is not considered a common background for politics. He was born and raised in Germany, came here after World War II. In World War II, he served in the Luftwaffe, ended up running for the Senate in Kansas, but today he was shot down by Senator James Pearson. Here's how some of the other races stand at this moment, as yet undecided. First of all, in Virginia, a very important race and something of a close race, possibly an upset in the making with 18% of the precincts reported. The Republican challenger, William Scott, is leading the incumbent Democrat, William Spong, 54 to 44%. This is a seat the Republicans hope to take away from the Democrats. North Carolina, another southern state, and a race watched closely, a Democratic seat. The Democratic candidate in North Carolina is Nick Galifianakis of Greek descent. One of his biggest problems in the campaign was to teach voters how to pronounce his name. It is Galifianakis. And as of now, he is leading Jesse Helms, a conservative broadcaster, TV commentator, the Republican candidate, but that race is still too close to call. The state of New Hampshire has an interesting race between the Democratic incumbent Thomas McIntyre and Wesley Powell, who is the former governor of New Hampshire. With 8% of the vote in, we now can report that Powell is leading McIntyre 64% to 36%. That with 8% of the vote in. If Powell indeed does win New Hampshire, it'll be another Democratic seat won by the Republicans. Oklahoma, a state the Republicans hope to win and win another Democratic seat. Oklahoma's Senate seat was occupied by Fred Harris, who has resigned or retired. The candidates there are Ed Edmondson, they're a Democratic member of the House of Representatives, and Dewey Bartlett, a former governor of Oklahoma. And in Oklahoma, at this moment, with 7% of the precincts reported, Bartlett, the Republican, is leading Edmondson 54 to 46%. If he wins there, that would be yet another state the Republicans would take from the Democrats. And Delaware, a small state. Not many people paid much attention to the Senate race in Delaware. It's between Caleb Boggs, the Republican incumbent, and James Biden, a Democratic challenger. And in Delaware now, the latest report we have that shows that with 11% of the precincts reported, Biden is leading Boggs, the incumbent, 55% to 45%. That's with 11% in. That could really be an upset. That could be a state where the Democrats take a Republican seat. Biden, by the way, is the youngest candidate running for the Senate. In fact, he is not old enough to enter the Senate. He is 29 years old today. He will not be 30, the minimum age, until the 22nd of November. Caleb Boggs, as of right now, as we said, is trailing James Biden in the state of Delaware. That with 11% in, there's about a 10% margin between the two. Biden is 10% ahead. Let's go to our board now and see how it stands. These are senators already elected, 6 Republicans and 4 Democrats. You see there's been no net change yet. The senators who have won have all rewon their own seats. There's been no change of seats, although as we just mentioned, in the several states, there is a possibility that the seats will change hands. The magic number tonight is 5. It takes 5 seats lost by the Democrats or gained by the Republicans to change control of the Senate from the Democrats to the Republican Party. If the Republicans can pick up 5 Democratic seats, they would then have a 50-50 split in the Senate, and Vice President Agnew would cast the tie-breaking vote on behalf of the Republicans. We'll have more after this message.
This is my husband. Doesn't look like much, does he? But wait. See what he's got there? One of his JCPenney knit dress shirts for only $8. What he's always wanted. Comfortable. And what I've always wanted. No ironing. Watch. Every morning a different pattern, but every morning the same thing. It's coming. It's what I look for every morning. It's Mr. Dynamite.
It's the JCPenney knit dress shirt. Only $8, only at JCPenney. We know what you're looking for. A lot of girls go around wondering how other girls manage to look so put together. You know the kind. Her shirts always look right with her pants, which look terrific with her sweaters. Everything's great with everything else. Like the girl you're looking at, who put it all together at JCPenney, all based on one very special pair of pants. In style, they're a classic, but they're made of the latest thing, woven texturized polyester. They're like a wardrobe in themselves for only $13. There's no end to the great looks we'd be happy to help you put together. For only $13, you could even start all over with these extraordinary pants. This time, how about something in a nice houndstooth? At JCPenney, we know what you're looking for. Tomorrow morning, our 1,700 JCPenney stores and our catalog will be waiting to help you find what you're looking for.
David? We have some more states, some projected winners for the presidency in more states, beginning with North Dakota. We haven't got to Senator McGovern's home state of South Dakota yet. North Dakota, we project, will go to Mr. Nixon by 64%. And some others. Michigan, a state the Democrats were seriously hoping to win. It has gone Democratic for the presidency the last 3 times in a row. This time, our figures show it'll go Republican, that Mr. Nixon will win it with 58% of the vote. Delaware, we project that will go Republican, 58% of the vote. Missouri, which I think we mentioned earlier, John, will go Republican, 59%. So far, we have, 27 states projected for Mr. Nixon, the District of Columbia for Senator McGovern. John?
We add Arkansas to that list of states. The president will win 65% of the vote in Arkansas, and there's a southern state. Arkansas went Republican once in about the last 100 and odd years in 1868. From 1868 to 1968, Arkansas never voted for a Republican president. In 68, they voted for George Wallace, and in 72, they have voted for Richard Nixon. Garrick Utley said earlier this evening that a man had been running for the Senate in one of those races who had a background in anesthesiology. He said that may not be a normal background for a politician, but one is tempted to add that a lot of them are very good at it. Cassie?
We have NBC News has projected winners in 2 of the governor's races. In Indiana, we are projecting that Dr. Otis Bowen, who happens to be a doctor himself, will get 58% of the vote and be elected governor there in Indiana. And we are projecting that in West Virginia, Governor Arch Moore will get 54% of the vote, and that he will defeat Jay Rockefeller and go into his 2nd term as governor of West Virginia. In West Virginia, you're limited to 2 terms as governor. Both are winners so far, Republicans, and both of those states had been Republican governors. Arch Moore, of course, is getting his 2nd term. And in Indiana, a Republican governor had been there also, Edgar Whitcomb. He could not run for re-election. They don't allow it in that state. You're limited to 2 terms. Now, also, we seem to have a winner in Arkansas. Dale Bumpers now has 76% of the vote, and Len Blaylock, the Republican, has 24% of the vote. And this is with only 1% of the returns so far, but NBC News is projecting that Governor Bumpers will get 67% of the vote. Governor Bumpers was expected to do very well in Arkansas, and so far he is doing it. Right now there are 30 Democratic governors in the country and 20 Republicans. And that, since there's so many Democratic governors, no big change is expected tonight, even though there will be a number of Republicans elected. We now have early returns from 4 other states. In Kansas, there's 1% of the vote in so far, or 3% of the vote, excuse me, and there, Governor Docking has 58% of the vote. He is looking for his 4th term out there, 4th 2-year term. Morris K. now has 42% of the vote. Governor Docking is expected to win there. He's a popular governor, a conservative Democrat. In Missouri, we have in 5% of the vote, and there, see, our board will change in a minute, I guess. Christopher Bond, who is a 33-year-old Republican, is trying to get elected out there. And the Republicans are hoping in Mr. Bond that they will have a new bright and shining star if he manages to win. Edward Dowd, the Republican, now has 41% of the vote with 5% of the returns in. Now we move on to the state of Delaware, where we have a very tight race. In Delaware, 19% of the vote is in. And there, Russell Peterson, the incumbent, has 17,000, almost 18, a little over 17,000 votes, and Sherman Tribbett, 50% of the vote. Governor Peterson has had a little problem in Delaware concerning income taxes, and that's why that race there is so close. NBC News now is projecting that Robert Docking will be reelected, will be elected to his 4th term in Kansas, and that he will defeat Morris K. We'll have more election coverage after this message.
Today I went shopping for a pair of shoes. One pair of shoes. Well, I found these little clunky suede bump toes that I loved. And these crinkle platform boots for only $20.
Very nice.
How do you like these? Hiking boots.
Very nice.
And these soft ones. And these for Saturday night, $14.99. Or maybe these.
Wow, you must have been in every shoe store in town.
I wasn't in any shoe store. I was in J.C. Penney.
The J.C. Penney shoe. We know what you're looking for. Everybody knows kids are rough on clothes. What you don't know is we're pretty tough on them first. Take these children's sleepers for $4.98. If they're going to last night after night after night, they've got to be more than just cute and warm. So before we sell you these sleepers at JCPenney, they have to stand up to the standards of our testing center. And our testing center's the toughest kid in the world. We take a fabric and grind it under a wheel. We rip it and stretch it. And if it gives in before we think it should, out it goes. When we say the toes and heels are reinforced, you can believe it. We also take a fabric and wash it over and over again to make sure it keeps its color and its fit. And JCPenney is leading the way in meeting government standards when it comes to flame retardant sleepers. Shirts, stereos, or sleepers for $4.98. If you buy it at JCPenney, you know and we know it will do what we say it will, because our testing center doesn't kid around. At JCPenney, we know what you're looking for.
Channel 4's election coverage continues, brought to you by the people in your town who bottle Coca-Cola. Wherever you go, whatever you do, go first class with ice-cold Coke. It's the real thing. And by Commerce Union Bank, with 27 branches in Middle Tennessee. When an area like Middle Tennessee grows, a bank that helps grows along with it.
We have 96% of the votes in the 5th District race for Congress. Dick Fulton with 63% of the vote, Adams 37%. The numbers are 84,366. Adams has 49,691. 96% of the precincts in the figures that you see here. We're going to Fulton headquarters on Gallatin Road, and Bob Jordan is there with him. We have visited there before tonight. We're expecting Mr. Fulton momentarily. Let's switch there and see what it's like at Fulton headquarters at the moment. Here's Bob Jordan.
Judd, we are still waiting. Congressman Fulton we'd gotten word here that Alf Adams was about to make a concession speech, and this is what we're still waiting for here. Congressman Fulton is here and standing and waiting just for that. He's standing here next to me. I have the ear set. If in the meantime you'd like to speak to him, Judd.
Can you hear me? Yes, Congressman, can you hear me? This is Judd Collins.
Yes, I can.
You feel pretty good about the race at this
Yes,
point?
I do. Very, very good, Judd. Thank you.
Dick, has it gone followed the pattern that you expected?
Well, I had, of course, hoped for this margin of victory, but being a very practical politician, I really had my doubts that it would go to this margin. I had thought that a 55-45 would be a great victory, but it appears that we are going to exceed that by several percentage points.
Well, Dick, is it just about the way the other 5 races have gone for you?
Well, I have, with the exception of 1968, when there was a very active third-party candidate, I have normally won by approximately 60% of the vote.
Yes, so this campaign and this voting pattern has just about followed the other races in which you've been involved for the race.
Yes, but this is the first time that I've been involved and had this margin of victory when we have had a presidential candidate that ran rather weak in the 5th Congressional District. So I really consider this the greatest victory we've had.
Yes, I'm sure that you had thought about the possibility of a strong coattail vote for Mr. Nixon, which is not evidenced in the congressional race in this district.
Indeed, I have given that very, very deep thought.
A landslide for Mr. Nixon tonight. Did that surprise you? Dick?
Also, in the meantime, Judd, we're still waiting if you might have any word from... he's going to give his concession speech right now. Then here we come, Judd.
You play another bar of that, and I might start singing, and I don't think the people would really like that. I want to thank each of you that are here. Those of you that worked at the precincts today in the cold rain and the cold drizzle. Those of you that manned the telephones here at the headquarters that answered over 1,000 calls to make transportation available to those people that did not have transportation, allowing them to go to the polls and to exercise the greatest freedom that they have, the greatest right that they have, the casting of their ballot as to the candidate of their choice. This has been, I think, the greatest victory that I have enjoyed, that I should say we have enjoyed. To be running for the 6th term in the United States House of Representatives, and to be running at a time when our national Democratic candidate for the presidency did not run well in the 5th Congressional District, I think this makes the overwhelming victory that we have enjoyed even more significant. You know, it's to the many thousands of people that have in the past and again today given to us their confidence. I can pledge to each of them that I will continue, as I have in the past, to promote legislation, to support legislation, and to vote for legislation that I think enhances the dignity of the people of this district and this state and this nation. And tonight with all humility, with all honesty, I ask the supporters of
Casey Jenkins, and I ask the supporters of Alf Adams, and I ask Casey and Alf to join with me and to join with us in making the next 2 years the most productive years that the 5th Congressional District has ever had. We can do this.
Mr. Adams was on, I think, on our station there. We had a picture of him making a speech there, if you'd like to listen.
Well,
Congressman,
if he hasn't called me, I probably will not.
he hasn't called you yet, but you've expressed your feelings about winning this campaign again. Do you think you'll run again?
Well, indeed, I do. I like my job, and I certainly would not want to be premature in announcing a bid for re-election, because it would possibly cut me off from television time between now and 1974. But barring an official announcement, I certainly do intend to continue as long as the people will elect me in the Congress of the United States.
Thank you, Congressman.
So, my family is gathered here with me. My wife, my sons, my daughters, my daughter-in-laws, they're all here. My sister, my mother is down. She cannot step onto the platform. But I want you to know that each of the Fultons are indeed grateful to you for the friendship that we have enjoyed in the past and the friendship that we look forward to enjoying in the future. And to the people, particularly of Robertson and Cheatham County, that have not known us too well in the past, I want to say to each of you, thanks for being so wonderful to us. And once again, as the representative of the 5th Congressional District, I say to those two counties, we thank you for allowing Davidson County to become a part of you. Thank you.
During the latter parts of the campaign, you were charged with bad judgment and ill advice in your campaign. Did you ever feel this, or do you feel these were just campaign tactics?
No, I never felt that I had bad advice or that we used bad judgment. I just feel that we followed the plan that we had set out for ourselves, and that we did everything that we planned. We completed today right down to the wire, and we just felt good about everything we had done.
Mr. Adams, will you run again? Will you run again?
Will I run again? Well, I don't know. I've got to get back to work. You know, I've been gone from my office now for about 5 months, and I've got a large family to take care of, and I've got a good law practice to get back to, and so I'm just anxious now to think about that for a while.
Mr. Adams, I think Chris Clark wanted to ask you about the coattail theory of Republicans running with President Nixon. It worked in some places, but apparently not in your race. So what about this?
Well, I never did subscribe to the coattail theory. I was proud to run with President Nixon, who I think is one of the century's great presidents, but I was doing my best to run on my own.
Mr. Adams, will you run again? Will you run again?
Will I run again? Well, I don't know. I've got to get back to work. You know, I've been gone from my office now for about 5 months, and I've got a large family to take care of, and I've got a good law practice to get back to, and so I'm just anxious now to think about that for a while.
Mr. Adams, I think Chris Clark wanted to ask you about the coattail theory of Republicans running with President Nixon. It worked in some places, but apparently not in your race. So what about this?
Well, I never did subscribe to the coattail theory. I was proud to run with President Nixon, who I think is one of the century's great presidents, but I was doing my best to run on my own and not on the coattails of the president, whom I admire.
Do you think it was a dirty campaign as was charged in the latter stages?
No, it was not a dirty campaign on the part of myself or any of the staff or any of the people working with me. It was a very clean campaign.
There were some accusations that Casey Jenkins had conducted a smear-type campaign by Mr. Fulton. Do you feel that Mr. Fulton tried to carry this over as far as your campaign's concerned?
Well, I didn't feel like that there was any relationship between the campaign that Mr. Jenkins ran and the campaign that I ran. I really can't correlate the two.
Mr. Adams, some people
This is Alf Adams, who has just thanked those who worked for him in this campaign and has conceded victory to incumbent Democratic Congressman Richard Fulton. Carolyn Lawrence, who's here at the Sheraton with me, is standing by at the moment with Robin Beard, and we'll move the camera over and get a brief statement from Robin Beard, who's running against the incumbent. She's over there with him now, I think.
But I do try to be a pretty good man.
Mr. Robin Beard, we hear now that there are some 70% of the vote in the 6th district, with Mr. Anderson 36,000 and yourself 32,000. What does that say at this hour?
Well, that says to me that we're giving them a real horse race, and I am very optimistic about the outcome. We're very happy with the way the votes have been going, especially the east side of the river.
Mrs. Beard said it's not 8 o'clock yet, and we're waiting. What are we waiting for?
We're waiting for those votes in Shelby County, and they had a heavy turnout. We feel very encouraged about the response we've received in Shelby County. We've had a great deal of fine support from so many people. So we're expecting to do extremely well in Shelby County. So we're just so pleased and gratified at all the wonderful people who have gotten involved in this political system, which is the most important system we have, and so many people here have just gone out and worked their heads off for us. So we're excited.
Well, we'll just wait with you, Mr. Beard, and we sure do thank both of you very much.
Thank you.
This is Carolyn Lawrence reporting from the Sheraton.
You've heard Robin Beard, who is still optimistic at the moment, although Bill Anderson has a lead of about 52% at this moment. 70% of the precincts in that report. Robin's still waiting on the report from Shelby County. We'll be back with some legislative figures after this message and recap them all for you.
I was raised on country sunshine. I'm happy with the simple things. A Saturday night dance, a bottle of Coke, and the joy that the bluebird brings. You love me and it's inviting to go where life is more exciting. But I was raised on country sunshine. It's the real thing, like Coca-Cola. What you hoping to find?
You hear the world is getting smaller all the time. Well, the fact is there are almost 4 billion people in the world now, and as a consumer of products, it's getting bigger. The complete staff of Commerce Union International has members who do nothing else but search out export opportunities for Tennessee businesses, because foreign buyers' dollars added to Tennessee's economy benefit all Tennesseans.
In legislative districts 50 through 60, most of those races have been 100% tabulated. However, we have only 83% in the 50th between Jim McKinney and Jim McLean. McKinney, the Speaker of the House, and the incumbent 5,686, McLean 4,193. In the 51st district, all of the precincts reported Charles Robinson, the winner, over Ben Cantrell. In the 53rd, Victor Ellis, the winner, over Francis Doyle again. In the 54th, Harold Love has defeated the two independents, Dr. Ed Mitchell and Dr. D. Brown. In the 55th, Mike Murphy repeating and winning over Bob Ferris. In the 56th, Mary Anderson wins over Jim Rao. In the 57th, Marvin Hopper defeats Helen Bain. In the 59th, Richard Clark, the winner, over Gene Rudisil. John Hicks unopposed in the 60th. So that gives you a complete rundown on the legislative races. All of the Democratic incumbents returned to office, if my cursory reading is correct. Now we're going back to the NBC network, and we'll be back here momentarily to recap the events of local interest.
The next local and state returns will be brought to you by Morris Warehouse Showrooms and Morris JVC Sound Centers, and by the bank with 27 branches in Middle Tennessee, Commerce Union Bank. They'll keep building branches until there's one convenient to everyone.
Me down there, was just down there last weekend, that more and more voters, and they have party registration there, more and more voters are switching their registration. And as more and more voters switch their registration and start voting Republican, then you're going to see more and more political leaders do the same thing. So I think between 72 and 76, and it'll take a little while in here, you're going to see a transition in the South beyond being presidentially Republican.
The Southern strategy worked, is what you're saying.
I'm saying that if it's a Southern strategy, it worked. In fact, it's working all over the country. You know, originally they said the president had a political Southern strategy. If it's a Southern strategy, it's working all across America.
Thank you very much. Talking with Harry Dent, special counsel to the president, who sees great gains for the Republican Party all over the South. Now, where? Now back to John Chancellor.
We'll be happy to talk. We can show you now the actual vote count as it's coming in these southern states that Harry Dent and Douglas Kiker were just talking about. They, as we can see, with 11% of the vote in the state of Mississippi, President Nixon with a commanding lead in Mississippi. Oh, that's the popular vote, I'm sorry, but he's also got a commanding vote lead in the popular vote in the country now. We have about 14% of it tallied, and it's 2-1 for the president all around the country. You'll be able to see that on your board in a minute, I think. But let's go back and have a look at the South and see what the actual returns are. 11% in Mississippi, the president with 78% of that vote. That may not hold throughout the evening, but you can see how well George McGovern did. In Alabama, it's 9 electoral votes going to President Nixon, almost the same percentages. And you'll see them again coming up in Georgia. This is a region voting. These are the people of a region making a judgment on a candidate or two candidates. We see it as it comes up in Florida as well. A lot of that is the panhandle, but earlier there were indications that Miami was not going well for the Democratic candidate. South Carolina, we see again 71% to 28% with almost half of the votes counted. The important thing here is those are people of the South behaving not within the boundaries of a state, but people voting regional votes for the president, and those states all very soundly in President Nixon's column tonight. The president has assembled a group of policies in this election that enabled him to hold on to the Republican vote while attracting the George Wallace vote. There are many, many Wallace votes in those southern states you just saw on your screen that voting for Nixon. The trips to Peking and to Moscow were important in part of this grouping of issues favoring the president. We can't say yet on the war in Vietnam. It's just we don't have enough evidence to make any judgment on that at this hour. But the social issues, once referred to scornfully by Senator Hugh Scott of Pennsylvania as acid, amnesty, and abortion, worked well for the president and badly for Senator McGovern in a number of places. Busing was another strong Nixon issue in Michigan and elsewhere. So these are some of the elements of policies that the president advocated during the campaign that have worked exceedingly well with the American people on his behalf. Now here's Garrett Guthrie.
And we now have the first Senate seat to have changed hands. That is to change parties tonight. It's in Kentucky, where we can now project the winner to be Walter Huddleston, the Democratic candidate there, with an overwhelming majority of 50% of the vote. Huddleston is running against Louis Nunn, the former Republican governor of Kentucky, and right now the vote there, with 97% of the precincts reported, shows that Huddleston has 51%. We expect that the final percentage for Huddleston will be 50%. Some minor candidates picking up some of the vote. This is the first Senate seat to change parties. A Republican seat formerly occupied by retiring John Sherman Cooper, now probably going to the Democrats, Walter Huddleston. Another winner, this one in Arkansas, where we project the winner to be Senator John McClellan with 62% of the vote. No surprise there. McClellan has been in the Senate for, 30 years. He'll be entering his 6th term in the Senate. He defeated Wayne Babbitt, the Republican candidate there. Another important state, another large state, is Michigan. And in Michigan, we project Robert Griffin, the Republican incumbent, to defeat Frank Kelly, Democrat, Michigan's current Attorney General. We project that Griffin will win with 54% of the vote. The big issue here in Michigan was busing. And the second biggest issue was busing, and the third biggest issue was busing. That's what it was run on. Kelly originally was a supporter of busing under certain conditions. He tried to change his position on that to come out and be adamantly against it, but he could never kiss Robert Griffin, who was one of the anti-busing leaders in the U.S. Senate. So Senator Griffin will be returning to the Senate, where he is the Republican whip. Earlier this evening, of course, we told you how Senator Charles Percy is leading in Illinois and how NBC News projects Percy to be the winner in Illinois. There's been a lot of talk, of course, that Percy may be looking forward to 1976 in the Republican presidential nomination. Tonight, he talked about his apparent victory and about 1976 in an interview with NBC News correspondent John Palmer.
Senator, according to the present vote, you are running better in the state of Illinois than President Nixon. Was this a surprise?
I don't imagine it's too much of a surprise when you feel that I'm concentrating on one state and he is on 50. But I think the sweeping victory the president is having is a wonderful tribute to the fine administration that the Nixon administration has had these past 4 years.
Senator, even though the polls have consistently shown you to be a favorite of about 2-1, you campaigned very hard from dawn until after midnight. Why did you want to pile up this huge plurality?
Well, we have two races, as you know, that are very tight. Our governor's race has been considered a tight race, and the state's attorney here in Cook County. I have not campaigned for myself in the last several days. I have campaigned essentially to give every degree of support that I can for two outstanding men that deserve the governor re-election and Mr. Kerry re-election as state
What
attorney.
about, Senator, one final question about 1976. Doesn't this give you a very good platform to perhaps take on Vice President Agnew 4 years from now?
Have no plans to do that. We take one election at a time, and I intend to serve in the Senate 6 years.
Thank you very much, Senator Charles Percy of Illinois, who NBC.
That was John Palmer talking to Senator Percy in Illinois. We have another winner. NBC News projects that Senator John Tower of Texas will win in Texas. We project he'll win there with 58% of the vote, defeating Barefoot Sanders, the Democratic candidate. We'll have more after this message.
Introducing JCPenney Roadrunner cycles. We make them of steel so they're tough and sturdy. They've got wide track wheels to help prevent tips and spills. You'll like that. And kids love them because with a JCPenney Roadrunner, you're way ahead. Roadrunner cycles, only at JCPenney. They have everything you're looking for, including the right price. At JCPenney, we know what you're looking for. Once there was a lady who fell in love with JCPenney robes at the JCPenney store in King of Prussia, Pennsylvania. She loved the colors. She loved the styles. She loved the beautiful fabric. She even loved the price. And finally, she chose the robe she loved the best. When she came out of the store, she got into her car, and she drove, and drove, and drove, until she came to Santa Monica, California, and saw the sunset over the Pacific. And she said,
"Oh no, I should have chosen purple."
So she drove right off to the JCPenney store in Santa Monica, California, and she said,
"I fell in love with your blue robe in King of Prussia, Pennsylvania, but now I want the purple."
And they said, "If we have it, madam, it's yours. If we don't, we'll give you a refund." They had it, at the same price, of course, and she took it. She was last seen trying on a green robe in our store in Amarillo, Texas. At JCPenney, we know what you're looking for.
Now for some Democratic Party reaction to tonight's election returns. We're going to our correspondent Ron Nessen in Washington, who is with Mrs. Jean Westwood, the Democratic National Chairman.
Mrs. Westwood has just come down to the ballroom at the Washington Hilton Hotel to thank about 1,000 campaign workers and supporters of Senator McGovern and Sergeant Shriver. Mrs. Westwood, why do you think the country has rejected Senator McGovern so massively?
Well, I'm not conceding at this point in the evening that they have rejected Senator McGovern. It's always a very uphill struggle against an incumbent in the first place. There has only been twice in this century when a non-incumbent has won. Hoover and a three-way race between Roosevelt, Taft, and Wilson. And we knew from the beginning it would be an uphill struggle. We still do not know how it's coming out.
Well, the networks have, on the basis of quite a lot of returns, have projected that the president will win and by a very large margin. You don't think it's only the advantage of an incumbent that has beaten Senator McGovern, do you?
I think that's a large share of it, yes. I have to say that no matter what ends up happening tonight, the Democratic Party has still retained majorities in the House and Senate, will very probably pick up governor's seats.
Haven't you lost blocks of voters, though, especially the blue-collar workers, who traditionally have voted for Democratic candidates ever since Franklin Roosevelt? They've gone to the president now. Will you ever be able to get them back for a Democratic presidential candidate?
Yes, of course we will.
With a different kind of Democratic candidate, with a different philosophy, perhaps?
I think it's been true in the past. The Democratic candidates have pointed the way in which the country must move, sometimes too early, but still have pointed that way. There are a number of things out of this year that have been very, very important.
Are you and the other McGovern supporters on the Democratic National Committee, do you expect to be fired next month when the committee meets?
No, of course not. I've been a working member of the Democratic Party. Well, I guess that says how old I am. For some 30, 40 years.
Thank you, Ms. Westwood. Gene Westwood, the chairman of the Democratic Party. Now back to David Brinkley.
Where we have some more news that Ms. Westwood will not be terribly happy to hear. It is that we project now that New York State, excuse me, New York State will go for Nixon by 57%. Now, if you'll put the board up, gents, we'll see how the race stands at this moment. It shows Mr. Nixon winning by our projections. Mr. Nixon winning 30 states with 371 electoral votes, more than 100 beyond what he needs to be elected. 2 states for McGovern with 17 electoral votes, 19 remaining undecided. We'll be back after this message.
If men were all the same and all they wanted was a really well-built shoe for the lowest possible price, we'd have it easy at JCPenney. But men are anything but all the same. So this is what we've done. We've put all our famous JCPenney value into tough harness boots. Handsome side zip boots, just $18.99. New looks like high heels, two-tones, suedes, hikers from $12.99, and hundreds more. Each one built as if it were the only JCPenney shoe. No matter who you are, we know what you're looking for.
This is the new JCPenney washer, built to handle up to 18 pounds of heavy clothes, or to machine wash fabrics you normally wash by hand. Just set the dial to the right wash program. It'll do the rest. And this is the matching dryer, with a choice of temperature settings and a special timer. When it's through, it tells you. All totally simple to use. And the price is our second best deed of the year. Our best deed? That's our guarantee. The kind you've always looked for. No ifs, ands, or buts. No small print.
During the first year after purchase, we provide home service parts and labor to repair any defective surface finishes, which are guaranteed for 30 days. During the second year, we provide replacement parts. Labor is extra. During the third, fourth, and fifth years, we provide replacement parts to repair the washer transmission. Labor is extra. Contact us for on-time service.
At JCPenney, we know what you're looking for.
I think one of the most striking appearances we've seen tonight was that of Senator Dole of Kansas, who said this was a personal triumph for the president, not a party triumph. And if you look at the House boards, you get some indication of what Senator Dole was talking about. 254 seats have been decided, which is considerably more than half the House. You see the Republican gained 6, the Democratic lost 3. An explanation of the gains being larger than the losses, that comes about because of the census, some states losing seats, some states gaining, and also redistricting within states. Let's look at a particular state, the state of Connecticut, which the president has won. There are 6 seats in Connecticut. The Democrats held 4, the Republicans 2, and at the moment the Democrats leading, or have won 1 and are leading in the other 3 that they held, and the Democrats have won the 2 that they held. On some of these races,
extremely close in the 1st district. I was saying some of the races are extremely close, and I thought we were going to get a look at the board. There it is. The Representative Cotter, the Democrat, is running ahead of the Republican by about 9 points. He is holding on. It could tighten up. He's holding on. In the 3rd district, the Democrat Jaimo is holding on over Povinelli, and apparently Jaimo will win. He has a big lead. What's particularly interesting here is that the man the Republicans thought, the Democrat the Republicans thought they could knock off, Monaghan, in the 5th district, has won. So, as I was saying earlier, results are not uniform across the country. The president can do awfully well, but things can turn out differently in the House.
Channel 4's election coverage is brought to you by Morris Warehouse Showroom and Morris JVC Sound Centers, and by Commerce Union Bank with 27 branches in Middle Tennessee. When an area like Middle Tennessee grows, a bank that helps grows along with it.
In the 6th district race, incumbent Bill Anderson still has a lead over Robin Beard. 70% of the precincts now reporting Anderson 36,113. Robin Beard 42,178 now in the updated totals that you see. Anderson 47,000, Beard 42, and now 86% of the precincts have reported.
Judd, let me interject right there. The precincts, the votes in Shelby County, the polls there closed at 8 o'clock, our time, 8 o'clock instead of 7 o'clock, which the Nashville polls do. So they've only been closed about 23 minutes now, and it will be about another 10 minutes before the influx of the Shelby County vote will be felt.
In the 57th Legislative District, Marvin Hopper, the incumbent, a Nashville businessman, the only Republican in the House from the county, and he has been returned to his office today, and he's at the Republican headquarters, and he'll talk now with Carolyn Lawrence.
Drinking my booze, January. By the way, we have a hospitality room up here.
Mr. Hopper, can you tell us how things are looking? I understand they're looking good.
Yes, Carolyn, I understand about 75% of the vote is in our 57th district, and we're very happy with it at this point. It's showing us at about a 2-to-1 lead, but we're not quite so elated about what's happening in the rest of Davidson County in the Republican legislative races, and that we had hoped that we might pick up 1 or 2 additional, but at this point it doesn't look quite as well as we thought it might.
Yes, I understand you're the only Republican winning for the legislature in Davidson County. Why do you think that's the case? What is the problem here?
Well, Carolyn, what happened is, if you will recall, during the last session of the legislature, we were forced to reapportion, and the Democrats certainly drew the lines to their suiting, since they were in control of the House and the Senate both, and overrode the governor's veto on the reapportionment of the legislative districts. They basically conceded 1 seat in Davidson County, drew the lines to suit themselves on the other 10, and consequently we think that this is to a large extent the reason that we've again had the landslide of defeat.
Well, sir, what do you think this is going to mean toward Republican efforts to gain strength in the legislature in Tennessee? How long will it hold this back?
Well, Carolyn, I haven't seen the results on what has happened in the outlying areas, but as you know, we were 7 seats short of control in the legislature this last session, and we're certainly hopeful that we might pick up those additional 7 seats to gain control of at least the House. There's not a chance that we could gain control of the Senate, but we'll just have to wait till later in the evening to see what's going to happen there.
Okay, good, sir. Well, thank you very much. This is Carolyn Lawrence reporting from Republican headquarters at the Sheridan.
All right, Carolyn, you might tell Marvin that he's won it. 100% of the precincts have reported, and he's won it by some 4,600 votes. We'll be back in a minute. Right now, this message.
Morris JVC Sound Centers have a very entertaining assortment of gifts for hard-to-please people. Videospheres you can watch from any angle, AM/FM radio cassette recorders, and sound systems from $229.95 like this 4600, 60-watt AM/FM 4-channel to the $800 5414 featuring a 120-watt AM/FM 4-channel receiver with full-range SEA tone control. Gifts, a full range, tapes and albums too, at JVC, lower level 100 Oaks and 323 Broad downtown. American people have always been individualistic. They like to go where they want to go, when they want to go, and that's why by the time reliable cars were being built, we considered them a necessity. The only problem was the means to buy them. Back in 1934, Commerce Union was years ahead in making the first automobile loan. In 1972, they're still the bank to see first for automobile financing.
Throughout the evening, Senator Howard Baker has been at his headquarters in Knoxville. NBC projected him a winner rather early in the evening, and he's had a comfortable margin since that time. Let's switch to the Hyatt Regency in Knoxville, Baker headquarters, and this report from Bob Olson.
It's quite a different picture now here at the Hyatt Regency in Knoxville. The main hall, which is enormous, the lobby area of this hotel, which follows the theme of all Hyatt houses, is quite large and almost full of people. The effect of the ever-increasing lead that Mr. Baker is showing is having a very strange effect on those people who have worked in the campaign. For example, when the lead appeared to be about a 55-45, they were feeling very good, very excited about it. Then it started to climb a bit more. Right now, the totals that show better than 2-to-1 lead for Senator Baker has put him in a very reflective frame of mind, almost how effective have we been? They didn't expect it to be quite this good. Of course, the votes aren't all in yet, and the majority may not be quite as impressive by the time the night's over. We expect Senator Baker to be down here hopefully within the hour, and if all goes well, why, we will be seeing... I see Sam Bartholomew, who is the state campaign manager. Sam, do you have just a moment? Is there something you had to tell me?
Yeah, Bob, Howard's going to be down very shortly. We've started getting the returns in from Shelby County, and they're looking very good. Okay.
This is Bob Olson with the Howard Baker headquarters in Knoxville.
And perhaps we can get the comment from Tom Garland, who is also reported to be at the Hyatt Regency in Knoxville at Senator Baker's headquarters. In the congressional races across the state, it's Jim Quillen in the 1st, John Duncan in the 2nd District, Lamar Baker in the 3rd, Joe Evans in the 4th, Dick Fulton in the 5th, either William Anderson or Robin Beard in the 6th, Ed Jones in the 7th, and a contested race between incumbent Dan Kirkendall and J.O. Patterson in the 8th District.
Judd, just looking at the overall picture, it doesn't look like that either the Democrats or Republicans will pick up or lose a congressional seat this year in Tennessee, and also it looks like that the state legislature will remain about the same. The Democrats have lost 2 seats to 2 incumbent seats, and the Republicans have lost 1 right now, and that's the way it's balancing out as we go west of the river.
We might summarize the legislative districts. In the 50th, the winner was Jim McKinney. In the 51st, Charles Robinson, Marvin Fleming in the 52nd, Victor Ellis in the 53rd, Harold Love in the 54th, Mike Murphy in the 55th, Mary Anderson, the winner, in the 56th, Marvin Hopper in the 57th, Charles Pruitt the 58th, Richard Clark the 59th, and John Hicks, the winner, in the 60th. We'll rejoin NBC, and we'll be back with you momentarily.
The next local and state returns will be brought to you by the bank with 27 branches in Middle Tennessee, Commerce Union Bank. They'll keep building branches until there's one convenient to everyone. And by the people in your town who bottle Coca-Cola. For the taste of your life, enjoy ice-cold Coca-Cola. It's the real thing.
For the state of Iowa, based on a study of key precincts in Iowa, President Nixon will win that state with 62% of the vote. Iowa is good, strong Nixon country. He won it with 56% in 1960 and with 53% the last time. David?
As we projected some time ago, Mr. Nixon has won, by our calculations, more than enough states to elect him president. Here's the board showing the details. By our projections, he has won 31 states, giving him 379 electoral votes, 109 more than he needs to be president again. McGovern has won 2 states, Massachusetts and the District of Columbia. Not a state, but together they total 17 electoral votes. Now the popular vote, the votes cast by people going into voting booths today, we have 17% of them in and counted, and this is the result. About almost 2-to-1 for Nixon, 65%, almost 9 million. McGovern, a little more than 4.5 million, or 34%. John?
We have a projection now, a projected winner in Louisiana, President Nixon again, completing his march across the South. 64% of the vote is what we believe he will win the state of Louisiana in. Louisiana hasn't gone, has almost always been in the Democratic camp. Since 1960, it has voted for certain other candidates, but this is a very solid Nixon win in the state of Louisiana. We have a man standing by now who knows a great deal about the South and about politics in general. He is the president's most senior Democratic friend. His name is John Connally, former governor of Texas, former secretary of the Treasury, still a Democrat, but the man who organized Democrats for Nixon. Governor, Secretary, how are you this evening?
Mr. Chancellor, I'm just fine. How are you?
Well, reporting the election.
Well, I'm not reporting it, but I'm very much enjoying it.
Well, if you ever want a job, Mr. Secretary, as a correspondent, you look handsome with that microphone.
Thank you very much.
What role did your organization play in the president's re-election?
That's very difficult to say. What we tried to do from the very outset was to bring into focus the real issues that this country faced in this campaign, and we did that. We tried to talk about the security of this nation. We tried to talk about who was the better man to deal with the international relations that this country is going to face in a very troubled and tormented world. To us, the answer was very clear. So we tried to bring into focus for the American people the enormous responsibility that they had in choosing the President of the United States. Now, how much of this great victory that the President has is attributable to our efforts, I certainly couldn't say, and I wouldn't be presumptuous enough to say that we had even a large part of it. I do think that we had some effect on it, because certainly no one can say that this is a Republican victory. The President is the nominee of a party that represents no more than 25% of the American voters, and yet he's having the largest sweep in the history of American politics. So obviously millions and millions of Americans who call themselves independents and Democrats switched over, and this is apparent in every state in this union.
Sir, we're getting returns tonight that indicate quite clearly that the Wallace voters are going overwhelmingly to the president. What's your reaction to those figures?
Well, I think beyond any question, probably a majority of them were going over in the various states in the union. But to say that the president's winning just because of the Wallace support is, I think, a misreading of this election.
It's bigger than that, Governor.
Sure, it's bigger than that.
But it has probably the total Wallace vote in as a part of it. What about the split tickets in the South and elsewhere? Have you, in your reading of the returns tonight, seen long presidential coattails, or would that fit with your philosophy of this election?
No, the coattails are not long, very frankly, and this is what I was saying a moment ago, that I think the American people were sending a message to both parties, very frankly, the Republicans and Democrats as well, that you're going to have to nominate men of outstanding ability, and we're no longer going to follow just the dictates of the party, but we're going to vote for the man whom we think is best qualified to do the job that he seeks. And that's what they're doing all across the country. Frankly, as I said a moment ago, most politicians are not giving the American voter credit for being as intelligent, as perceptive, and as sophisticated as he really is. And anybody that wants to win an election in this country is going to have to make up his mind first that he has to talk reason and logic to the American people. And that's what the president did, and that's what those of us who supported him tried to do.
Did the president, sir, speak with enough reason and logic to make you stop being a Democrat and become a Republican with a high administration job?
No. No, he has two questions. No, I'm a Democrat. I've always supported the Democratic ticket. This year, I very frankly say with great pride that I supported the president simply because I think he's the better man for the job. This is my only departure from the Democratic ranks, but I feel no different from the average person in the country. My greater responsibility is to my country. And the fact that the president won, the fact that I tried to help him, doesn't mean that I'm going to be offered a job. I hope I'm not. I don't want one. I didn't do it for that reason. And if one's offered, I hope I have the good sense to decline it.
But we're not getting any Sherman-like decline from you this evening, Governor, are we?
No. Well, you know, I'm not a military man, so I don't like to make General Sherman statements.
Well...
But, no, seriously, I don't want to make a General Sherman statement that I'm never going to serve again. I don't know what I'm going to do. I don't want to. I don't want a job. I want to come back into private practice, which I have done. I want to stay here for a while now. I don't know what the future holds, and I don't want to completely read myself out of any political activities in the future.
I have a feeling we'll be seeing a lot more of you, Mr. Connolly.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for being on with us.
Great to be with you.
Now we're going to Rebecca Bell.
Well, you're going to have to get him along the line. No.
With Wallace, obviously, in the state of Alabama. They're getting ready for the interview. Miss Bell has covered Governor Wallace for a long time. Are you ready, Becky?
We are in Montgomery with Governor George Wallace at the governor's mansion. Governor, could you tell us, it now appears that the Democratic candidate is going to lose and lose badly. What do you feel is the future of the Democratic Party now?
I feel that the future of the Democratic Party lies in the hands of those who represent the average citizen of this country. And as you know, during the primaries last year, in which I participated with Mr. McGovern, Mr. Humphrey, and the others, I received more popular vote than they did. I talked about issues that the average citizen in this country wanted to hear about. And when the Democratic Party rejected those planks that I offered in Miami, overwhelmingly, in my judgment, that sealed their doom, and I made that prediction. So I predict that in the future, the Democratic Party is going to be controlled by those who feel as the average Alabamian feels, as the average American feels. And I think millions of Democrats left the Democratic Party on this day and voted the Republican ticket. Had the Democratic Party offered them a platform that they should have offered, as evidence from the primaries that I was involved in states like Michigan, for instance, in my judgment, it would have been a close race, or they could have won. So I say the future of the Democratic Party is going to be in the hands of those who want to represent the average citizen and not the elitist group and the liberal wing that took over the party in Miami.
Well, who are these people? It's going to be in the hands of, Governor. Who is the leader? There's some discussion of Senator Ted Kennedy as leading a reorganization. Who do you see as reorganizing the party?
Well, if Senator Kennedy orients himself toward those planks that I offered and those attitudes, well, that will be one thing. But whether he will do that or not, you'll have to ask him. But I would say that people that think as the average citizen thinks, and I would say that I was expressing the viewpoint of the average citizen in Miami when I offered planks on the matter of law and order, on the matter of foreign policy, on the matter of foreign aid, on the matter of welfare, on the matter of local control of democratic institutions, that is, back in the local government that the Republicans talked about, the matter of this senseless busing of little school children. I said, that's going to seal your doom, and it was one of the issues that did seal the doom of the Democratic Party on this day. And in my judgment, whoever takes those viewpoints in the future will have something to do in the restructuring of the Democratic Party.
Do you, Governor, plan to take an active role in the reorganization of the party nationally?
I'm sure that I'm recuperating, and I feel good now. And I feel that between now and 1976, that my health will be such that I will take part in it. I feel that I ought to, in view of the fact that I received such a tremendous vote in states like Michigan and Maryland and Pennsylvania, states like Florida, and of course all the others, states like Wisconsin. And so I am going to be involved, and in my judgment will have something to do with it.
Are you saying then you're going to run again for president in 76?
I'm not saying that I'm going to run for president in 1976, but I don't rule anything out. I want to see the Democratic Party talk sense to the American people. I want to see the Democratic Party get back to be the party of the average citizen in this country. And in my judgment, the average citizen's thinking is far ahead of the ivory tower group that took over the Democratic Party. I'm not speaking of Senator McGovern as much as I am those who tried to lead the party. Senator McGovern himself, I think, even is a little more conservative than some of those who pushed him and some of his followers. He's a fine man personally, but he got caught up with the wrong platform and the wrong pronouncements down in Miami.
Could you tell us, Governor, who you chose when you went in the ballot booth today?
Well, I voted. I was not involved publicly in this campaign, but I voted, and I voted right. I voted a secret ballot.
Governor, many of your supporters in the South, the Wallace supporters, the vote is felt to have gone to Richard Nixon in this campaign. How do you feel about that? How do you feel about 4 more years of Richard Nixon?
Well, I sincerely hope that the president of our country, and I would have hoped and wished and prayed if George McGovern had been elected president. And I hope and pray that Richard Nixon will be able to solve the problems, both foreign and domestic, that face the American people. I want to see any president successful, whether it be Mr. Humphrey or Mr. Nixon or Mr. McGovern. And I pray that he has a successful administration.
Thank you very much, Governor. From Governor Wallace in Montgomery, and now to Cassie Mackin in New York.
NBC News is projecting another winner in the governor's races. In this instance, NBC News is projecting that Christopher Kit Bond, the Republican candidate for governor in Missouri, will win with 54% of the vote. We are saying that he will defeat Edward Dowd, who now has 41% of the vote. And this is a very interesting thing. Mr. Bond is only 33 years old. He is probably unique among Republicans this year in that he really didn't try to run on the coattails at all of President Nixon, even though he endorsed the national ticket. In Missouri, there are about 570,000 new young voters out there, and Mr. Bond felt like he needed those young people to win, and so although he endorsed the president, he didn't try to run on President Nixon's coattails at all. If we look now at our victory board, we have 5 winners now. We have 3 Republicans and 2 Democrats, and that gives a net change so far tonight of 1 seat in favor of the Republicans, because Mr. Bond is replacing Governor Warren Hearns, who was a Democrat. NBC News now is projecting that Governor Robert Ray of Iowa will win that race out there. He was running against Paul Franzenberg, the Democrat. Governor Ray is the present governor, of course, of Iowa. We'll have more election coverage after this message.
She's putting both her legs into one leg of a pair of Flextra pantyhose, so you can see how incredibly stretchable they are. Flextra is a whole new kind of pantyhose you'll find only at JCPenney. They can stretch even this much comfortably, for just the kind of feel you want in pantyhose. But no matter how far you stretch them, they snap back to the kind of fit you're looking for. Perfect. New Flextra pantyhose only at JCPenney. They're the best thing on 2 legs.
When my wife was looking for cookware, you should have heard what went on around this house. Her mother calls up and says, "Don't get anything too heavy, dear. You'll be sorry." My mother, the good cook, says, "Take it from me. Cast aluminum is best. Every day, something else. Will it go in a dishwasher? Square pans hold more, you know. Be sure you like the way it looks." "No," my mother says. "What matters is the way it cooks." Pretty soon, she didn't know what she was looking for. Then she saw JCPenney cookware. It had everything. She bought it, and she took my advice. Don't spend more than $40.
The new JCPenney cookware, only at JCPenney. We designed it on the best advice.
Some cook, huh, Mom?
Tomorrow morning, our 1,700 JCPenney stores and our catalog will be waiting to help you find what you're looking for.
We have made projections in 2 other races. President Nixon is our projected winner in the state of Wyoming, holding 63% of the vote there, and a sorrowful one for the McGovern people who worked very hard in that state. Our projection shows President Nixon the winner in the state of Wisconsin with 59% of the vote. These patterns are showing up in places where Democrats traditionally have had considerable strength. We talked about the South earlier, but now let's look at some of the industrial states that make a band of industrial and normally Democratic states across the country. You see on your screen Connecticut. McGovern visited there 5 times, and Shriver 2, and they lost. This pattern held true in New Jersey. McGovern was there 11 times. Shriver 4 times. President got 65% of the vote. New Jersey, they had believed they would lose. but they've fought very hard in some of these other states because this is the heartland of the normally Democratic vote. Now we can see it coming up now in Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania, 58% of the vote. That's one of the president's smaller margins tonight. McGovern was there 17 times during this campaign. In Ohio, McGovern campaigned made 13 appearances, Shriver 11. The president went there once for a motorcade on a weekend afternoon. He's coming out with 61% of the vote. Those are the big and critically important states for the Democrats, and they're not doing well this time, as we see in Michigan, another important industrial state. Nixon made 2 visits there. McGovern made 11 visits there, and you saw the outcome. And now finally Illinois, 26 important votes. Nixon visited Illinois twice, McGovern 9 times, and this is the outcome. Still fairly close there, but decisively for the president. One of the reasons that McGovern is doing badly this evening is that he's not doing well in most of the cities. And some of the figures are really remarkable tonight. In Chicago, with 20% of the Chicago vote in, that Democratic bastion, the vote is almost even, Nixon and McGovern, within the city limits of Chicago. That's a surprise. McGovern is losing the Chicago suburbs badly. In Philadelphia, with 1/4 of the votes counted in that normally Democratic city, the 2 candidates are almost even. In Pittsburgh, they are absolutely even now with a smaller percentage of the vote in. McGovern is doing extremely well in the city of Boston and in the suburbs of Boston, almost doing as well there as President Nixon is doing elsewhere in the country. McGovern is not doing well in the New York suburbs. The New York City vote is not yet in. But the most astounding figure on our chart so far is that Nixon has about 56% of the vote in Cleveland. Cleveland, with a high black population, a Democratic city if there ever was one, President Nixon carrying it as of now this evening. We'll be back with more.
At JCPenney, we like to keep your hands out of trouble. That's why we built a lot of safeguards into this 7 1/4-inch circular saw. A lever up top to work the blade guard to keep your fingers away from the blade. A guard that keeps blade exposure above the work to a minimum. And a security switch that helps prevent accidental startups. All for only $49.99. Only at JCPenney. We're doing everything we can to keep your hands out of trouble.
Princess.
About time you got here. This place is such a dump, not even a frog would come.
I've come to grant you a wish, Princess.
A wish? Everybody else gets 3.
You get 1. Take it or leave it.
Don't rush me. The JCPenney catalog.
The JCPenney catalog?
Yeah. Now I want these pretty flowered sheets for my bed.
Now you have pretty JCPenney decorator sheets. They come in many lovely colors. They're no iron, flat, or fitted. That ought to brighten up your dreary little life. Goodbye.
Wait a minute. I wanted this catalog so I could have everything. Now I want a tennis racket.
You can find most everything you ever wished for in one place if you know where to look. In the JCPenney catalog, we know what you're looking for.
You princesses are all alike.
Here are some late returns in the Senate races, 33 of them tonight. And first of all, we can call an election in Louisiana, where J. Bennett Johnston, the Democratic candidate, is projected by NBC News, the winner there. We project to win with 58% of the vote. He defeated John McKiffen, a Democrat running under the independent label, and Ben Toledano, the Republican candidate in Louisiana. In Wyoming, the projected winner, Clifford Hansen, the incumbent, returning to the Senate for his second term there, defeating Mike Vinich. We estimate that he will win there with 70% of the vote. And in Minnesota, the Democratic incumbent, Walter Mondale, the projected winner with 62% of the vote over Philip Hansen, his Republican challenger. No surprise there, Mondale having an easy time of it. Let's look at the victory board now, because we have 17 races already called. You see them here, most of them from the east, the border states, or the south.
Of the 17 races which we project that these men will win safely, only one of them has changed hands or changed parties, and that is in Kentucky, where the Democratic candidate Walter Huddleston has defeated the Republican candidate. That was a Republican seat. It will now go into the Democratic column. But as of right now, we have returns showing that the Republican candidates are leading in 4 states that the Democrats have held up till now. If they can pick up those, it'll be quite a success for the Republican candidates. We'll have details on that later. Now, over to David.
Thank you, Gary. We have 2 more states we have been able to project. Colorado, for Nixon, by our estimate, 60% will go for him. And Nebraska, by our estimate, 62% for Nixon. Nebraska has always been very partial to him. He's won every time he's appeared there. Nebraska, incidentally, in the early days of this country, when it was debating about joining the Union, at first decided it would not come in, would not become a state because it didn't want to pay all the federal taxes. They later changed their minds and did become a state. And by now, they may have decided they were right the first time.
Channel 4's election coverage continues, brought to you by Commerce Union Bank with 27 branches in Middle Tennessee. When an area like Middle Tennessee grows, a bank that helps grows along with it. And by the people in your town who bottle Coca-Cola. Wherever you go, whatever you do, go first class with ice-cold Coke. It's the real thing.
Congressman William Anderson is holding a slim lead over Republican Robin Beard in the 6th District. We have 86% of the votes in, and Anderson has more than 47,000 votes, or 52% of the votes counted. Beard, who led earlier in the evening, has 42,000 votes, or 47%. Anderson now leads in 11 counties. Beard leads in 8. Anderson's built strong leads in Montgomery, Perry, and Houston counties, and so far Beard has not built up a commanding lead in any of the counties. You see an update on those returns now, 90% of the precincts in. Still to be heard from are the populous Shelby County areas of the district. There are more than 374,000 voters there, 200 precincts. And you heard Robin Beard say a few minutes ago on Channel 4 that he was anxiously awaiting the returns from Shelby County. In the 56th Legislative District, one of the local districts here, Mary Anderson has served 2 terms in the State House and 1 term in the Senate. She made an unsuccessful bid for governor and today was re-elected to the State House of Representatives. She's here now with Floyd Kephart.
I'm with Mary Anderson, who's the winner in the 56th legislative race. And Mary, it's not quite as close as it was in August.
Oh, this is delightful. It's just delightful. You're right.
Let me ask you this. It was a hard race. Jim Rao is a very attractive candidate. He's a young, aggressive, and he worked hard. But Mary Anderson seems to pull out the close ones, and there's something you attribute it to, I know. And what is it?
Well, it's not all Mary Anderson. I have to attribute it to, in this particular race, it's been a fantastic race because I had the incumbent from the seat, Dr. Bradley, number 1, got me into this race, and he has certainly worked in my behalf of the winning. The 3 opponents that opposed me in the primary have all joined together, and it has been a cooperative effort. Their camps and the many, many people across this district have been responsible for this win, and I am grateful eternally to each and every one of them.
Well, we've just learned together that Gwen Fleming has won re-election out of Sullivan County, so you and Gwen will be in the House together. And what will Mary Anderson's priorities be when she gets there this time?
It's hard to say. There are many priorities, but I think that this time there will be some things that maybe Gwen and I can work on together. But in a real cooperative effort, I think the best relationship that we can have with every legislator to pursue those very serious problems and programs together is the most important thing, and we must achieve it.
Mary, your Davidson County colleague one of your Davidson County Democratic colleagues has joined us, Speaker of the House, Jim McKinney. Mr. Speaker, congratulations.
Thank you, Floyd. Certainly a pleasure to be back here in the victory circle tonight. Considering the tremendous amount of money the Republican Party poured into my district, I realized I was the #1 target. I'm very pleased with the 2,000 vote victory, and I think that this is significant that the people of my district or any district in this state will not let the governor or any outside individual tell them who to vote for.
Jim, let me ask you, first off, as you see it now, do you think the Democrats will have a majority in the House of Representatives?
Yes, Floyd, I believe we will have a majority. It will probably not be as great as we had originally anticipated, but I do believe that the Democrats will maintain a working control in the General Assembly.
Let me ask the second question, and I guess it's the question I should have asked first. Will Jim McKinney be a candidate for Speaker of the House again?
Yes, I plan on being a candidate for Speaker of the House again, Floyd.
Jim and Mary, congratulations, and we'll look forward to seeing you in January when the legislature reconvenes, and congratulations on 2 hard victories.
Thank you.
Thank you, Floyd. Congratulations, Mary.
Judd?
It might be interesting for us to look at the figures in the Public Service Commission race. Democrat Bob Clement of Knoxville has had a lead over Republican State Senator Tom Garland of Greenville. 68% of the precincts reporting Clement with 257,085 and Garland with 222,000, giving him 46% and Clement 53% of the vote, with 68% of the precincts reporting across the state. We'll be back after this message.
Our economy can't stand still. It has to grow or decline. Growth means prosperity. Decline means slump and unemployment. At Commerce Union, our part is to provide the capital that pays for the growth. Last year, we participated in the construction of 3 million square feet of commercial expansion. We don't stand still ourselves.
Now that you're seeing all things grow, there is more love in you than anyone I know. You've taken time for friends and simple talking, sipping Coke, enjoying life's good things. It's the real thing. Coca-Cola. It's the real thing. Coke is Coca-Cola.
This is Channel 4 WSM-TV, Nashville.
The race for Congress in the 6th District now has 90% of the precincts reporting, giving Congressman Anderson 50,420 and Robin Beard 46,617. 90% of the precincts in that report. 617. 90% of the precincts in that report. Let's look at the race in Shelby County between Dan Kirkendall and J.O. Patterson. 4% of the precincts. The polls have been closed for about an hour, and Dan Kirkendall has almost over a 2-to-1 lead at this moment.
Judd, he's projected to be a winner of by 69% according to our sources in Memphis.
And that will wrap up all of the congressional races except the one in the 6th District. Now, in the race for the Senate, throughout the evening, Senator Baker has had a lead over Ray Blanton. We have 88% of the precincts reporting now, 545,000 to 350,000, 61% to 39% of the vote. We will go to Knoxville and hear a statement from Senator Baker as soon as he's ready. He's reluctant to make any statement at this time. So we'll join NBC and we'll be back momentarily.
The next local and state returns will be brought to you by the bank with 27 branches in Middle Tennessee, Commerce Union Bank. They'll keep building branches until there's one convenient to everyone. And by Morris Warehouse Showrooms and Morris JVC Sound Centers.
We now have about 22% in and counted. Shows, as you see, 64% for President Nixon, 35% Senator McGovern, 1% others. John? By our estimation, as of this hour, President Nixon, according to all the calculations we've been able to make this evening, and the calculations we've made have held up as the actual votes have come in, Our calculations indicate that President Nixon seems to be on his way to winning the most spectacular landslide hit election in the history of American politics. You see the number of states he has. You see for McGovern the District of Columbia and the state of Massachusetts. Our estimates indicate that this landslide for Richard Nixon may be the largest in history, larger than Lyndon Johnson had in 1964, and he got 61.1%. Let's take a look now at these victory boards to see the number of states President Nixon has won so far. It's quite a long list, 37 states. All across the country, in those states that so far have closed their polls, and so far have given us solid enough information to base these projections on. Elements of the once solid South, elements of the industrial Middle West, states like West Virginia with a long tradition of voting Democratic, states in New England which could be expected to go to him, Oklahoma with a long Democratic tradition. These are the elements, and this is the size of Mr. Nixon's victory tonight, which may, as we say, be the largest in the history of the American presidency.
In the state Senate race, with Senator Baker, 61%, Ray Blanton, 39% of the vote, and 88% of the vote in. We're going to switch to the Continental Inn, headquarters of Ray Blanton, and this report from Dan Miller.
Okay, thank you, Judd. We've been waiting here for about an hour now for Mr. Blanton to make his appearance. He's just entered the room and is now making his way toward the podium with his wife, Betty. So here comes the congressman now. We'll turn you over to Congressman Blanton.
The very first thing I want to do this evening is introduce my hard-working family that works so hard during this campaign. I have my mother and father here, Leonard and my mother, Ovi, my wife, Betty, who's been in, I think, 80 some odd out of the whole 95 counties, my son, David, who made speeches and worked for me in West Tennessee, and my pretty daughter, Debbie, and her husband, Louis Flack, who handled my engagements in East Tennessee when I couldn't be there. Where's my brother? Here you go. My brother and his wife, Wayne, and he's had all the problems in the campaign. I just worked. He took care of all the work, all the problems. Where's my sister? She here? Sarah? She's not here, maybe. But most important of all, I have my friends here, which I think makes up the finest delegation of workers in the whole state of Tennessee that's ever been put together. And one thing that we've accomplished, very proudly of, is the fact that we have established unity in the Democratic Party across the state. No other candidate, win or lose, has been able to do what we have with the party as far as unity, as far as the organization is concerned. We still believe that the Democratic Party is the greatest party that this state or this nation has ever produced as far as the people is concerned. The only thing we had trouble with, well, you've heard of 3 M's? Our problem was 2 M's, McGovern and money. But you don't always have these handicaps whenever you're running for public office, as we did this time. But we have the greatest asset that we've ever had as far as people are concerned in Tennessee, and that is the support of the people. And this is one thing that I intend to start at tomorrow, is to tell the people of Tennessee and this nation that we intend to restructure this party, to keep it a party of the George Wallaces on one hand, and the blacks on the Kennedys or the blacks on the other hand. That the Democratic Party is a great umbrella that encompasses one purpose, and that is the development of this nation, the development of what we need in honesty in government, truthfulness in government, a total goal dedicated for a people's government. This is one thing that we have missed, one thing that I have been remiss in reminding the people that the Democratic Party has always been honest with the people. They've been forthright with programs. They have never been negative. And this is, I regret to say that I haven't brought this out enough, because we offered an aggressive, positive program, but we didn't offer it enough. And we intend to see in the future of this state and this nation, to see that our voice is heard in putting forth these programs and putting forth the fact that we are honest, we're truthful, we intend to be a party of the people, we intend to work together to see that the Democratic Party is responsive to the people, we intend to work together to see that the Democratic Party can win in the future. And when even though we've had a minor setback, we're most grateful to the people of Tennessee, because I've been honored to been able to serve the people of Tennessee, a segment of it, in the United States House of Representatives for 6 years. And Sam Rayburn once said that a man to have been elected one time to the United States Congress was an honor that few men had. But to have been elected more than once was an honor beyond man's imagination. But you, the people of Tennessee, has elected me 3 times to the United States Congress. I'm truly grateful. I've enjoyed my service, and I'm appreciative of the people that have shown their faith in me, not only in those elections, but in this election. I'm very proud of that. I'm happy with it. I'm happy to have been a part of the service of this great nation. I hope to be a part of the service of it in the future. And I offer my congratulations to my opponent. I hope that he will, as I would have been, be a United States Senator for all the people of Tennessee. We planned on doing that, and I'm sure that he will. Thank you very much for your support and help.
Congressman Blanton, may I ask you just a question about your political future? Are you ruling out the possibility of running for governor in '74?
Well, I want to make one thing. I shouldn't say this word perfectly clear, should I?
Okay. Clear.
Because we don't use dirty words like that. I want to be perfectly honest with you, as I've always been. And that's one word that's not in their vocabulary, I'll have to admit. And that is, I'm not removing myself from the political scene, because I'm still concerned about Tennessee's future in government, our nation's future in government, and I'll be a part of it as long as Tennesseans want me to be a part of it.
So you're not ruling out any possibility?
No.
How about the campaign? Has it been a fair one?
Well, I think it's been fair. As I said, we had the problems with the 2 M's, and that's money and McGovern, and we knew that in the beginning.
There was a lot of crossover voting between the Democratic and Republican side. How would you account for a man like Bob Clement coming through with a victory on the Democratic ledger, but then Howard Baker winning the senatorial race?
Well, and crossover, yes, but you'll have to remember that, as I've said repeatedly during the campaign, that Tennesseans don't, they're not a coattail state, they're not a ticket state, and they didn't correlate the Public Service Commission's office with the presidency as they did the senatorial office. So that's where I got caught up in the sweep.
Has it been for you personally a difficult campaign? Difficult financially, I should say.
Well, you better believe it, because we've got to start out tomorrow to try to pay off a debt that we've incurred.
If Governor Wallace had been running for president this time around, would this have had an effect on your election or your campaign?
I think without question, you know, whenever you have a running mate that's taking 68 or 70% of the vote, it has to have an effect, and I think we've seen it very well this evening. And because we ran much better than McGovern did in Tennessee.
What about the rumors that Howard Baker may be considering running for president in 1976.
Well, I hadn't heard that rumor yet. And frankly, I think there's always a possibility that anybody can run for president.
Mm-hmm.
Richard Nixon got elected this evening, you know.
Okay. So we'll be looking for you on the political scene in the future. Thank you, Congressman Blanton. Congressman Blanton conceding to Senator Howard Baker and thanking his many friends here. This is Dan Miller reporting from the Blanton headquarters. Now back to Judd and Floyd.
All right, thank you, Dan. A handsome, smiling, and articulate Ray Blanton. No bitterness, and if indeed he has, to use his words, established unity in the Democratic Party in Tennessee, that is a major accomplishment. One of the interesting legislative races today centered on the 55th District. Mike Murphy was the winner, and he's here now with Floyd Kephart.
Mike, let us offer our congratulations first to you.
Thank you, Skeeter.
In looking at the election, when this election began, you and I had a little chat about how the election might go, and everybody said Mike Murphy's in trouble. And yet you win 9,000 votes to 5,000 votes against what has to be one of the best Republican politicians in this county.
Well, there's no doubt that Bob ran an outstanding campaign. He's got a lot of friends. I feel like the main issue in the race was the record that I tried to establish as an independent and responsible legislator to try to create constructive and positive alternatives. I think that we need a state legislature that's independent and that tries to project this image, that tries to make state government a responsible body. And I think, I offer my congratulations to Bob and all the people who worked for him, because they ran just an outstanding race. They ran a good race. And I have to take this opportunity to thank everybody who helped me, because the margin is just unbelievable. Everybody who helped out, there's no way to thank everybody who helped out.
Let me ask you this. There are two things. First of all, your slogan was, there's still a lot to be done, I believe. And I want to know what Mike Murphy plans on doing in the 88th General Assembly.
Well, there is a lot more to be done in terms of urban problems like transportation, rapid mass transit, problems that the state has ignored for years. And that, I hope we can begin to turn the state to be concerned with some of these problems and try to solve our problems on a local level. I think that we need to try to make state government this sort of body, a responsive body, one that tries to solve some of these problems that the cities face so desperately.
One final question, Mike. It appears now that the Democrats will have a net loss of anywhere from 2 to 6 seats in the House of Representatives. That being the case, what are the prospects for the Democrats retaining control of the legislature?
Oh, I think that despite the fact we lost a few seats, I think that's to be expected considering the overall trend in the election. But I think the fact that we held as many as we did and particularly say here in Davidson County that we did as well as we did, that's an indication that the people want an independent legislature, and I think that the Democrats are going to try to project this kind of image. I think we'll be able to maintain the kind of positive leadership that the Democrats need to offer in the legislature this next 2 years.
Mike, thank you, and again from WSM, congratulations. Representative Mike Murphy, representative from the 55th Legislative District. Judd?
Let's get the 6th District returns now 90% of the votes in here. And Congressman Anderson has 50,420. Robin Beard 46,617. That's with 90% of the precincts. Anderson with 51%. Beard with 47%. We're awaiting more returns from Shelby County, which could affect the outcome of this race. We'll rejoin NBC. We'll be back in a minute.
Democratic Senator's old seat. He's retiring. Right now, Dewey Bartlett, former governor of Oklahoma, is leading Ed Edmondson, the Democratic candidate. He's a congressman, by a significant margin there, and it looks like that's going towards the Republicans, although it's too early to call. Virginia, William Scott versus William Spong. Spong, the incumbent Democrat, and he is in trouble there in Virginia. Scott is leading with a healthy margin there with more than half the votes in. Scott waged a very intensive campaign in the closing days. The last few weeks, very heavy radio and television campaigns linking Spong closely with George McGovern. Apparently it works. New Hampshire.
Here we have Wesley Powell, former governor, taking down the incumbent Democrat Thomas McIntyre, and as of right now, Powell is in the lead. Most of these returns, though, are from the northern precincts in New Hampshire, where Powell is strongest. McIntyre has been doing all right in the rest of the state, but it's going to be a very, very close race in New Hampshire. North Carolina, another reasonably close race. Jesse Helms, a conservative Republican, very conservative Republican. He opposes the China policy and rapprochement with the Soviet Union, etc., is leading Nick Galifianakis, who is a moderate to a liberal, and Jesse Helms there, 53% to 15% of the precincts already reported in. Now, let's take a look at the board and see how the various candidates have been doing. With 33 races held today, we have 18 which we have called, 9 Republicans, 9 Democrats, and 2 of the seats have changed hands. These are the races, not the races in which candidates, Republicans are leading in, but these are races which Democratic candidates have taken away from Republicans. 2. Kentucky was one. Iowa was another one. Iowa, something of a surprise. Now, let's go and have a report from NBC News correspondent John Dancy in Sioux Falls.
Wage and price controls. Will inflation be reduced?
Coliseum in Sioux Falls, South Dakota. A band has been playing until just a moment ago, trying to whip up some enthusiasm among this crowd here. But as you can see by the faces of the crowd, it is a very sober, a very discouraged, and almost bemused crowd. They are aware of what is happening to their man. Many of these young people especially are workers for McGovern. They've been out on the precincts today trying to get people to the polls, and they have failed. They have not gotten enough people to the polls. They know that their man is losing. One young lady told me a few minutes ago that she was discouraged by all of it. She said George McGovern has a lot more to give to this nation than he showed in this election. Senator McGovern himself is at a hotel a few blocks away from here. He is expected to come here later this evening after conferring with 2 of his campaign advisors, Frank Mankiewicz and Gary Hart, who are on their way here from Washington. We were told a little earlier in the evening that Senator McGovern is up in his suite in the hotel with his wife, with his children, and he had a steak for dinner about 6 o'clock this evening, talked with his running mate, Sergeant Shriver, and then we are told he went to bed. He took a nap. And so while President Nixon was winning the most spectacular victory in the history of presidential politics in this country, George McGovern was sleeping. This is John Dancy, NBC News, at McGovern headquarters in Sioux Falls, South Dakota.
Thank you, John, and we'll have more election returns after this message.
She's a young lady. She's a little girl. She likes to run and jump. She likes to wear pretty grown-up dresses. JCPenney has a whole new collection of young holiday fashions for her, so we can make you both happy for $5 to $15. Yes, she wants to look grown up, but we know she's still a romping kid. At JCPenney, we know what you're looking for.
You got trouble coming, Big Jake.
All you really want out of a color TV is great-looking color, but sometimes what you really get is trouble. This is the new JCPenney 19-inch solid-state color portable. We designed it to minimize trouble. It's got our Chroma Bright black matrix picture tube, so you'll enjoy clear, bright, beautiful color pictures. All you have to do is look. Our Chroma Lock circuit helps keep the color and tint in line, even when you change the channel. And because solid-state circuits stay cooler than tubes, they don't burn out as quickly. But if trouble comes around, this set's easy to fix. The plug-in circuit panels can be replaced in minutes. With all this, you'd expect a price to give you trouble. The JCPenney price? $419.95. If you're looking for trouble, mister, look someplace else. At JCPenney, we know what you're looking for.
Earlier, I think one of us said that the polls in New Jersey were all closed. They're not yet all closed. In Hudson City, because of some difficulty, Hudson County, because of some difficulty, they are open until 11 p.m. David?
We went out to South Dakota a minute ago, as you saw, to the McGovern headquarters and found people not terribly happy, somewhat disconsolate. Senator McGovern still upstairs, had not yet come down to
have anything to say. We assume he will eventually, and of course when he does, we'll bring it to you. In the meantime, we have some figures from South Dakota, not very many, about 3% of the precincts are in, and we have not made any projection there, but here's what our figures show at the moment. They show Nixon leading in Senator McGovern's home state, 55% to 45%. Now, we, as I say, when Senator McGovern comes downstairs from upstairs at his headquarters, we'll bring it to you. One of the problems he has had to deal with, we projected Texas some time ago for Mr. Nixon. After several tries, he finally carried Texas. In San Antonio, just to illustrate the question, when Senator McGovern started talking about cutting the defense budget by $30 billion, the rumor spread all over San Antonio that it would mean the closing of Kelly Air Force Base, which employs 26 or 23,000 civilians. Well, McGovern went down there, and they taxed him with this and asked him what he was going to do, and he said he wouldn't close it. But apparently they didn't believe him. It is very hard to resist that kind of pressure, and he's losing Texas.
Channel 4's election coverage continues, brought to you by Commerce Union Bank, with 27 branches in Middle Tennessee. When an area like Middle Tennessee grows, a bank that helps grows along with it. And by Morris Warehouse Showrooms and Morris JVC Sound Centers.
In the 6th District race, the figures you see here indicate Beard has regained the lead over Bill Anderson. Beard has jumped back in the lead with 93% of the returns that we've just been handed. Beard has 51% of the votes and Anderson 48%. Returns are starting to come in from Shelby County, and these could strengthen Beard's lead. This is a surprise turn of events here in the last few minutes. We're going to switch to headquarters of Howard Baker in Knoxville, and this word from Bob Olson.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so very much. Not only just for that warm welcome, but thank so many of you for so much that you've done for such a long period of time. It's been a great race. It's been a great campaign. It would appear now on the basis of the returns that we've been able to compile it. It's going to be a great victory as well, and I thank you for it from the bottom of my heart. I wish there was an opportunity to thank each one of you personally, not only here in Knoxville, those on the platform who've done so much. Bob Campbell, my state campaign manager, so many others on my staff, Ron McMahon, so many others that are here who've done such a great deal for such a long time, for Congressman John Duncan on my left, and for Bud Burdett, who headed up our Democrats for Baker organization, and Gordon Smallman. To Sarah Moore Green, to so many. But it's impossible to take the brief time that we have tonight to thank each of you personally. Those in Nashville at the headquarters, the state headquarters, that did such a magnificent job. Sam Bartholomew's here. He was the state campaign coordinator. And, you know, Sam was once a young man, but he did a great job in the campaign. And all of those throughout the state, in Shelby County and Hamilton County and Johnson City and Kingsport, throughout the state. It's really a victory of major proportions, and I'm humbly grateful for it. Based on the information we have now, it would appear that at this point, at least, the margin of victory is going to be a little above 61%. I have no personal illusions about why that was possible. It was possible because of a magnificent Republican Party, the efforts of Congressman Jimmy Quillen, Congressman John Duncan, Congressman Lamar Baker, Congressman Dan Kirkendall, Senator Brock, Governor Dunn, so many others. But you see, it is the matter of extraordinary pride to me, if you'll permit me to use that expression, that in this campaign we had a broad base of support from all sectors of Tennessee. We had the rich and the poor, the black, the white, east, west, and the middle Grand Division. I hope and I think it augurs well not only for the future of the Republican Party, but for political competition in our state, that the Republican Party has shown itself to be accommodative and to have a place for all men and women, and I'm proud for that opportunity. One thing stands out in my mind, though, with particular clarity, and that is that in this race in 1972, there were over 70,000 young people between the ages of 18 and 24 who were actively engaged in the race, and my special thanks to them for what they did. I said previously on another occasion that win or lose, I'd be forever grateful for that broad base of support and that youthful effort by so many. And for one other thing that stands out in my mind, I believe is a first in Tennessee, that I claim no special credit for, but I hope reflects the vitality and the utility of the Republican Party as an instrument of self-government. And that is, in this race, every single metropolitan daily newspaper was on our side, and I'm grateful for it. But my friends, my special and warm regards to all of you, to all here on the platform for what they've done, for so many hundreds of thousands throughout the state. It's been a great day. And let me conclude by giving you my heartfelt thanks, and by last of all, expressing my thanks to my family, to my wife Joy, my daughter Cynthia, and my son Derek, who put up with a lot of absence, who put up with a lot of short temper, and put up with an awful lot that the family of any campaigner does. So, my friends, this is the place where we begin our future efforts, not just for victory, but where we begin our future efforts to make this party a haven and a home not only for Republicans, but for independents and for Democrats who care to utilize it to express their desires and their dissent. Thank you very much. there's one race that's not yet over. There's one young man who has a brilliant future in the Republican Party and in public service in Tennessee. He's a great friend of mine, and you'll hear more from him. He's Senator Tom Garland from Georgia.
Right now from the Hyatt Regency in Knoxville, Senator Tom Garland will try and catch him if we can and find out what his thinking is at this point in that close race with Bob Clement. Bob Clement's supposed to be in Knoxville as far as we've learned and should be coming by here as well, hopefully within the next hour, and we will interview him and bring that report to you. This is Bob Olson at the Baker headquarters in Knoxville.
A warm and happy and grateful expression from Senator Howard Baker, who has defeated Ray Blanton in the contest for the seat for the United States Senate. Let's take another look at that close race in the 6th District. Robin Beard has moved back into the lead in his bid to unseat Bill Anderson in the congressional race in the 6th. 94% of the precincts give Beard 57,301, Anderson 54,440. And we've indicated earlier that the turnaround has been in Shelby County. We'll be back here in a moment. Right now, let's pause for this commercial message.
Do you know what the price of parenthood is? How expensive it is to have one child? Well, by the time your child has reached 18, you will have spent for food, clothing, shelter, medical care, education, transportation, and other costs an average of $32,830. With a price of well over $32,000, if you have a child, don't you think you should plan to have the money?
Thousands of people have already visited the new Morris Warehouse showrooms. All found a much better way to buy furniture and something they wanted. It's not hard when you find the widest selection of furniture within 200 miles, the lowest everyday prices in town, and immediate availability on over 60,000 pieces of name brand furniture. And we deliver for a small charge, or pick it up and save even more. Morris Warehouse showrooms is something you'll have to see to believe. Come on out, Centennial across from Ford.
Bob Clement, the 29-year-old son of the late Governor Frank Clement, has a commanding lead at the moment, 76% of the precincts in the race for Public Service Commission. Clement 316,000, Garland 266,000. With 3/4 of the votes counted, I think we can safely say that Bob Clement has won that race. On the ballot here in Nashville today, there was a series of amendments to the Metro Charter, or concerning the Metro Charter. We're going through those and ask Floyd if he will to explain the amendments.
Well, Judd, in looking at them, the first 3 amendments all dealt with procedures in terms of amending the charter. How do you amend the charter? What procedures do you use? And the first 3 amendments dealt with different aspects of amending the charter. The 4th amendment to the charter allowed the council, provided for the ways that legal counsel would be employed for metropolitan government. The 5th amendment to the charter provided for another procedure on helping benefits for survivors. The 6th amendment was a situation where it provided more procedures again on the way that people would have appeals heard. The amendment to the 7th provided the similar procedures to the same as the 5th amendment, again on benefits, and the 8th amendment on the charter increased the size of the employee benefit board by 1 from 7 to 8, or from 6 to 7, I believe it was. And that's the way it looks. You know, Judd, in looking at that Public Service Commission race as we were a minute ago, when Senator Howard Baker said that we're going to hear a lot more from State Senator Tom Garland, I don't think he was joshing us. I think that Tom Garland is probably the front runner for the Republican nomination for governor 2 years from now. He's polled better than 250,000 votes against the very popular Bob Clement, run a better race than all the polls said he would and all the political pros said he would. and he's going to be heard from, and it might be an interesting go. I think those percentages will hold up. But looking at that 6th district congressional race, it's still too close to call. And while Robin Beard's got the lead, and they're in Shelby County, which had 1/5 of the total district vote in it. And of that 50,000 registered voters there, I would say that 35,000 of them were strong Republican. And it looks like that the Republicans will pick up a seat in the United States Congress. And being out on that proverbial limb, I'll say that Robin Beard will unseat Bill Anderson in that 6th district.
Well, President Nixon got nearly 70% of the votes in carrying Tennessee today. Howard Baker won the Senate race. Bob Clement, the Public Service Commission. And in congressional races across the state, it was Jim Quillen, John Duncan, Lamar Baker, Joe Evans, Richard Fulton, probably Robin Beard now in the 6th, Ed Jones in the 7th, and Dan Kirkendall a likely winner, but not conclusive yet in the 8th district.
Another thing, Judd, is the Governor Dunn may get his wish after all on gaining control of the House of Representatives. At the present time, our figures show that they have picked up, the Republican Party has picked up 6 seats in the House, and the Democrats now have 50, and the Republicans have 49 roughly. That's the breakdown right now. The Democrats only control 50 seats, and there's still some seats out.
Obviously, he campaigned very effectively for President Nixon, Howard Baker, and the Republican slate in the legislature. We'll rejoin NBC now, and we'll be back momentarily.
The next local and state returns will be brought to you by the people in your town who bottle Coca-Cola. For the taste of your life, enjoy ice-cold Coca-Cola. It's the real thing. And by the bank with 27 branches in Middle Tennessee, Commerce Union Bank. They'll keep building branches until there's one convenient to everyone.
In Texas, there's some interesting developments there. It was thought that the Democrat, Dolph Briscoe, would have an easy time winning, but right now, with 16% of the vote, the Republican, Henry Grover, has 52% of the vote, and Mr. Briscoe has 44% of the vote. The candidate of La Raza Unida, the Chicano Party, Ramsey Muniz, is getting 4% of the vote. And that's really sort of surprising because Mr. Grover was a virtual unknown in Texas. In Vermont, this is another surprising situation up there. The Republican, Luther Hackett, was thought he would have an easy time winning. Right now, Thomas Salmon, the Democrat, has 54% of the vote. There's only ever been one other Democratic governor in this century in Vermont, although this doesn't say that Mr. Salmon will win. 54% of the vote is in, and he's doing very well there. And finally, another winner in the state of Utah. We are projecting that Governor Rampton will be reelected there with 70% of the vote. That's doing awfully well. His biggest vote margin yet. It's hard to do better than that, I suppose. We'll have more election coverage after this message.
Introducing JCPenney Roadrunner cycles. We make them of steel, so they're tough and sturdy. They've got wide track wheels to help prevent tips and spills. You'll like that. And kids love them, because with a JCPenney Roadrunner, you're way ahead. Roadrunner cycles, only at JCPenney. They have everything you're looking for, including the right price. At JCPenney, we know what you're looking for. A lot of girls go around wondering how other girls manage to look so put together. You know the kind. Her shirts always look right with her pants, which look terrific with her sweaters. Everything's great with everything else. Like the girl you're looking at, who put it all together at JCPenney, all based on one very special pair of pants. In style, they're a classic, but they're made of the latest thing, woven texturized polyester. They're like a wardrobe in themselves for only $13. There's no end to the great looks we'd be happy to help you put together. For only $13, you could even start all over with these extraordinary pants. This time, how about something in a nice houndstooth? At JCPenney, we know what you're looking for. Tomorrow morning, our 1,700 JCPenney stores and our catalog will be waiting to help you find what you're looking for.
We have some more results in the Senate races this evening. First of all, we have a projection of a winner. It's in the state of Rhode Island. our smallest state, but one of the biggest races this fall, between Claiborne Pell, the Democratic incumbent, and NBC News projects that Mr. Pell, Senator Pell, will win with 54% of the vote. He was faced in the race by former Rhode Island Governor John Chafee, who was also former Secretary of the Navy. This race was rated almost a toss-up. In fact, none of the experts in Rhode Island were even going out on a limb to predict it. They thought that Chafee and Pell would go right down to the wire, neck and neck, but Pell, the incumbent, has done well. He has defeated former Secretary of the Navy Chafee. We project he will win with 54% of the vote, although he now has 58. There have been a number of races tonight which have been upsets or appear that they will be upsets, and here is one of them, Kentucky, which was a Republican seat. But tonight, Walter Huddleston, the Democratic candidate, won, defeating former Governor Louis Nunn. That seat goes from the Republican column in the Senate into the Democratic column. Iowa, in the Midwest, the Republican Midwest, perhaps the most Republican state in the country, or one of them certainly. But tonight, the Democrats have staged a stunning upset in the race for the Senate seat there. Richard Clark, the Democratic candidate, has defeated Republican incumbent Jack Miller. 55% of the vote is what he has right now. In Maine, this is with only 15% of the precincts reported, and William Hathaway is leading the incumbent veteran Senator Margaret Chase Smith. I would add only that these results are from the Augusta area, which normally go Democratic. The rural areas, which usually go for Mrs. Smith, have not come in very heavily yet. She could still win in Maine, but the race there appears to be very close. In Virginia, this looks like an upset we're going to have this evening. William Spong, the Democratic incumbent, thought he had little trouble when he started his campaign early in September, but William Scott, the Republican challenger, came on strong in the end, and right now he is leading Spong with more than half the votes counted. That could be an upset, a seat going from the Democratic column into the Republican column. And here is a very close race, Delaware. Caleb Boggs, the Republican senator from Delaware, now is trailing his young opponent James Biden, who is only 29 years old. Boggs also thought he had faced little opposition, but Biden staged a very strenuous, active, colorful campaign, shaking a lot of hands, giving a lot of speeches, and right now with more than 3/4 of the votes in from Delaware, it looks like James Biden has at least a slight lead. How that'll stand up to the night is one of the very close races, of course, that we're going to keep a very close watch on. Of course, one Senate race where there was no upset was in Texas today. There, Republican Senator John Tower was expected to win, and NBC News has projected him the winner with 58% of the vote over his Democratic opponent, Barefoot Sanders. Reports now from both headquarters, or from two headquarters in Texas, starting with NBC News correspondent Don Oliver with Tower.
There had been some people in the state of Texas who thought that Senator Tower might not do so well in this election. They apparently were wrong. We are giving Senator Tower a victory. NBC News is with 58% of the vote. Do you believe, Senator, that this is a strong enough indication that you're willing to claim victory now?
Well, I think it's a very good indication. I'm one of these people who never jumps to conclusions, and on election night, I like to see a lot of solid returns before I jump to any conclusions, whether they be favorable or unfavorable. And apparently we've got, pretty close to 500,000 votes in, and I appear to be holding it about 56% with that 500,000, so that would appear to me to be a pretty solid indicator. I think, I do think that we've won it.
You do think that you have won?
Yes.
And this is, in effect, then a victory statement?
Well, you might call it that.
Do you think that President Nixon pulled you in on his coattails in the state of Texas?
Well, I think that President Nixon was certainly a very great assist to me. However, I've been a senator now for 11 years. I'm an incumbent. I've done a lot of things for a lot of people in the state. I've worked with community leadership all over the state. I have, I think, pretty accurately reflected the majority views of the people of this state. So I think that there was a strong base of positive support for me that enabled me to be elected. I don't think I could have been elected even on presidential coattails without a strong foundation of positive support.
But do you think it played a major role in your victory?
That's very difficult to say. I think after the dust is settled and we can analyze everything that's happened, we can probably get a better view of that. I happen to be an academic political scientist by trade. And sometimes coattails are valuable, sometimes they simply don't work. Eisenhower was never able to transfer his charisma off to Republican candidates. I think I was undoubtedly assisted by the President's general acceptability in the state and Mr. McGovern's total unacceptability. But to what extent, I don't think it's possible to gauge, you know.
Thank you very much, Senator John Tower, who apparently has been re-elected in Texas. Let's go to his opponent's headquarters, Barefoot Sanders' headquarters in Dallas, where Gordon Graham.
We have heard the concession statement from Ray Blanton. You heard a victory statement from Howard Baker a few moments ago. We're going to switch back to Knoxville. Howard Baker is talking with Channel 4 News' Bob Olson.
Senator, you have made your way through the crowd, and the crowd got the best of you, it looks like.
That's the ending of the campaign. That validates the result.
What happens now for you?
What happens now is I'm going back upstairs and find some peace and quiet with my family for a little while and see if I can find a little sleep to go with it tonight. Pick up the pieces tomorrow and spend the next few days trying to contact a lot of people around the state to tell them thank you.
Did you expect the victory to be of the proportions that it was?
I can't really say I expected it to be. I'll confess I had hoped that we might do 60%. And I had times when I wasn't sure that would be the case by any means, but the profile we did for the campaign went fairly well on schedule, and the result wasn't necessarily what we expected, but at least what we wanted and what we hoped for.
To the response of the young people, which has been cited by your campaign people as being quite exciting as a prospect for the future, did this surprise you, the magnitude of reaction?
Yeah, it really did. I said in my statement a minute ago we had about 70,000, and that's really more than just in petition form and the like. These were by and large assigned to campaign responsibilities, and they really were hard workers, and they know politics, and they know issues, and you don't dare give them a bunch of nonsense. They know exactly what they mean, and they know exactly what they want. So they're a good group to work with, but they're a stimulating group, too.
Senator, when you were walking over here, I'm sure you were thinking, I hope Bob doesn't ask me this question, which is about to be asked. I've heard more and more recently about Howard Baker and 1976 and national Republican conventions and Howard Baker standing up there accepting nominations. And I want to know what your thoughts are about this.
Oh, you know, I confess to being flattered when I hear talk of that sort, even talk among my own supporters and friends, but I don't have any illusions about that. To begin with, I have a strong streak of fatalism about that sort of thing. That either happens or it doesn't, I sometimes think, based on powers beyond your own control. But there's another factor, too. There are only 100 members of the Senate, and at one time or the other, almost every member of the Senate has that spotlight swing briefly by him. So you don't let it blind you, and you continue to plan to do a good job in the Senate representing your state and your country. And if that opportunity presents itself, then you consider it carefully, and if it doesn't, you aren't disappointed. But my plans and my vision and horizons at the moment extend just to January 3rd, 1973, and when I take my oath of office to serve Tennessee.
There are a great many men, I'd like to comment, who have lightning strike, and a great many more who crank up the generator themselves, and somehow that bolt of lightning seems to come out and strike wherever they want it to strike.
But there's seldom a relationship between those who try to generate it and those who get struck.
Okay. We have not heard any statement yet from Tom Garland. You have been with him. He was on the stage with you tonight. Do you have any idea what he is thinking at this moment?
Yeah, Tom, of course, is, the last I saw, some 40,000 votes behind. But as I figure, there are probably still some 300,000 or 400,000 votes to be counted. I don't really know what his realistic prospects are. He may still make it or he may not. But Tom Garland fought a tremendous race, and he's a fine young man, and I predict he'll certainly be heard from in the future. He fought an honorable race too. He and Bob Clement are both bright young men, and it was an exciting thing to see them fight. The two of them represent the youthful future of both parties, probably more than any of the rest of us. So I have a high admiration for both of them, and neither one of them need any advice from me. I have an idea that they'll see each other again in the future.
Senator Floyd Kephart and Judd Collins are both in our Channel 4 studio in Nashville, and they may want to ask a question. I'm not sure.
Okay.
But I'll give that to you.
Howard, this is Judd Collins, and at least we wanted to say hello and congratulate you on a well-deserved victory.
Oh, Judd, thank you so much. You know, it's a matter of great satisfaction to me that Channel 4 is here in Knoxville. I remember 6 years ago you were here at about this same time. You were the only out-of-town TV station who had the faith to come. So I've always remembered that, and I thank you, Judd. I appreciate it.
When will you be going back to Washington?
I don't expect to go back except briefly until Congress reconvenes in January, Judd. I'm going to spend the next 10 days tying up loose ends and trying to get around the state a little and thank people and make some preparations for the future. And then after about 10 days, I'm going to go away for another 10 days or 2 weeks on vacation. My optimism hasn't flagged and my enthusiasm, but my energy has. And the last check I found, the gauge was just a little below empty. So at some point, we're going to have to refill the tank.
Well, I know you're pleased over the victory. I have one more question for you, Howard. Was this any more difficult than your race against Frank Clement?
Yeah, it was a lot more difficult in a lot of respects, Judd. To begin with, especially in the early part of the campaign, I was trying to do two things at once. I was trying to stay in Washington as much as I could and legislate and take care of my responsibilities there and campaign too. I told somebody once that sort of like an outfielder with a glove on each hand, I was trying to play two games. The other part was, of course, that we had a pretty good, lively conflict in the campaign over certain fundamental issues, and I found that to be different from the race in '66.
And you defeated a very attractive candidate in Ray Blanton.
Well, Congressman Blanton is an attractive fella, and I've known him for a long time, and I have no animosity toward him. He ran a good race, and I expect, as he pointed out in his statement tonight, that we'll hear from him further and in the future. I was particularly pleased to hear him say that he wants to help build a Democratic Party that has a big umbrella, because that's what makes both the parties successful and efficient, and I certainly have no quarrel with him in that respect.
Congratulations from all of us here in Nashville, Senator Baker.
Thank you very much, Joe.
Senator Howard Baker at the Hyatt Regency in Knoxville. Dan Kirkendall has won his bid for a new term as congressman from the 8th District. With all but a few precincts in, Kirkendall has a 3-2 lead over J.O. Patterson, the first black man nominated for Congress in Tennessee since Reconstruction. Another winner in congressional circles in our studio now. I'm talking about our 5th District Congressman Richard Fulton. He's here now with Floyd Kephart.
Congressman, let me offer our congratulations first of all and ask you a question that has got to pose your mind as well as mine. In looking at the returns on McGovern and Senator Baker's race, Bob Clement is in a much closer race than most people thought. Bill Anderson, it appears, is being defeated, and you get 62% of the vote. Will you take an active part now in the future in rebuilding the Democratic Party in this state?
Well, I've always, of course, taken an active role in the Democratic Party, and I don't know how I could be any more active than I've been in the past, Floyd, but certainly, if time permits, aside from my congressional duties, I intend to continue to participate and engage in building a strong Democratic Party, because I think that the future of our nation is dependent upon a strong two-party system, and it's becoming very apparent that our strong two-party system is not as strong as I would like for it to be in the state of Tennessee, and that we now apparently have a 4-4 ratio in the House of Representatives and 2 Republican senators in Washington and a Republican governor, and certainly I want to do something about that as a good Democrat.
Do you see a way to change the present Republican trend in this state back to your party?
Hard work. I think that the victory that we enjoyed today in the 5th Congressional District is a victory of hard work and well, it's a team victory. It wasn't a victory just for Dick Fulton. It was a team victory, and I think this can be done across the state if enough work is done.
You had some fairly caustic words about some of the things that had taken place in this campaign, and yet they weren't directed against Alf Adams, but more people around him in this race. Do you feel this was a dirty race in a lot of respects, and took some slanted shots at you or below the bell shots at you?
I think so, Floyd, but you know, the race is over as of about 9 o'clock tonight, when all the returns win. That race is over, and I'd rather discuss what is going to happen over the next 2 years and let bygones be bygones.
Well, if the Republicans defeat Bill Anderson, as it looks like now, obviously, in the way political things go, you'll be the #1 target in 2 years from now.
Well, I thought I was pretty much of a #1 target this year.
Do you think you're, I don't want to put you out on that limb of getting into another race while this one is still going on, but will Dick Fulton try to stay in Congress, or will he assess things in '74 as they are then?
I think that I will be trying to stay in Congress. I will, by that time, have 12 years of seniority, and I think we'll move up considerably on the Ways and Means Committee, and this is a very powerful and a committee that is important to the people of the 5th District and indeed the people of the state of Tennessee. And I enjoy my committee assignment. I enjoy my congressional work, and I'm not, of course, announcing for re-election in 1974, but I certainly have every intentions of running at this present time for another term in Congress when 1974 rolls around.
Let me ask you one final question. For the past 2 elections, I have underpredicted your vote count.
I wasn't going to say anything about that, Floyd.
I just want to know.
You at least predicted that I would win.
Well, both times I predicted you would win, but you get these big margins,
I
better
think
than
I heard
60%.
last night you predicted 55-45, and I believe in the August 3rd primary, you predicted I would win by 8,000 votes. It seemed like it was something around 50,000, but that I want you to know that most of your predictions are good, but for some reason you have a hang-up on me.
My question is, how do you get all those votes?
Possibly it's because of your predictions.
Okay. Congratulations to the will be the sixth term congressman.
Could I just
sure.
Once again express my appreciation to the viewers and to Channel 4 for the excellent coverage that they give the political campaigns, and to the literally hundreds of volunteer workers that were out at the polls today working in the cold, the drizzle, and the downpour. It's the participation of so many people in our game of politics that I think makes our system work.
Congressman, again, congratulations, and we'll look forward to working with you for another 2 years in the Congress of the United States.
Thank you, Floyd.
Judd?
Channel 4's election coverage continues, brought to you by the people in your town who bottle Coca-Cola. Wherever you go, whatever you do, go first class with ice-cold Coke. It's the real thing. And by Commerce Union Bank with 27 branches in Middle Tennessee. When an area like Middle Tennessee grows, a bank that helps grows along with it.
We're going to recap the races that we have. All of them, for all intent and purposes, are completed. Let me say before we begin this rundown that the wire unseated Congressman William Anderson in the 6th District. More about that later. In the presidential race, the state totals show President Nixon with an overwhelming lead, 680,000 to 299,000. These are Tennessee voters in the presidential race. In the U.S. Senate race, Howard Baker with 61% of the vote, Ray Blanton with 39%. In the race for Public Service Commissioner, Bob Clement has won over Tom Garland, 354,000 to 293,000 at this moment. They're 81% of the precincts in this report. In the congressional race, Dick Fulton beat Alf Adams, 90,000 to 53,000. All of the precincts have been reported in the 5th District. Here is the real wing-dinger of the night. The 6th District race for the U.S. Congress between Robin Beard and incumbent Bill Anderson. That race seesawed during the evening. At the moment, 96% of the precincts have reported, and Robin Beard, the apparent winner, 59,699, Anderson 55,599. That's in the 6th District. Robin Beard with 51% of the votes, Congressman Anderson with 47% of the votes. In the 8th District, we've already given the nod to Dan Kirkendall, although only 36% of the votes are indicated here. 33,314 to Patterson's 26,719. A few moments ago, we gave you a wire service prediction that had already given Dan Kirkendall the win in the 8th District. Metro totals in the presidential race: President Nixon almost 2-to-1 over George McGovern. 61% to 36%. In the U.S. Senate race in the Nashville area, 70,000 for Howard Baker, 54,000 for Ray Blanton. 56% of the vote to Senator Baker and 43% to Congressman Ray Blanton. Public Service Commission race in the Nashville area, Bob Clement at 81,000, Tom Garland 45,000. In the legislative races, starting with the 50th District, all of the precincts in this report, Jim McKinney turned back the bid from Jim McLean, 6,500 to 4,500 votes. In the 51st District, Charles Robinson, the incumbent, defeated Ben Cantrell, the Republican. In the 52nd District, Marvin Fleming, the one of the 53rd, Victor Ellis, defeated Francis Doyle again. In the 54th District, Harold Love, again the winner, over Ed Mitchell and Dorothy Brown. In the 55th, it was Mike Murphy over Bob Ferris. In the 56th, it was Mary Anderson defeating Jim Rao. In the 57th, Marvin Hopper defeating Helen Bain. 58th went to Charles Pruitt, and in the 59th, it was Richard Clark over Gene Rudisill. Did I give the Hopper-Bain race correctly? I hope that I did.
Yeah, I think so.
Hopper, 12,000, Bain, 7,000. I wasn't sure about that. Then Richard Clark defeated Gene Rudisill in the 59th, and in the 60th, it was John Hicks, of course. Now, in the congressional races across the state, we've given these a number of times. I want to make it clear that Jim Quillen won in the 1st, John Duncan in the 2nd, Lamar Baker in the 3rd, Joe Evans in the 4th, Dick Fulton in the 5th, Robin Beard in the 6th District. 96% of the precincts report him with 59,699. Anderson 55,599, Beard the apparent winner, Ed Jones in the 7th, and Dan Kirkendall in the 8th.
Judd, I think that Robin Beard, of course, has worked extremely hard during this campaign with the Republican administration strongly behind him. But if there's one thing that cost Bill Anderson's election, aside from the issues, if it was one thing over which he had little control, it was the redistricting. This district that stretched from Clarksville all the way to Memphis. And it added many, many Republican votes, 35,000 roughly in Shelby County alone. And where this redistricting was said to benefit the Democrats, it cost them a congressman.
All right, we'll be back after this commercial message.
She's the hills, she's the beautiful valleys. I often sip Coke in the shade of her touch. Her beauty will be mine forever, 'cause I've learned to love her enough. Like
an emergency or a disaster. It's an emergency if you can do something about it, and a disaster if you can't. The difference between an emergency and a disaster could be the dollars that you've saved at Commerce Union Bank.
This is Channel 4, WSM-TV, Nashville.
I might mention that voters in Hendersonville have approved a proposal to legalize the sale of alcoholic beverages in that city. The margin of victory was 655 votes. The sale of legal liquor was also approved today in Morristown, in Cowan, and in Murfreesboro. Well, Floyd, you've been looking at the legislative races tonight and the races across the state. How do you feel about today's election?
Well, I think that, first of all, it shows that the two-party South has really arrived. You know, earlier in this century, when the South was solidly Democratic, Tennessee was the only southern state to break for Warren Harding in 1920. And since 1952, Tennessee has voted Republican in every national election with the exception of the Johnson landslide, when Tennessee rejected Barry Goldwater. Now the whole South has followed that trend. In Tennessee, as we look at it, the big upset has got to be Robin Beard over Bill Anderson. There are many factors that contributed to that, but one has got to be the emergence of a strong Republican Party under the state administration, under Governor Dunn's leadership. I think that in looking at the State House right now, our last totals are that there are 50 Democrats elected. So that means the Democrats will barely control the state legislature when it convenes in January, and that can be attributed to two things. Number one, the administration's strong campaigns in rural West Tennessee to gain seats, and second of all, the coattails of Richard Nixon, Howard Baker, and in the 6th District, even Robin Beard. So it's going to be a period of feeling out, and I look for a change in the Democratic Party to take place, and one of the major changes will be that the Democratic National Committee will be remade up on December the 9th.
I think it was interesting that between 8 and 9 o'clock, Robin Beard, appearing on television on this station from Republican headquarters, behind at the moment, accurately predicted that the swing of votes in Shelby County would put him in the office. I think that was a bold thing for him to do at that time. It was an accurate thing, a very confident projection on his part at that particular time, because it looked like the pendulum had swung to Bill Anderson. But Beard pulled it out in the 8th District. The landslide came in. It wasn't a landslide. It was a torrent of votes from Shelby County, which was not surprising to the Republicans, apparently. I guess the big story of the day is that President Nixon has swept to towering re-election proportions tonight. He buried his Democratic challenger, George McGovern, in this state and across the country. He's leading now, if I recall the last NBC report said something like 40 states. There was some ticket splitting across the country, and this is evidenced by the fact that some of the Senate contests are tight. I'm not sure that that has blunted the impact of President Nixon's victory today, but it certainly has and will have some effect. Some of the complete results on those races will not be known for perhaps several hours yet. And NBC will stay with those returns until all of them are complete. If you recall, in the last presidential election, NBC predicted the winner, I believe it was about 6 o'clock our time, a little before 6 o'clock. And even so, NBC stayed on until the following daylight hours, giving you the results of all of the races across the country. I believe they anticipate they can wrap it up by about 1 or 2 o'clock Nashville time tonight. We'll wait and see. Anything else?
I don't think so, Judd. As I look at the thing, what you said is got to be weighed, especially the Nixon victory, which is just a fantastic victory for any president, any incumbent, any politician to receive that type of support. It's perhaps more than a mandate for his policies. It's probably a repudiation of some of the policies advocated by Senator George McGovern in this election. I think that Senator George McGovern, in an exclusive interview with NBC on Sunday, said that he would not seek election again to the presidency. And as far as the Democrats are concerned in this area, as one told me yesterday, that was the best news they had ever had. And I think that Ray Blanton's statement, the 2 M's, held true in this state. State Representative Spot Lowe, in describing Congressman Blanton's defeat, said that a man, Ray Blanton, tried to swim the Mississippi with a 300-pound albatross tied around his neck, and that was George McGovern. So that's kind of the way it was on Election Day 1972.
You going to make a statement tonight?
No, I'm not.
You've already made your statement. All right.
I'm not going to make a statement.
I hate to get into naming names of people who are responsible for election coverage on Channel 4 because I cannot name them all. I would like to say that the Channel 4 election coverage is produced by El Morale and directed by Bill Turner and Jim Sowards. Lee Whitehurst is technical supervisor. Our audio director was Terry Ferris tonight. Scores of technicians, some very capable reporters in the field. Returns were gathered by Beta Sigma Phi and special representatives in Robertson and Cheatham counties. And they're under the direction of Margaret Parker, who year in and year out does an excellent job for us, as does Sissy Sobel and Terry Kimbrough, our election coordinators. Judd Collins with Floyd Kephart. Stay with NBC. We have 2 races hanging now. The 6th District final totals will be on your screen, as well as the congressional race in the 8th District. Good night, everybody.
Tonight's election coverage has been brought to you by the bank with 27 branches in Middle Tennessee, Commerce Union Bank. They'll keep building branches until there's one convenient to everyone. And by Morris Warehouse Showrooms and Morris JVC Sound Centers. And by the people in your town who bottle Coca-Cola. For the taste of your life, buy ice-cold Coca-Cola. It's the real thing.
With about a quarter of the vote in. In Cleveland, a great surprise, a traditionally Democratic city, a stronghold of Democratic voters. Mr. Nixon is ahead of McGovern, 220,000 to 170,000 votes. Cincinnati, traditionally Republican, is going 2-1 for Nixon. And in Newark, New Jersey, the Democrats are slightly ahead in the presidential race, while in Boston, the only big city so far to have gone heavily for McGovern, the Boston city vote is 2-1 for McGovern. Now, let's have a look, having seen the city votes, at what the popular vote is at this hour, with 38% of the voting of the precincts reporting so far in the United States. President Nixon with 19 million votes, 63%. Senator McGovern with 11 million votes, 36%. And we'll be back. We're all waiting for Senator McGovern to appear in Sioux Falls. We're waiting for that, and we'll be back after this message.
If men were all the same and all they wanted was a really well-built shoe for the lowest possible price, we'd have it easy at JCPenney. But men are anything but all the same. So this is what we've done. We've put all our famous JCPenney value into tough harness boots. Handsome side zip boots, just $18.99. New looks like high heels, two-tones, suedes, hikers from $12.99, and hundreds more. Each one built as if it were the only JCPenney shoe. No matter who you are, we know what you're looking for.
Once there was a lady who fell in love with JCPenney robes at the JCPenney store in King of Prussia, Pennsylvania. She loved the colors. She loved the styles. She loved the beautiful fabric. She even loved the price. And finally, she chose the robe she loved the best. When she came out of the store, she got into her car, and she drove, and drove, and drove, until she came to Santa Monica, California, and saw the sunset over the Pacific. And she said, "Oh no, I should have chosen purple." So she drove right off to the JCPenney store in Santa Monica, California, and she said, "I fell in love with your blue robe in King of Prussia, Pennsylvania, but now I want the purple." And they said, "If we have it, madam, it's yours. If we don't, we'll give you a refund." They had it, at the same price, of course, and she took it. She was last seen trying on a green robe in our store in Amarillo, Texas. At JCPenney, we know what you're looking for.
Senator McGovern, we expect to come downstairs in his headquarters in Sioux Falls, South Dakota, shortly to make some sort of statement. We assume it'll be a concession, but we don't want to try to do it for him. He's free to say whatever he wants, of course. One of the problems that McGovern has had tonight, or today in the voting, is that the blue-collar workers, who never really were terribly strong for him, are not with him tonight. In Illinois and Michigan and New Jersey, President Nixon is carrying our sample precincts made up of blue-collar workers. He is also, in those three important states, carrying the high-income precincts, as expected for President Nixon. And McGovern is, and the president is losing the very low-income precincts. In Pennsylvania and Ohio and Connecticut, the situation is similar, so that the great hoped-for turn to the Democrats of blue-collar union workers, and there was a lot of union support for McGovern this year, did not materialize, and that's one of the reasons for his defeats in the East. Well, the AFL-CIO itself, that is the central council, executive council, spent $2 million in this election, but spent none of it on McGovern, or for McGovern. They spent it for members of Congress, whom they like, admire, and whose voting records they respect. And they spent a little on getting out the vote, but none for McGovern. One of the things, John, that irritated him most in running for president was that he could never get President Nixon to come out of the White House and campaign. The president instead, most of the time, stayed inside and sent out agents, spear carriers, to represent him and speak for him. They came to be called surrogates. They were various appointees, cabinet members, bureaucrats, and so on. Secretary of Agriculture Earl Butz was out, for example. And whatever McGovern had to say that was critical of the president himself would not answer. He would have someone answer for him. And McGovern could never get him to respond. One day, when the Secretary of Agriculture responded to something, McGovern replied in some heat, "I am not running against Earl Butz." He never was able to do anything about that.
There was a cartoon, I can't remember who drew it, I should be able to remember his name, showing McGovern and his aides sitting in front of a television set at the height of this surrogate campaign. And on the television set was a reporter introducing another man, saying, "And for the latest answer to Senator McGovern, here is Cy Perlman, the White House gardener." And McGovern threw his hands up and said, "How can I run against him?" And it was an extraordinary campaign in that sense. The president just did not appear. It was the smallest number of presidential appearances, if you can judge these things, since 1944.
Well, he was doing what McGovern would have done had their situations been reversed.
I'm not so sure about that. I just don't know. But I'm supposed to switch to Garrick Utley right at this moment.
All right, go ahead.
Garrick?
We have some news from New Mexico where we have a projected winner. NBC News projects that the Republican candidate there, Pete Domenici, will win the New Mexico Senate seat with a victory margin of 54%. The Democratic candidate there was Jack Daniel. They were fighting for the Democratic seat formerly held by Senator Clinton Anderson, who is retiring this year. It appears that Domenici won in this state, which has a very heavy Democratic registration, by doing very well among the Mexican-American vote. He won 48% of the Mexican-American vote, and that's 17% more than the Republican candidate did in the last Senate race in that state. Another projected winner is in Nebraska. Senator Carl Curtis, the Republican incumbent. No real surprise here. Senator Curtis, who has had a long career in the Senate, is projected to win with 56% of the vote. His opponent was the Democrat Terry Carpenter, who was once upon a time a Republican and who has at least can lay claim to a footnote in political history. He was the man at the 1956 Republican convention who tried to nominate Joe Smith, a fictitious Joe Smith, to show that the Republican convention that year was a genuinely open convention. Let's go to the victory board right now and see who these most recent winners are in the Senate races. Iowa, we've already reported. Richard Clark, a Democrat, in a stunning upset there over the incumbent Republican senator. New Mexico, a Democratic seat which has now gone Republican. Rhode Island, Claiborne Pell, the Democratic incumbent, holding his seat. Maine, this, of course, is the most stunning upset of the evening. Senator Margaret Chase Smith defeated there. Nebraska, Carl Curtis going back to the Senate. In Virginia, a Democratic seat changing to the Republican column. It'll be Senator William Scott, Republican. South Dakota, James Aberesk, Democrat, claiming the seat formerly held by Carl Bunt, a Republican. That into the Democratic column now. And in North Carolina, Jesse Helms, a Republican, taking the seat which used to be occupied by a Democrat. So a lot of switching back and forth. The lineup we have now in the Senate, therefore, stands at 39 Republicans and 53 Democrats. These are senators who either have been elected tonight or were not up for re-election, and that simply tells a story there. In the 100-seat Senate, the Democrats have a clear majority. That is not the final tally, but that's the way it stands right now, and it means the Democrats will, of course, control the next session in the U.S. Senate. Finally, to go back to what I call the most stunning and in some ways most sentimental story of the Senate race this evening. In Maine, Margaret Chase Smith, who served in the Senate since 1948, the ranking member, Republican member of the Armed Services Committee, she was defeated by William D. Hathaway, the Democratic candidate. Hathaway waged a very vigorous campaign. Mrs. Smith did not do very much campaigning. There are a number of possible reasons for her defeat. She was 74 years old. Age was not a big issue, but that may have been it. We'll have more election returns after this message.
You can shop in a lot of different places to find all the clothes your boy needs at prices you can afford. Or you can get everything you're looking for in just one place. The JCPenney Boy Shop. We'll help you dress him handsomely from the inside out, top to bottom, in terrific easy care knits like these, for a total cost that's as low as this. And if we can make things look this good on paper, think how great they'll look on your boy. The JCPenney Boy Shop. We know what you're looking for.
Everybody knows kids are rough on clothes. What you don't know is we're pretty tough on them first. Take these children's sleepers for $4.98. If they're going to last night after night after night, they've got to be more than just cute and warm. So before we sell you these sleepers at JCPenney, they have to stand up to the standards of our testing center. And our testing center's the toughest kid in the world. We take a fabric and grind it under a wheel. We rip it and stretch it. And if it gives in before we think it should, out it goes. When we say the toes and heels are reinforced, you can believe it. We also take a fabric and wash it over and over again to make sure it keeps its color and its fit. And JCPenney is leading the way in meeting government standards when it comes to flame retardant sleepers. Shirts, stereos, or sleepers for $4.98. If you buy it at JCPenney, you know and we know it will do what we say it will, because our testing center doesn't kid around. At JCPenney, we know what you're looking for.
Quick rundown now on the House. And with, fewer than 100 seats to go, about 80 seats to go, you see the Republicans have a gain of 9, the Democrats a loss of 3. That's because of reapportionment and redistricting that those figures don't quite tally, but they will by the end of the night. One of the big states, of course, is New York, which has 39, and as you can see, the Democrats have dropped 2 there, but actually they've dropped them because of redistricting. Reapportionment, I should say. New York lost 2 seats thanks to the last census. Somebody had to lose the seats that California and Florida won, and New York lost 2 of them. But there may be further losses for the Democrats. Some of the races there are very close, particularly where well-known liberals are involved. A couple of them are in very, very serious trouble in New York.
Democratic presidential candidates who win elections in New York win them in New York City. George McGovern is losing in New York City, but he's also losing all over the state of New York, and he's losing its 41 electoral votes, which he knew he had to have to be president. The Republicans are scoring a victory in the presidential election for the first time since 1924 in New York City, and since the first time since 1954 in New York State. The president is scoring a massive victory there. Here's how he's doing it. He's carrying New York City by 60%. He's carrying the New York City suburbs by 65%. He's carrying the cities of Buffalo, Rochester, and Syracuse by 55%. And he's carrying the rest of the state by 65%. A massive victory, as I say. He is not carrying the black vote. Senator McGovern has kept the black vote. 86% of all black voters in New York are remaining in the Democratic column. He is carrying the white vote by 64% in New York City. The Latin vote, Senator McGovern has 80%. However, President Nixon got 20% of it, a 7% increase. The Jewish vote, Senator McGovern is carrying, but President Nixon made real inroads here. He got 39% of the Jewish vote this time in New York, which is an increase of 25% over 4 years ago. And finally, the Italian vote, President Nixon got 68% of the Italian vote. New York State now is in Richard Nixon's column. Ed Newman knows a lot about the House races in New York, so maybe, Ed, you could tell us a little about that.
Was ask you a question.
Okay.
That's Gary Gutley.
Okay, ask me a question.
I'm over here. The question I want to put to you is this. It appears that the Democrats who are in trouble in New York State because of the Nixon victory are liberals, the well-known liberals like John Dow, an anti-war man, Richard Ottinger trying to get back into the House again, a liberal Democrat. Is it possible that the president has coattails that work against liberals but don't work against moderates? That's my question.
I don't know about that, but there is a new theory that New York State really is not that liberal, or New York State is not that liberal and never has been, and that this election represents a turn towards what people are calling a new populism, a new conservative populism. You remember when Buckley was elected there, he was elected on the theme of, isn't it time that one of our own won. I wonder, Ed, if this couldn't make trouble for Senator Javits in 1974. Gary Cutley, what about that?
I talked to Senator Javits down at Miami Beach on the convention floor when there were rumors going around that some conservative Republicans were going to try to put up a candidate against him as a conservative candidate in New York, and whether he was worried about his seat. And Senator Javits, who always exudes great confidence, said, he wasn't worried about anybody, whether it was a threat from the political right or the political left. He is up next time, and he seemed pretty confident.
Senator Javits has never lost an election.
That's not a bad record. It's about as good as you
He's
can
never
get.
lost one in the House. He's never lost one in the Senate. And, of course, he's like some other members of Congress in that they are laws unto themselves. Javits is not anybody I think people would cheerfully choose to run against.
Ed, I think we've all seen Governor Rockefeller becoming increasingly conservative during the last 2 or 3 years. I think this is an indication that he saw this trend in voting habits there. I really think it'll be interesting to see what Senator Javits does now in the next 2 years if he turns more conservative a bit.
Yes, I think so. Senator Javits has followed a very cautious course on the war, of course. He's been against the war, but he hasn't been against it as much as a lot of others, and he wasn't against it as early as a lot of others were. But you mentioned Rockefeller. Governor Rockefeller has gone into some of these congressional races in New York in a big way. For example, Ogden Reed, Representative Ogden Reed, a Republican who who became a Democrat a couple of months ago and is running as a Democrat. One of Rockefeller's assistants is running against Reed as a Republican. The governor has poured a great deal of money in there to beat Reed, who has some money of his own. And it's been a very, very hot race. Rockefeller is trying to keep a very firm grip on New York, and he's very active in this election.
Of course, Rockefeller worked hard for Nixon in this election, and he didn't work all that hard for him 4 years ago. He really turned on his organization. I still can't get over that New York City vote. The Republicans, according to the figures I have here now, are getting 60% of the vote. The president is in New York City. I just think that the Republican Party is in for good times in New York State in the years ahead, and that the Democratic Party is in for trouble.
Doug, if we have time for the question, is it possible that McGovern so antagonized some of the professionals in the Democratic Party in New York that he ruined his chances in the city that way? Is this perhaps less an ideological thing than an organizational thing?
I think partly that. I think also the Democratic Party in New York State has had no real leadership since Robert Kennedy. The Catholics voted against McGovern largely. The Italians voted against McGovern largely. And the new New York City conservative, this is not the suburbanite. This is the man who lives in Queens. They are voting heavily for Richard Nixon and against George McGovern in this election. I just think that a new constituency of conservative populists, I don't know what to call them. I call them that out of perhaps not knowing what else to call them, has grown up around the Democratic Party without its really knowing it in New York. And I think the Democrats are going to have to sit down and figure some things out.
Doug, I don't know how much more time we have about 30 seconds left. I'd like to put a question to you. I don't expect you to answer it now, but maybe you'd answer it later on after you've thought about it. Is it a bad idea to put up for your presidential candidate somebody from a small state? We have the McGovern example now. We had the Goldwater example. Is that a bad thing? Is it possible that they just can't get big city votes? See me about that later.
Stay informed every night with the award-winning NBC Nightly News.
Middle Tennessee's biggest and best furniture warehouse showrooms is also the biggest gift shop in Middle Tennessee. Morris Warehouse Showrooms has thousands of accessories, lamps, paintings, sculptures, decorative pieces, knickknacks, just about anything beautiful and exciting you can think of, and a lot you won't. Drop by and pick up a gift for someone special today. You'll find something for you, too, at Morris Warehouse Showrooms, Centennial, across from Ford.
This is Channel 4, WSM-TV, Nashville.
Now we'd like to show you the popular vote totals as of this hour. We have 38% of it in, 63% of it has gone to President Nixon, 36% to Senator McGovern. We are told again that Senator McGovern in Sioux Falls, South Dakota will appear sometime soon. in the next few minutes, we think, with a statement. And needless to say, when he appears, we will go there and hear whatever it is. So we don't know just when it is, but stand by and we will take you along. Now, if you want to put the electoral vote board up, we can see the dimensions of Mr. Nixon's landslide tonight. There are only 7 states left to be decided, California among them. 42 states, by our calculations, have been won by Mr. Nixon with 442 electoral votes, far more than he needs to win. 2 states, or the District of Columbia and 1 state, have gone to McGovern with 17 electoral votes. There are not enough left undecided to change the result one way or the other. In New York City, as we have said, for the first time since Coolidge, as we also have said, a Republican, Mr. Nixon, is winning. McGovern, sometime early in his campaign, I think late in September, said, if we lose New York or California, that's the ballgame. Well, California, we don't know about yet. Polls there have just been closed a short time. But New York, we do know about, and he's lost it. And by his own estimate, that was the ballgame. So, having heard about New York, he is, as we say, coming down soon to make his statement. The first isn't just New York, it's everywhere. The first section of the country we had almost in its entirety tonight, because of closing times and so on, was the South. And as you have seen, every state in the South went for Nixon. First time that has ever happened. First time a Republican has ever carried all of it. The McGovern people may not have thought it was very funny, and I'm sure they don't think it's funny now, but when Agnew was down there in Atlanta making a speech about a month ago, he said McGovern couldn't carry the South if he had Rhett Butler on his ticket. Well, he didn't, and he hasn't. John?
We have a projected winner. The first of the Pacific states are coming in now. We've had a number of winners in the mountain states. We've seen the farm states come in, the large states in the Middle West, the South solidly for Nixon, the East Coast solidly for him, with the exception of Massachusetts. Now we find that the state of Oregon will be, Nixon is the winner in the state of Oregon with a projected 58%. And there is Sioux Falls and George McGovern entering his headquarters at this moment. Mrs. McGovern with him, Eleanor McGovern, lost 10 pounds in the campaign. That was Sergeant Shriver you saw, his running mate, watching in Washington.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. But here among my friends in South Dakota, where this campaign began almost 22 months ago, we now bring it to an end tonight, and I have just sent the following telegram to President Nixon. Congratulations on your victory. I hope that in the next 4 years you will lead us to a time of peace abroad and justice at home. You have my full support in such efforts. With best wishes to you and your gracious wife, Pat. Sincerely, George McGovern. The first presidential concession that I remember hearing was that of Adlai Stevenson in 1952. He recalled the old Lincoln story of the boy who had stubbed his toe in the dark, and when the lad was asked how it felt, he replied, "Well, it hurts too much to laugh, but I'm too old to cry." It does hurt all of us in this auditorium and many others across the country to lose, but we're not going to shed any tears tonight about the great joys that this campaign has brought to us over the past 2 years. All of the satisfaction and joy that we have found in these past 22 months are not going to be washed away with the tears and regrets of one night. We have found the greatest outpouring of energy and love that any political effort has ever inspired, at least in my lifetime. Eleanor and I and our family, along with Sergeant and Eunice Shriver, will never forget the people of this campaign. And we will never forget those that we have seen in countless meeting places all across this country, those we knew about on the telephone and on their feet, who have worked so hard, so terribly hard, for all these many, many long months. The poet Yeats said something that I quoted the night of the Massachusetts primary, and it looks like Massachusetts is coming through again tonight. Yeats said, "Count where man's glory most begins and ends, and say, my glory was I had such friends." And that's the way I feel tonight. Now, the presidency belongs to someone else, but the glory of these devoted working friends and their dedication to the noble ideals of this country sustains us now, and it will sustain our country. We will shed no tears because all of this effort, I am positive, will bear fruit for years to come. There can be no question at all that we have pushed this country in the direction of peace, and I think each one of us loves the title of peacemaker more than any office in the land. we will press on with that effort until all the bloodshed and all the sorrow have ended once and for all. I want every single one of you to remember and never forget it, that if we pushed the day of peace just one day closer, then every minute and every hour and every bone-crushing effort in this campaign was worth the entire sacrifice. If we have brought into the political process those who never before have experienced either its joy or its sorrows, then that too is an enduring blessing. Now the question is, to what standard does the loyal opposition now rally? We do not rally to the support of policies that we deplore. But we do love this country, and we will continue to beckon it to a higher standard. So I ask all of you tonight to stand with your convictions. I ask you not to despair of the political process of this country, because that process has yielded to much valuable improvement in these past 2 years. The Democratic Party will be a better party because of the reforms that we have carried out. The nation will be better because we never once gave up the long battle to renew its oldest ideals and to redirect its current energies along more humane and hopeful paths. So let us play the proper role of the loyal opposition, and let us play it in those familiar words from Isaiah that I've quoted so frequently. They that wait upon the Lord shall renew their strength. They shall mount up with wings as eagles. They shall run and not be weary. They shall walk.
Talking to many of the reporters.
Well, we heard Senator McGovern's concession speech, going back to one that many of us remember covering politics. Adlai Stevenson saying 20 years ago that it hurts too much to laugh, but I'm too old to cry. And for Senator McGovern, it's the end of an unusually long and tiring and grueling personal experience. He was the one who campaigned at the beginning. He was the one who started before anybody else had started. He was the one who stayed in there to the end, which we saw tonight. That was, incidentally, a picture of Senator McGovern being shown on a screen at the Republican headquarters in Washington, which you saw in the middle of McGovern's speech, just for a brief instant there, and they were all watching in silence in Washington at the Republican headquarters. So George McGovern presumably has gone off to get some rest, 10 pounds lighter, 1,000 years more knowledgeable about this country than he was when he began this long quest of his so long ago. Far more knowledgeable now about the United States. We'll be back with more coverage of the 1972 election after this.
This is my husband. Doesn't look like much, does he? But wait. See what he's got there? One of his JCPenney knit dress shirts for only $8. What he's always wanted. Comfortable. And what I've always wanted. No ironing. Watch. Every morning a different pattern, but every morning the same thing. It's coming. It's what I look for every morning. It's Mr. Dynamite.
It's the JCPenney knit dress shirt. Only $8, only at JCPenney. We know what you're looking for.
When my wife was looking for cookware, you should have heard what went on around this house. Her mother calls up and says, "Don't get anything too heavy, dear. You'll be sorry." My mother, the good cook, says, "Take it from me. Cast aluminum is best. Every day, something else. Will it go in a dishwasher? Square pans hold more, you know. Be sure you like the way it looks." "No," my mother says. "What matters is the way it cooks." Pretty soon, she didn't know what she was looking for. Then she saw J.C. Penney cookware. It had everything. She bought it, and she took my advice. Don't spend more than $40.
The new J.C. Penney cookware, only at J.C. Penney. We designed it on the best advice.
Some cook, huh, Mom?
Tomorrow morning, our 1,700 J.C. Penney stores and our catalog will be waiting to help you find what you're looking for.
While Senator McGovern was making that speech you just heard, statement, in his headquarters in Sioux Falls, South Dakota, more returns were coming in from the Pacific states, and while he was talking, we were able to project that California will go for President Nixon by 57%, and Washington State for Nixon, 57%. Now we're going to look at the board showing the total states and electoral votes at this point. It's almost over. Out of 50, there are only 5 left undecided. Mr. Nixon has, by our projections, won 44 and 496 electoral votes. Senator McGovern, the District of Columbia, and 1 state, Massachusetts, 17 electoral votes. Only 5 left to be decided. We'll be back in a moment.
Today I went shopping for a pair of shoes. 1 pair of shoes. Well, I found these little clunky suede bump toes that I loved. And these crinkle platform boots for only $20.
Very nice.
How do you like these? Hiking boots.
Very nice.
And these soft ones. And these for Saturday night, $14.99. Or maybe these.
Wow, you must have been in every shoe store in town.
I wasn't in any shoe store. I was in J.C. Penney.
The J.C. Penney shoe. We know what you're looking for. This is the new J.C. Penney washer, built to handle up to 18 pounds of heavy clothes, or to machine wash fabrics you normally wash by hand. Just set the dial to the right wash program. It'll do the rest. And this is the matching dryer, with a choice of temperature settings and a special timer. When it's through, it tells you. All totally simple to use. And the price is our second best deed of the year. Our best deed? That's our guarantee. The kind you've always looked for. No ifs, ands, or buts. No small print.
During the first year after purchase, we provide home service parts and labor to repair any defective surface finishes, which are guaranteed for 30 days. During the second year, we provide replacement parts. Labor is extra. During the third, fourth, and fifth years, we provide replacement parts to repair the washer transmission. Labor is extra. Contact us for our price service.
At J.C. Penney, we know what you're looking for.
As of now, 10 minutes before midnight in the East, President Nixon is preparing to make an appearance on television in the Oval Office at the White House. And so we would urge all of you to stay with all of us to see what President Nixon has to say this evening. He'll be saying that in just a few minutes. He'll be saying it at a time when only 5 races, only 5 states out of 50 contested today remain undeclared. Alaska, Hawaii, Minnesota, Rhode Island, and Senator McGovern's home state of South Dakota. Alaska will be sometime coming in. That's the last vote in the country. The Eskimo vote in Nome, Alaska gets in about 2 in the morning Eastern Time. In addition to the other returns that we've seen here for governors, for Senate, for the House of Representatives, and the presidency, there have been other issues at stake in the elections today, and among them are certain referenda in certain states. Citizens have taken to banding together to overcome certain legislative actions or to make their will felt through the referendum. And later tonight, we'll be getting on with that and describing what some of them have done or have not done. Those votes generally come in a little bit later than the presidential and congressional races. But now, with 496 electoral votes to his credit, on the verge of a landslide win, we are going to the Oval Office in the White House in Washington to hear what President Nixon has to say.
Good evening, my fellow Americans. Before going over to the Shoreham Hotel to address the victory celebration, which is in process there, I wanted to take a moment to say a word to all of you in this very personal way, speaking from the Oval Office. I first want to express my deep appreciation to every one of you, the millions of you who gave me your support in the election today. And I want to express my respect for millions of others who gave their support to Senator McGovern. I know that after a campaign, when one loses, he can feel very, very low, and his supporters as well may feel that way. And when he wins, as you will note when I get over to the Shoreham, people are feeling very much better. The important thing in our process, however, is to play the game. And in the great game of life, and particularly the game of politics, what is important is that on either side, more Americans voted this year than ever before. And the fact that you won or you lost must not keep you from keeping in the great game of politics in the years ahead, because the better competition we have between the two parties, between the two men running for office, whatever office that may be, means that we get the better people and the better programs for our country. And now that the election is over, it is time to get on with the great tasks that lie before us. I've tried to conduct myself in this campaign in a way that would not divide our country, not divide it regionally or by parties or in any other way. Because I very firmly believe that what unites America today is infinitely more important than those things which divide us. We are united, Americans, North, East, West, and South, both parties, in our desire for peace. Peace with honor, the kind of a peace that will last. And we are moving swiftly toward that great goal, not just in Vietnam, but a new era of peace in which the old relationships between the two superpowers, the Soviet Union and the United States, and between the world's most populous nation, the People's Republic of China and the United States, are changed so that we are on the eve of what could be the greatest generation of peace, true peace for the whole world that man has ever known. This is a great goal, bigger than whether we're Democrats or Republicans. And it's one that I think you will want to work with me, with all of us, in helping to achieve. There are other goals that go with that. The prosperity without war and without inflation that we have all wanted and that we now can have. And the progress for all Americans, the kind of progress so that we can say to any young American, whatever his background, that he or she in this great country has an equal chance to go to the top in whatever field he or she may choose. I have noted in listening to the returns a few minutes ago that several commentators have reflected on the fact that this may be one of the great political victories of all time. In terms of votes, that may be true. But in terms of what a victory really is, a huge landslide margin means nothing at all unless it is a victory for America. It will be a victory for America only if in these next 4 years we, all of us, can work together to achieve our common great goals of peace at home and peace for all nations in the world, and for that new progress and prosperity which all Americans deserve. I would only hope that in these next 4 years we can so conduct ourselves in this country and so meet our responsibilities in the world, in building peace in the world, that years from now people will look back to the generation of the 1970s at how we've conducted ourselves. And they will say, God bless America. Thank you very much.
The president speaking there from the Oval Office in one of apparently the two appearances he will make on national television tonight. He in the office there making a call for unity, of saying that he would hope that the world would be able to look back to the generation of the 1970s. President Nixon, having been reelected in 72, will be in office until early 75. That leaves the rest of the decade. I wonder if that was a hint that he feels the Republican Party will be in office for the remainder of this decade. In any case, the president will appear later in a more jovial and less reflective mood, we presume, at the Republican victory celebration at the Shoreham Hotel in Washington. His intent apparently tonight was to divide the presidential from the party appearances, and we will get, I'm sure, a much more lively Mr. Nixon when he appears there. And he says a landslide, we're not absolutely sure at this moment whether it will surpass the 61% of the vote Lyndon Johnson got in 1964, but nonetheless, it's a stunning performance. 20 million votes counted so far for President Nixon, 11 million votes counted so far for George McGovern. And as we saw, George McGovern made his farewell concession speech on the campaign just a few minutes before. President Nixon, we don't know if he watched that or not. I cannot personally conceive that he would not have watched that on television. And then he came out, and so that part of the evening, the concession speeches, is not quite over. One more appearance this evening by President Nixon. We'll be back with that story.
George C. Scott stars in Neil Simon's new comedy, The Trouble with People, Sunday night.
Where do you want your bank? You want it as convenient as possible. You want it near where you live, near where you shop, near where you work. That's why Commerce Union Bank puts the emphasis on branch banking. And that's the reason we're building more branches this year. And we will keep building branch banks until there is one convenient to everyone.
WSM-TV, Nashville.
NBC News Election Night coverage is brought to you by J.C. Penney. Tomorrow morning, our 1,700 stores and our catalog will be waiting to help you find what you're looking for.